Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second annual Go 24 for Garrett Space 24-hour virtual fundraiser. I'm Scott Halpert, and I'm here with my wife, Julie. We lost our precious son, Garrett, to suicide 4 years ago when he was 23 years old, and founded Garrett Space shortly after that because we'd witnessed firsthand significant gaps in support that exist in our healthcare system for young adults with significant mental health challenges. Last year, when COVID hit, Garrett's great friend Mario decided it would be no big deal to pull off a 24-hour live stream fundraiser in just 5 weeks. Somehow, we managed to weave together a star-studded event full of shining performances, fitness coaches, meditation leaders, and inspirational speakers. It was so successful, we decided to do it again this year, and we think this year's lineup is truly special, with over 40 inspiring performers, activity leaders, and speakers who passionately support what we're doing. We're truly grateful to them and everyone else who's worked with us to create this event. Our fundraiser comes at a precarious time. This past year has been challenging for everyone, and especially for young adults. 2 separate CDC surveys taken during the pandemic show just how hard things are. The first revealed that 1/4 of young adults seriously considered suicide during the prior 30 days. And the second revealed that almost half of them experienced symptoms of an anxiety or depressive disorder during the previous week. The state of this world is troubling. Social media continues to fuel feelings of inadequacy among young people, and COVID has made worse the feelings of isolation and loneliness they were already experiencing before the pandemic. COVID hasn't slowed down our critical efforts at Garrett Space to fill the gaps in support for struggling young adults. We're providing a powerful new support option for this population that's free to participants across much of Michigan in a virtual setting. Our participants meet with trained facilitators each week for a support group with peers, a mood and movement activity, and a social catch-up. Through this group, we want them to feel more supported, add critical connections, and feel better about themselves and their lives. We're also excited to be offering a unique intervention to our participants who will be able to nominate several caring people in their lives to be trained by staff at the University of Michigan Psychological Clinic on how to support our participants through their difficult periods. We really have a special team of talented and empathetic facilitators and are excited to continue to expand this program to help more young adults.
We're laser focused on our long-term goal of creating a holistically focused residential center that will provide an array of activities designed to help our participants cope with an increasingly challenging world. In addition to meditation, yoga, exercise, music, and healthy cooking, we'll offer support for broken relationships and for parents who are often at a loss as to how to help their adult child. We remain more convinced than ever that our unique and innovative approach will help more young adults to feel better about themselves and their lives and feel less isolated and alone, giving them hope so we don't lose them as we lost our son. Money raised from today's fundraiser will benefit our current programming and our residential center. We're so excited to kick off this incredible 24-hour virtual fundraiser. We hope as you view the live stream that you'll be moved and inspired to donate to our important cause and encourage others to do so as well. We also have an exciting silent auction with over 100 items to bid on. We thank the many businesses and individuals who donated and understand the need for what we're doing at Garrett Space. As we grow our services through our programming and our residential center, we continue to model Garrett Space after our son, Garrett, and the way he led his life helping others. We're just continuing his work. So sit back and enjoy this amazing program for our second annual Go 24 for Garrett Space event.
times he runs, washing his face in his hands. Oh, how I meant to tease him. Oh, how I meant no harm. Touching his back with my hand, I kiss him. I see the wasp on the length of my arm. Oh, great sights upon this day. Hallelujah. Wonders bright and rivers lake. Hallelujah. Trail of tears and horseshoe lake. Hallelujah. Trust in things beyond mistake. Hallelujah. We were in love. We were in love. Palisades, Palisades. I can wait. I can wait. We were in love. We were in love. Palisades, Palisades. I can wait. I can wait. I can explain the state that I'm in, the state of my heart. He was my best friend. Into the car, from the back seat. Oh, admiration, falling asleep. All of my powers, day after day. I can tell you, we swaggered and swayed. Deep in the tower, the prairies below. I can tell you, the telling gets old. Terrible sting and terrible storm. I can tell you, the day we were born. My friend is gone, he ran away. I can tell you, I love him each day. Though we have sparred, wrestled and raged. I can tell you, I love him each day. Terrible sting, terrible storm. I can tell you.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Allie and Madeline, for that lovely performance. And if you are all tuning in, my name is Mario Sulaksana. I'm actually live here in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I'm from here originally, and I came back. I just moved to Los Angeles, California, a few months ago, and I'm here to support this amazing event that means a lot to me. And I am thrilled to be your host for this evening. So welcome if you are just now joining us. I wanted to mention a few things about this event. We have several sponsors throughout, and we are going to be doing matching grants. And we have also a live auction that you can find on the Give Butter website platform. So maybe you're tuning in from the Give Butter platform. If you're not, if you're checking this out on YouTube, if this has been sent to you or you found it on Instagram or whatever, Give Butter is the site where you can donate, and you can find all the links to all the great ways to contribute. One of our goals right now, by 4 p.m., we want to try to get to $20,000 by 4 p.m. We have a lot of different sponsors, as I mentioned, and you can tell I'm figuring this out first thing in the morning here. I don't have my coffee, but I have a juice. Something nice to come back to Michigan, drought juice. If you don't know, now you know, highly recommend. Our sponsors for this morning are Ashley and John Oberheide. Masco Corporation, Thomson Reuters, Ann Arbor Bank, Lippitt Real Estate, and University Bank. And we really thank them for really being a catalyst in making this all come to fruition and see the light. So I will actually now turn it over to one of our first speakers here. He is going to speak a little about what he does with Garrett Space. It is Mark Creekmore. And I am going to pull him up here. See, look, like I said, I'm doing a lot of things here. I'm producing the event. I'm also contacting all the participants that are here. I'm doing the audio. I'm doing the stream. So I appreciate you bearing with me here as I get things settled in the morning. All right, Mark, here we go.
Hi, this is Mark Creekmore from the National Alliance on Mental Illness for Washtenaw County. And thanks for Garrett Space for having this fundraiser and asking us to present. NAMI is the largest grassroots organization dedicated to improving the lives of people with mental health conditions, the people living with and people who live in support of them. We provide education, support groups, and advocacy programs, and I'll describe them really briefly. We have 3 types of support groups for people with mental health conditions, and those meet, there's no registration or fee required for any of these programs, and attendance is on a drop-in basis for the support groups. We also have 4 support groups for people who live in support of people with mental health conditions, and those are also on a drop-in basis. NAMI has 2 types of educational programs. The first is for people with mental health conditions, and then the second is for people who live in support of those people. Those programs are for 2 hours a night for 8 weeks and are structured to provide education, interaction, and discussions and presentations about mental health topics. So peer-to-peer is for people with mental health conditions. And it'll help you understand your condition and the journey toward recovery. Family to Family is the education program for supporters of people with mental health conditions. Finally, NAMI also has advocacy. We provide community education about mental health conditions. We develop relationships with policymakers. We have do Story Jam, which is expressions of experience through stories. And we also compile data, knowledge, and policy analysis for policymakers. So NAMI, therefore, provides support, education, and advocacy around mental health conditions. And we'd love to have you look at our website at namiwc.org for more details, or email us at office@namiwc.org, or call us at 734-994-6611. Thanks again, Garrett Space, and please support this fundraiser.
All right. Thank you for those great words, Mark. Yes, I'm back here, back again. Mario Sulaksana is my name. I'm going to be hosting this morning. I'm also joined by a few other amazing hosts later. We have a good family friend of the Halberts, Rivers Up Church, Ann Arbor Townie, now out in North Carolina doing his thing. He is a wonderful energy and personality that I'm excited for you all to hang out with. Then later on in the evening, we have very talented theater, actress, singer, everything, you name it. Miss Desi Oakley will be joining us later on in the evening. And so just to give some viewers out there the background of sort of everything, where this came from, the idea. Last year, Garrett Space had reached out to friends, family, wanting to do a fundraiser, and this was before the pandemic. And so a group of myself and people who went to school with Garrett, we were brainstorming ideas to actually do a field day, like a fun field day type situation where we're doing games and events, and we're going to have yoga and speakers and poetry, all things that Garrett really loved to do, and was really great at it. Some of you don't know, he was a state champion tennis player. And so, you know, we wanted to sort of just tap into that, and we thought that'd be a nice way to raise money. But then, of course, with the pandemic and everything that had unfolded, that was put on hiatus. And so as the months kind of waned on, we sort of just said, hey, why don't we try something virtual? And so Julie and Scott entrusted me with my idea to do a live stream, but it was a little ambitious for 24 hours, they thought. During the pandemic, I'm sure as many of you probably had on your own gone down some YouTube rabbit holes. I got very into chess personally. Haven't had time recently, but you know, we'll get back there one day. And then just seeing old videos, old television things, and I don't know if some Gen Zers out there too young to remember who Jerry Lewis is, who had recently passed away. He used to do these 24-hour telethons for MDA research, and I believe it was maybe a family member, a son might have had it, and so it was a very personal cause for him, and very successful, and something I think people, you know, knew for years. And it impacted my life enough to feel inspired to want to put on something of that caliber here for you all today. And so that's sort of the beginnings of the Go 24 for Garrett idea, and the fact we're doing this 2 years in a row now, that we had raised so much money in the first year from different people all around. And the biggest thing is that we have touched a lot of lives in the process, and talked about mental health awareness, and given people an opportunity to just have the conversation, which I think is one of the most important things that we can do. And so even if you can't contribute any money, the biggest thing you can do is have the conversation, check in with your friends, let people know a place like this exists. And you know, you've already done more than enough in that. So speaking of being mindful and checking in, actually our first guest here today will be Hannah Cantor, and she'll be leading us on a mindful lunch break. So let me bring her into the Zoom room here. And listen, I know you're like, oh, you should be, you know, Zoom. Everybody knows Zoom now. It's 2021. You can get this. Yes, but have you ever tried live streaming Zoom on a virtual private server to multiple people? Try that. So I appreciate everyone bearing with me here. All right. Hello, Hannah.
How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good.
Good. I was just telling people about the mindful lunch break, brunch break, whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to pass it along to you, and you can tell the people a little about who you are and what you do. And thank you so much for being part of this event.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here and to support Garrett Space in this way. So hi, everyone. My name is Hannah Cantor. I'm a therapist based out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. I specialize in helping individuals healing from trauma, and often that includes healing from a loved one or family member's suicide. I also specialize in helping individuals healing from substance use disorders and any perinatal challenges. So overall, with all of my work, I love to come at it from a place of mindfulness, and that's what I'm here to share with you today. So I'm here for the next 30 minutes, and we're going to be doing some mindfulness practices. I'm going to try to incorporate two different practices today. One is going to be much more formal, seated practice, and the other one's going to be kind of a quick practice that you can do at any time throughout your day. So wherever you are, take a moment to just get settled if you haven't already. If you've been seated all morning or out and about, take a moment to maybe just stretch and notice what your body needs. It's my understanding that right after this, you're going to be doing some yoga, so we're not going to stretch too much, but just take a moment to maybe move your neck around if you're feeling tight, or roll the shoulders back. Taking a couple of deep breaths in and out, just letting go of your week. Bringing your attention to the moment as it is right now. Making your way to a comfortable seated position. If your legs are crossed, notice what it feels like to uncross them so that both feet can be planted firmly on the earth. Bringing awareness to the length of your spine. So from the root of your spine all the way up through the crown of the head, noticing the length of your posture. Shifting awareness to the chest. So chest is open, shoulders are back. Feeling the crown of the head is lifted and the chin is parallel to the earth. So the first practice that I'm going to guide us through today is just going to be a really simple practice of noticing sound. This is something you can do for a formal seated practice. If you have the ability within your day, you're willing to make some time. This can also be a practice you can do when you're out and about if you just need a moment to refresh or recenter. So we can notice sound when we are in a car in a parking lot, when we are in the grocery store, or perhaps out in nature if you're taking a walk around the block or in the woods. So first I'm going to invite you to just take a big breath in and a big breath out. One more time, letting go. I'm going to just ring the bell, bringing us to center. Shifting awareness to the sounds around you. You might begin by noticing the sounds in your immediate environment. For this part of our practice, the eyes can be open or closed, whatever you prefer. But noticing that awareness is really focused on the ears and the sense of sound. So bringing attention to the different levels of sound in the space that you're in. Noticing the different layers of sound. As if sound is an object, taking a moment to notice the different layers of pitch and volume of the sounds within your immediate environment. You might also notice the absence of sound. And if you recognize the absence of sound, you might notice that too and just name it as that, absence of sound. If there are particular sounds that you're able to recognize, for now, for this particular practice, I'm going to invite you just to name it as sound. So without getting carried away with the exact object or source of sound. Taking a moment now to expand awareness to the sound outside your immediate environment. So if you are in a home, this might be noticing sounds in other rooms. If you are in an office, you might expand awareness to any sounds you can notice in the hallway or in floors above or below. you are lucky to be near a window, I'm going to invite you to expand awareness to the sounds outside of the building that you are in. So recognizing the different layers of sound here, perhaps noticing the sounds of traffic, maybe noticing different sounds of nature, maybe an animal, leaves blowing in the wind. Recognizing that in this moment, the body is listening. Noticing sound. The mind starts to wander, which minds often do. We're going to gently bring it back to sound. The different layers of sound that you might be experiencing in this moment. Sounds outside the environment and sounds within. Noticing if you can connect with the sound of the breath. Without altering the pace of your breathing in any way, simply observing the sound of your body as it breathes. On your next exhale, shifting awareness down to places of contact, feeling the chair, the cushion beneath you. On your next exhale, noticing the feet on the earth. And without looking at your feet, just noticing if you're wearing shoes or if you're barefoot. Recognizing what sensory information is telling you that. Can you feel the air against your skin? Perhaps a sock against a toe. Maybe shoes around the feet or feet directly on the wood floor or carpet or dirt. Just noticing where you are. Exhale, releasing awareness of the earth, and inhale, bringing it back to the present moment. And if your eyes were closed, I invite you to open them up again. Just coming back. Taking a moment to look around the room, noticing the colors and textures. So starting to expand awareness outside of sound to both feeling and vision. And take a moment. That was kind of a quicker practice. Although I'm noticing I said quicker, but that actually ended up being about 8 minutes long. So maybe not as quick. But that was a shorter practice of mindfulness that can be done anytime, anywhere. And you can make this longer if it felt comfortable for you. You can shorten it by just doing 1 or 2 minutes if you need a timer on your phone. I'm going to invite you right now to just check in and notice before we transition into the next practices or next practice for today. Noticing how you feel in this moment. Taking an inventory of your mood right here, right now. Noticing if your mood is cheerful, noticing if the mood is anxious or angry or sad. Just observing the mood with curiosity in this moment. Bringing awareness to your body. Again, just noticing now how your body feels and if anything shifted in your experience from just a few minutes ago. So when we started this practice, as you settled in from your morning or the last activity that you engaged in, you taking a pause from work, just noticing how your body feels right here, right now. So if you'd like to, this can be it for your practice today. You want to take another stretch, you can lift the arms up overhead. I'm in a corner, otherwise I would expand both my arms out into a T, just kind of noticing my body, kind of feeling the length of kind of that wingspan expanding out. A couple of deep breaths, again, just letting go. You can pause here. If you'd like to go a little deeper in your mindfulness practice, if you're comfortable with that challenge today, if you're newer to mindfulness, or if you have a regular practice and you know that you can go a little deeper more easily, we're going to take this again. We're going to go to another layer with our practice. We're going to use sound, but we're also going to bring more awareness to mind, body, and mood. There's lots of different research out there that talks about why mindfulness can be effective. Some of it documents that it reduces anxiety, including PTSD. There's evidence out there that mindfulness can help with your immune system. So as we're dealing with the Delta virus that's going around, the Delta strain, mindfulness can help with that too. It can boost our mood. It can reduce chronic pain. There's all these different aspects of how mindfulness can help us to enjoy life just a little bit more, or make it a little bit more tolerable if you're struggling. Now, if you're new to mindfulness, I want to just name that this is a practice. So if you've stayed with me this far, give yourself some congratulations. If you're new, it's not easy. It's normal that the mind wants to wander. It's normal that it's hard to be still and to be present with ourselves. It's normal that our mind might want to go into fight or flight mode as we try to settle ourselves down. And if that happens, just noticing that the mind has engaged in thinking, and we want to gently bring it back to whatever we are currently doing, whether it's a mindfulness practice or another activity during the day. Different mindfulness teachers explain that, if you're paying attention, everything you do can be a meditation, whether you're brushing your teeth or washing dishes or typing up notes, going to work, driving, mowing the lawn. There's all these different daily activities that we can turn into a spiritual practice if we allow ourselves to just be in the moment instead of time traveling into the future or the past. But everything is a practice. And I really just want to emphasize that because it's normal if you're new to mindfulness, or if you've had a challenging week, that it doesn't go very perfectly. You might notice the mind wander a lot, and that's okay. But when you notice that the mind has wandered, we're going to gently bring it back to the practice. And for the practice we're about to engage in, it's going to be being with the breath. There's one thing I really want to emphasize to you today is that there is no perfect way to practice because it's literally just a practice. And if you've done mindfulness before and the version we are doing today feels a little different or strange, that's okay. There are so many different lineages of contemplative practice and mindfulness and meditation, just as there are different sports in the Olympics. So I invite you to release kind of expectation of what you thought we could be doing or were doing, and just allow yourself to enjoy this practice in this moment as something new. Allowing it to serve as a gateway to being with your body and your mind and your spirit in a new way. So taking another breath in and breath out as we resettle in for yet another practice. This time I am going to encourage you to close your eyes if you're able to do so. If it doesn't feel pleasant or if you're not in a secure space where you can close your eyes today, it's totally okay to just shift to like a soft downward gaze instead. Again, returning awareness to posture, feeling the length of the spine. This time I'm going to invite you to just take 3 deep breaths. Big breath in and a big audible exhale. Whew, letting go. It's a Friday, it's a holiday weekend. 2 more just like that. Big inhale. Big audible exhale. Whew, letting go. 1 more big inhale. Filling the lungs all the way up. Exhale. Whew, releasing, letting go. Taking a moment to just greet the body. Greeting the body just as you would greet a friend. Feeling the body. Just noticing the body from the crown of the head all the way down the spine to the arms, legs, feet. Being curious about sensations as they arise. Noticing any places of tension. Or ease. Shifting awareness to the breath. Noticing the sensation of air as it enters the body. Feeling the air going in and out through the nostrils. Noting the temperature of air. Noting if there is a shift in temperature from the inhale versus the exhale. Being curious about the sensation of breath in the body, as if this is the very first time you're witnessing the body as it breathes. On the next in-breath, expanding awareness down the body, staying with the breath, resting awareness on the diaphragm, so that muscle just below the rib cage. On the next in-breath, feeling the diaphragm expanding. Exhale, feeling the diaphragm contracting. Inhale, feeling the diaphragm expanding. Exhale, feeling the diaphragm contracting. Without trying to change the pace of breath in any way, simply allowing the attention to attend to the sensation of breath as it moves in and out of the body. Being with the sensation in the diaphragm, expanding and contracting. Again, if the mind starts to wander, which minds often do, simply bringing it back to the sensation of the diaphragm. On the next exhale, releasing attention on the diaphragm, and inhale, shifting it up towards the rib cage. On the inhale, feeling the ribs expanding. Exhale, feeling the ribs contracting. Inhale, feeling the lungs expanding. Exhale, feeling the lungs contracting. Being with the lungs as the body breathes. Keeping the awareness here as best you can. On the next inhale, shifting awareness from the lungs all the way up towards the collarbones. Inhale, feeling that upper chest expanding. Exhale, feeling the collarbones contracting. Inhale, feeling the collarbones expanding. Exhale, feeling the contraction. On the next exhale, shifting awareness to the breath as a whole, from the nostrils down to the diaphragm. Allowing your awareness to stay here for a few moments, just being with the breath as a whole. On the next exhale, we're going to shift awareness to the back side of the body, just noticing how the breath influences our backs. Inhale, feeling the expansion in the back. Exhale, feeling the contraction. On the next exhale, releasing attention on the breath. And on the inhale, expanding awareness to the body as a whole. So from the crown of the head down through the soles of the feet, just tuning in to different sensations that may be arising in your awareness. Perhaps identifying places of tightness or tension. Without judging or trying to change, simply noting. Noting if there are places of aching, exploring if there are places where there is comfort or ease in the body. Noting where you can rest awareness on pleasant sensations as they may arise, perhaps in the hands or feet. Just being curious with the body as it talks to you. Practicing compassion for those places of discomfort or tension. And just allowing the breath to move in and around any areas that feel unpleasant in this moment. Taking a moment to just notice the thoughts that are arising in the mind. Naming thinking as it arises. As if we are seated by the side of a stream or river. See if you can imagine that consciousness just flowing by like the water. And every thought is a leaf or a twig or a log just flowing by in that stream. So we might notice a thought and simply naming it thinking. As observers, we have a choice whether we dive into the stream and hold on to it tight, or whether we acknowledge the thought and let it continue to drift by. Breathing in and out. Returning to the breath as an anchor is needed, as you observe the thoughts moving in and out through the mind. Practicing not judging the thoughts, but simply allowing and letting them be. Letting them move through consciousness. Exhale, releasing attention on thinking, and on the in-breath, noticing the mood. Noticing the feelings that are arising in this moment. Naming it as feeling, whether it is worry or anger or sadness or contentment, simply noting feeling. On the next exhale, shifting awareness back to the body as a whole. One more time, taking a moment to greet the body, just as you might greet a friend. Recognizing that this friend has been with you since birth, every step along the journey. I invite you to ask the body if there's anything it wishes that you would know right now, anything it would like to share with you. Taking time to thank the body for sharing its wisdom. On the next exhale, bringing awareness back to the places of contact, feeling the chair that you are seated on, the earth that the feet are resting on. I'm going to ring the bell 3 times, just transitioning us back to external awareness, back into our day. So on the first bell, noticing those places of contact, the surfaces, the earth, the fabric against the skin. The second bell, turning awareness to the sounds around you. Again, back to the sound and the environment that you are seated in. And with the third bell, opening the eyes if they are still closed. Bringing awareness to textures, shapes, and colors as you open the eyes, just checking in with the space that you're in. Noticing the different objects, the light, shadow. Taking a moment here again just to welcome yourself back on Friday, September 3rd, just a moment or so after noon. So take a stretch if you need one, just kind of reawakening. Thank you so much for making time to practice mindfulness with me today. Again, my name is Hannah Cantor. I'm a therapist out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. I'm the owner of healingwithhannah.com. And please take some time now that you're feeling a little maybe calm or awake to support Garrett Space. And I'll turn it back to Mario.
Awesome. Hannah, thank you so much. That was absolutely wonderful. I feel very at peace here in my home studio. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Take care.
All right. To you, to all of you just joining us, that was a mindful lunch break with Hannah Cantor. I needed that personally. I'm sure, as you could imagine, it's been a little bit stressful on my end here to get things together. 24 hours is a pretty daunting task, but we did it last year, and this year I feel like it doesn't seem, I know what to expect a little more, but I very much feel a lot of weight lifted off after doing those exercises. As she said, diving into the stream. I'm quite literally diving into the stream. Sorry, dad joke. Anyway, up next, we have Casey Must, who is the founder of Citizen Yoga. And for those who don't know, are from the Detroit metro area. Casey, this event, the Garrett Space event, means a lot to her because she actually had lost her a loved one to suicide. And so it's sort of been her mission to use yoga as a practice to sort of reach out to people struggling with mental health, and use yoga as a way to sort of bring people together and kind of find that inner peace. And so to lead us here today is Casey. And I really hope you all enjoy and get stretching if you're not used to yoga. I'll be joining myself. Thankfully, the camera won't be on for that. But without further ado, here is Casey.
Hi, my name is Casey Must. I'm the owner and founder of Citizen Yoga, and I am so happy to be here supporting Garrett Space. I myself have had an experience with suicide. My sister in 2007 took her own life to suicide. She suffered with bipolar disorder and also was in an abusive marriage. And so the mission of preventing suicide has been the higher ideal of why I opened Citizen Yoga. Citizen Yoga is in Royal Oak, Detroit, and Bloomfield. We also launched our own app that has not just yoga on there, but also therapists, so you can check that out. And I just wanted to say that it's Garrett Space's mission is really important to me personally, beyond just suicide, because when I was a college student at Northwestern, I myself struggled quite a bit with depression and anxiety and didn't really know where to turn. I wouldn't have said that, just like Julie and Scott say, that I needed to be admitted, but I also felt like one-on-one therapy wasn't really doing what I needed at the time. And so it's something that the services that they're offering is something that is so needed, not just at U of M, but on college campuses across our country. So thank you so much for supporting. And we'll get started in a yoga class that's really for all levels. If you have 2 blocks, that would be wonderful. And if you don't, that's okay. We'll do our best to modify. And welcome to class. So I'm going to scoot back a little bit. I'll be demoing quite a bit throughout the entire class. And we'll start in a seat. Now, I know that even being seated can be a little intimidating. So there are different ways to sit, and it's really important to learn how to sit, because part of sitting or laying down and breathing is about cultivating the skill of interoception, your ability to see what's happening, not just physically, but emotionally. So if you do have a block or a blanket or a pillow, I personally like to sit in what we call supported virasana, where you place the block underneath your sit bones and you sit this way. If that's not possible for you and sitting is really uncomfortable, I actually encourage you to lay down. Sit up nice and tall, or lay down and make sure your spine is nice and long. And you don't need to close your eyes yet. But I think of the practice of yoga, which I've been doing since I was 10, as a little rectangle to act as another form of therapy. So this is a space not just to stretch your body. This is a space that you get to examine the patterns of your mind, the patterns of your emotions when you're faced with something that's pretty difficult, that can be uncomfortable, and then learn how to regulate your nervous system. And that is how we learn to better our mental health over time. Let's take a big breath in through your nose. Exhale out the mouth, release. Let's do that one more time. Big breath in. And exhale out. And you'll observe that the mind will continuously want to pull you away from this moment. Start to breathe in and out through the nose, creating a gentle sound. Now the sound comes more from the back of the throat than it does from the tip of the nose. So the breath is encouraging that tool of interoception, so that you're constantly going, how is my breath moving now that I'm aware of it? How am I feeling? How am I thinking? And then breath in and out through your nose will calm the nervous system down to a place where you can observe what's happening inside. Let's take three more rounds of breath. And if closing your eyes is now comfortable, remember that closing your eyes is a choice. You may do that. Create a sound. And we remind ourselves not just that we're practicing for our own mental health today, but that we're practicing for other people's mental health, for this ideal that mental health help can be accessible and comfortable to reach out for and to. Let's bring our hands to heart center. Really, it's just a mudra of gratitude. Gratitude for the mission and effort of Garrett Space, the gratitude of your own efforts to take care of yourself, to improve your own mental health. Nice. And then gently open your eyes and we'll come forward to hands and knees table pose. I'll turn to the side so you can see quite a bit of what I'm doing. I'll be demoing a few different ways, but especially if you're newer to practice, a lot of times here, your tendency will be to walk your hands too far forward of the shoulders. And then also be aware that if you're tighter in the shoulders, you'll naturally want to widen your hands. So you want to make sure that when you set your palms, a way I measure is turning the fingers in. My middle fingers almost touch. I press down on the thumb and then spin your hands so that they're forward. That's beautiful. And then stay right there. And we'll take a few cat-cows here. So this will be I don't think a beginner class, but more of a foundations class. So inhale, drop your belly, lift your sit bones. And then exhale, we'll round. And this is what we call cat pose. And you're really moving your pelvis. Inhale, drop your belly, lift your sit bones. Draw the shoulder blades on the back, widen. That's nice. And then exhale, you'll round and press. Let's do that one more time, really trying to feel the undulation of the spine. I like to think of the spine as the pulse of your life. When we feel like we don't have a pep in our step, we start to move our spine, the arches of the feet, the elbow, the eye of the elbow come to neutral spine, placed between cat and cow. Nice job. And now we'll step the right foot up between the hands. If you want to come onto fingertips, you may. And then slide your left knee back a few inches. Now, if that was an intense step for you, you can always use water bottles or you can grab 2 blocks and that just gives you access. Beautiful. And if I make something look easy, just know I've been doing this for 27 years, so it might not be as fair, and that's okay. And take 2 rounds of breath just being here. Now squeezing the inner thighs together. Now, when we talk about anxiety, you think of the anxiety tendency to be the mind moving past the future. So know that the back foot is your past, embodied. The front foot is more your future. Your vision is looking forward. And then you want to find the pelvis as the present moment, which helps center how you're feeling. Inhale, bring your hands on top of your thigh. That's nice. And let's take 2 more rounds of breath. Now, option to lift your arms. It might not be necessary for you to lift your arms. And then deepen your breath. Taking strong in and out through the nose, knowing that through practice, you dance with your discomfort. And that's really one of the biggest parts of Citizen, is that we're trying to show or demonstrate over time that though yoga is perceived as a physical practice, it's really a mental health practice. Heart lifts. Exhale, lower yourself down. Nice job. Let's step it back to table pose again. So you may need to curl your back toes under, walk the knee forward and step it back. Always pause, make room for yourself. Inhale, drop your belly, lift your sit bones. Nice job, everyone. And then exhale, really round. And let's do that one more time. Inhale, drop your belly, lift your sit bones. Draw the shoulder blades on the back. And then exhale, we round. And here we come to neutral spine. I'm just going to change my angle and step your left foot up between your hands. Now on this one, I'll show you that you want your feet hips distance right to left. So a lot of tendency will be your front heel with your back knee, and that's going to make you feel really destabilized. But part of knowing our body and our mind is to find stability first. So walk your front foot over to the left. Beautiful, just like that. Hold here and breathe. Blocks under your hands give you support and stability. Deep in the inhale, deep in the exhale. And part of watching the procession of every pose is that every pose may have a different emotional experience for you, a different thought experience. And just like the world and our experiences outside of this space, it's just a procession of joy and sorrow. Beautiful. Walk your hands all the way back. Bring your hands on top of your thigh. We hold for 3 breaths. Keep monitoring your breath. That when something becomes really intense in our lives, we tend to forget how things change and shift, that our emotions are more like the weather. Our ideal is more like the North Star. So through practice, we refined our bigger intentions and we watch how the weather, it sometimes just blocks our North Star. Exhale, lower. Beautiful. Step it back, table pose last time like this. And then curl your toes under, and I'll just keep changing my orientation so you can see. Lift your hips up and back for downward facing dog. If you're newer to practice, I give you a few permissions. If you're newer to my voice, even more. Bend your knees a lot. That's it. And then lift your sit bones really high and extend your heart more forward. Nice. And if you want a little bit of a measure, come to top of a plank. You can always use your knees. And then exhale, press it back to a dog. Trying not to move your hands or your feet. Deepen your inhales, deepen your exhales. There's a sound, there's a pace. Nice. Rise to your toes and then step all the way up between your hands. If you have to take a few steps, please take a few steps. Now inhale, lengthen your spine halfway, and you may have to watch me because the tendency for most is to round. And know that this is a back bend. So I have my hands pretty high up, especially when I first start to work this pose. And now exhale, fold. Let's do that one more time. Inhale, lengthen halfway, heart forward. Draw the shoulder blades on the back. Nice. Exhale, fold. Let's do that one more time. I always say, like, this is just a recalibration pose. Inhale, lengthen, heart forward. Nice. Exhale, big fold down. Anchor down through your feet. Stand strong in what makes you who you are. Inhale, circle, lift, and rise all the way up. We call this Urdhva Hastasana. Let's bring our legs together, our feet together, hands down by your sides. Now, even just how you hold yourself in the world, part of what we do at Citizen, I say, is we don't just teach people yoga, we teach adults how to socialize. So how do you step into a room? Anchor down through your feet, lift your quads, tailbone goes down to the heels, side waist elongates, the heart is forward and lifted. Put the head on straight, take one more breath here. Feel strong and steady. Nice. Inhale, circle your arms all the way up. Urdhva Hastasana, big lift. Exhale, bow and fold, hinge all the way down. Bend your knees, bend your knees, bend your knees. Inhale, lengthen halfway, heart forward. Nice job. Step it back, top of a plank. Use your knees if you need to. We lower halfway or less. Inhale, draw your heart through and forward. And then exhale, use your knees. You can press it back, downward facing dog. Now I will show you a variation to up dog. I am 20 weeks pregnant, so I'm not laying on my belly anymore, but I will do my best to demonstrate that for you. Rise to your toes when you're ready. Step or float top of the mat. Nice job. Inhale, lengthen halfway. And then it's an exhale for a fold. Nice. Go in instead of out. Inhale, circle, lift, rise. The tendency of the mind is to go out into the world. Exhale, hands to heart. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with your mind. Let's do this again 2 more times. Inhale, circle, lift. Nice job. Exhale, hinge and fold. It's just your mind is doing what it's naturally supposed to do. Inhale, lengthen. Step it back, top of a plank. Now, if you wanted modification, lower your knees down and then lower yourself all the way down to your belly. Then draw your heart through and forward and keep your elbows pretty bent. Use your knees to press back to downward facing dog. Nice. In and out through the nose. Create a sound. Create a cadence with how you speak to yourself through your breath. And just like the mind going out, one more inhale and one more exhale here. Through yoga and other mental health tools, you're helping the mind reorient back to the inner world, to your inner value. Rise to your toes, step all the way up between your hands. Nice job. Inhale, lengthen. And it's an exhale for a big fold. Inhale, circle, lift and rise all the way up. Exhale, hands to heart. One more, just like this. Inhale, circle, lift. I always say sun A's help us clear out what distracts us. Exhale, fold. What's pulling on you in the world? Stay with us. Inhale, lengthen. Step it back, top of a plank. Nice job. Knees are not. It's up to you. Lower. Inhale, beautiful. Up dog. Now, if you're in up dog, lift your thighs off the ground, bend your elbows, press it back. Downward facing dog. Beautiful. Big breath in and big breath out. Nice. Rise to your toes. Step up between your hands. Stay right there. Inhale, lengthen halfway. It's a back bend. Exhale, it's a forward bend. Stay as you are. Now, in your forward bend, bring your two fists between your feet and measure hips distance. So 2 fists between your feet, measure hips distance. Nice job. Inhale, lengthen halfway, and step your left foot. I'm not mirroring you. Step your left foot to the back of the mat. Nice. Now, with your left foot to the back of the mat, pivot and turn it flat. Now you'll notice my back big toe is turning more toward you. So make sure that your back foot is turning more towards the front of your mat. And then inhale, rise up for warrior one. We hold for 5 breaths. Now, when we get to standing poses, this is all about strength and courage. So do you have the courage to find the physical edge? Do you have the strength and stamina to continue to direct the mind back to your breath, not the strength of the body? 2 more breaths here. Keep pressing back and driving forward. 1 more inhale. Lower your hands. Nice job. We'll step it forward, top of the mat. Inhale, lengthen halfway, heart forward. Exhale, it's a big fold. Beautiful. Step your right foot to the back of the mat, please. Not a lot of standing poses today. Inhale, rise. Remember your back foot. It's greatly forward. Your left hip is back. Part of my out of breathness. I think it's just a function of where I'm at in pregnancy. Big breath in and big breath out. Nice. Now the back hip is moving forward. Remember, the back leg is rooted in the past. It's how you change your relationship to things. The front knee is driving forward towards the future. And then our intention is to find that line, that spit from the universe to the earth, what keeps us here centered and embodied. That's the emphasis on introspection. Exhale. Lower your hands. Nice job. Let's step it back. Chaturanga can be there. So that's halfway down, up dog, or just meet us in downward facing dog. Beautiful. Step your right foot up between your hands, changing what we did. Now you can see my front heel, it aligns with my back arch. So really find that. Now you can bring your forearm onto thigh. So now you can see my feet are pretty different. And then the left arm goes over ear, holding here 5 breaths. Now, an open pelvis pose is so good, especially if you sit at a desk all day long. This is really good to get the blood flow going from the lower body to the upper body and back down. Big inhale, big exhale. Especially if you tend to have some back pain. Opening the hips, opening the hamstrings, strengthening the central line of the core. Deepen your breath. It's that simple for the mind to wander. It's that easy. It's just what it does. Inhale, come all the way up. Follow me. Bring your hands to your hips and turn your toes to the long edge of the mat. Inhale, lift your heart up, take a big breath, and then exhale, we fold. So if you have tighter hamstrings, you can always use blocks. I'm gonna just use blocks. And please bend your knees, because the emphasis is not just a straight leg. The emphasis is the hinge of the hip. And then fold. You can bring your forearms onto blocks and then lean more into the toes. Keep working the legs. Big breath in. Big breath out. Take 3 more. When you're feeling really ungrounded, say you tend to suffer from and struggle with some anxiety like I did, a lot of forward bending, really, really good to manage anxiety. To manage depression, you get inverted, even poses like downward facing dog. Inhale, lengthen your spine halfway. Nice, and let's walk our hands all the way to the top of the mat. It's your choice. You can step it back to a chaturanga, which is your halfway lower, and then your up dog, or you can always just go back to downward facing dog. Nice job. Breathe deep. And as you become distracted potentially by the sensation, I remind you, why are you here? What is your bigger purpose? Left foot steps, back heel down, forearm onto thigh. Nice, deep in the thigh. Extend the arm. Breathe deep, please. Feel your front leg rooted, feel your back foot pressing. Draw the outer hip in, lengthen the whole body. Nice. 2 more. And just keep drawing yourself back to your why. So I think the hardest thing when we're younger is to remember, one, that emotions are just like the weather. They just come and they go, though they feel so real and so much like they're going to stay. This will always be. Exhale, lower your hands. Nice job. Let's step it forward to the top of the mat. Feet hips distance. Forward fold for a moment. You can reach for opposite elbows if that makes sense for you. Beautiful. Big breath. Inhale, lengthen your spine halfway. We'll do a little balance. Exhale, big fold. Nice job. Anchor down. Inhale, circle your arm all the way up. Take a big breath. Exhale, hands to heart. Nice. So make sure you didn't walk to the back of your mat. I'm just demoing so you can see. Anchor down through your left foot. Now, if you need a wall, go grab a wall. If you need to go into like a lower tree, take a lower tree. Go to the shin, or you can go to the inner thigh. Please try not to go to the knee. Very, very good to feel rooted and expanded. Bring your hands to heart center. Lift your heart. And the other difficult thing to remember, I think at all periods of our life, is that we have to, in some ways, fight against the grain. Keep drawing your right hip in and pressing the knee wide. That if we don't think about ourselves all the time and we have a higher ideal, we most likely will be a little happier. But typically we are trained that our success is 2 more breaths, are about so much self-focus. And I definitely got lost in that in my 20s. And then my teacher in India told me to just stop thinking about myself. It was the best advice somebody had ever given me. Beautiful. Lower your foot, big toes together, knees together. If it's not as comfortable for you, feet hips distance. Bend your knees, drop your seat. Hands can stay at heart center. We're going to stay grounded today. You have 3 breaths. Nice. Instead of sinking forward, try to sink back, back, back. Nice. And stand. Anchor down through your right foot. Hug your left knee in. Either sole of foot, inner thigh, inner shin. Just depends on where you're going. Hands to your belly, hands to your heart. So what's the bigger purpose? See, even today, hopefully you're staying through class. I know it's challenging. But to stay present for something that's bigger than yourself is so much easier. And that doesn't mean that then you're not included in the efforts of Garrett Space, of Citizen Yoga, of all the other mental health movements. You are included. You get permission to take care of yourself. Beautiful. One more inhale, lift your heart, make it just a little bit more of a back bend. That was beautiful. Nice job, everyone. And then exhale, release. Beautiful. You can shake it out if you need to. We'll do one more standing pose. Come to the top of your mat if you're not. Inhale, circle, lift your arms all the way up. Take a big breath. And then exhale, bow and fold. Nice job. Inhale, lengthen your spine halfway, heart forwards. And then step it back, chaturanga or not. Chaturanga is halfway or less. You can use your knees or not. Inhale, your heart lifts, your thighs are on. Exhale, press it back. Downward facing dog. Nice job. Let's take a twist. Right foot steps up between your hands. Now your left hand is going to stay down on the ground or onto a block. And then lift your right arm up towards the sky. Now I'm trying not to twist from my pelvis. So the heart goes forward first. And then I'm using my eyes to look around and know that your eyes are such an important part of practice. They help you see bigger vision. What's out there for you? Take 2 more breaths, really work your back leg as if it was hitting a wall and you're pressing back into the wall so your quadricep turns on. Nice. Exhale, lower your hand down. Nice job. Step it back. Top of a plank or not. It's up to you. Chaturanga or not. I'm using my knees. Inhale, heart lifts. Beautiful job, everyone. Exhale, press it back to a dog. Take a big breath in. A breath for nothing out the mouth. Left foot steps. Right palm down. Nice. Lift up and twist. Open up, put your eyes up, put your vision up. Back leg is strong and steady. That's great. My right eye is looking up. The right eye is really the boss of your goals, all of your goals that you have for your life. The left eye is your place in the world. Your eye of Drishti that brings you joy. Nice. Lower your hands last time. Step it back, chaturanga or not. Inhale, heart lifts, thighs on. Exhale, press it back. Downward facing dog. Remember what we were saying about the importance of dog pose. It's an inversion, which means it's really good if you are feeling a little down. Deep breath. Elongate the spine. If your spine is rounding in the back, bend your knees, lift your sit bones, and put your heart forward. Nice. Exhale, release, lower down. Nice. For the last 10 minutes or so of class, we'll be on our backs, doing some hamstring work and some hip work. Your blocks can be near you. Who knows if we'll need them? We will see. Depending on where we go. Lower yourself down. Nice job. Little hamstring, little hip. Hug your right knee in towards your chest. Now your breath can get super steady. Extend your left leg out. Oh. And then engage your left foot. So your left leg is really active. You can see my left foot, which is this one, is flexing. So that means the toes are coming towards the knee and the quadricep is on. Now I'm going to slide my right hands pretty low on the hamstring. I'm not looking for a straight leg. I'm looking for a generously bent knee so that I can arch my back. There, that's beautiful. And then I'm spinning my biceps, lifting my heart, breathing here. Nice. Maybe a little shake. I'll have a good shake. I have a little shake today. Feeling a little shake, no big deal. Muscles changing. The biggest thing somebody was mentioning to me at Citizen, they were telling me how much the studio just has changed their life, is that we made them feel like it was okay to ask for help. And that's the most important thing to normalize. asking for help. Exhale, release. Nice job. Very simple figure 4 stretch. Cross your right ankle over your left thigh. You can do a little cat-cow in your pelvis just to feel what that's like. Nice. And then hug your knees towards your chest. My right hand goes through the legs. My left hand goes around the outside. I'm flexing both feet. I'm working to arch the back. You can rock side to side. I really like rocking a little bit over to the left, and that's going to give you a nice outer thigh, outer hip stretch. Deep breaths. How do you sit with yourself at your hip? How do you root down? Exhale. Nice. Let's release. Plant both feet. And just wag your knees side to side. Side to side. Even in exercise and fitness, there's so much, every pose has to be something. Like you have to transact and sweat enough and burn enough, and it makes it even exercise stressful. Back through center. Hug your left knee in. Just do to do, because it's the right thing. Extend your right leg. Just know that whatever you've done so far, it's just enough. Deep inhales and deep exhales. Keep engaging the quad, the glute on the right side. Nice. One more breath. Interlace your fingers, extend your leg up. Remember, I'm not looking for a straight leg. You're not looking for a straight leg. You're really looking for an elongation in the spine. When I arch my back, I feel much more of an elongated stretch all the way to the heel cord. If I round my spine and straighten my leg all the way, it sort of just goes into the quadricep. So just see if you can really find the back leg stretch. Woo, some shake. Nice. Make your breath as big as your mind, so that your breath is like this gentle net that draws your mind back here. Exhale, release, cross the ankle over the thigh. Flex the foot, hug the knee. Yeah, interlace the fingers. Draw the shoulder blades on the back. And then breathe deep. Rocking over to the right a little, just give you a little bit more in the side waist. Arch the back, draw the shoulder blades, and give yourself permission, the right to rest. Oh, I love that so much. Just give yourself the right to rest. I have a right to rest, to restore, to observe, so that I don't keep repeating the same patterns over and over again in the body, the mind. Exhale, release. Beautiful job. Nice. Let's just take a few cat cows in the pelvis. Drop your belly, arch the back, you can sort of see, and then round and tuck. And do it one more time. Inhale, drop the belly, and round. And then we'll lift all the way up to a bridge pose. Arms down by your sides. Palms can either face up, that'll feel less supported, or down, and that'll feel more rooted. Good. And when you lift your hips up to bridge pose, try not to just squeeze the butt and lift as high as you can, because that'll put it into the knees. Drop your butt a little and your low back. Anchor your tailbone, and then from your thighs, lift. That's beautiful. Into your heart. And hold for 5, 4. Nice. 3. Pull the heels back. for 2. Last one. Awesome job. Arms to a T. Big, long. This is like the area of the lungs in Chinese medicine, the area of the heart, the area of the large intestine. How do you let go of things you hold on to? Drop the knees over towards the right. Nice. Sure, that little guy in there is okay. Turn to the left. Beautiful. Let your eyes soften. And then think back to your why. There's no way inhale, come back through center. Even as an entrepreneur, you can survive the intensity and the stress happily, joyfully over to the left without a higher ideal. So my sister is the reason that I move this way, that I work so diligently to say hello to people, even if I'm uncomfortable. Because who knows, if you're confident enough to say hello to somebody, to make connection without any transaction, any motive, that might be something that keeps them steady in here. Nice. Back through center, we take a Shavasana was a little bit of a sensory meditation. Just bringing our senses back into our body. Take a big breath in. Take a cleansing exhale out. You hear yourself. Do it again. Big breath in. And out. And just for these last few moments here, put your breath sound, make it so small into your ears. And if that means you have to breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, please do so. If you can keep it in and out through the nose, please do so. Put your sight back into your eyes, so that the most important thing that you're looking at are the fluctuations of your mind, of your body. Put your feeling, your touch back into your skin, so that you can feel all the ways that you are supported. Put your taste back into your tongue and know that anything that you reach out for in the world, no matter how joyful it may be or how sad it may be, that no object inherently possesses joy or sadness, but it's our relationship to it. And put your smell back into your nose, that the smells might make the mind wander off and we stay here present. Stay soft and observant. Without interception, there's no connection. That there's a learned pattern of disassociation from our pain, from our discomfort, and may the practice of yoga remind us that it is safe to connect to who we are, to our body, to our breath, to our intention. Start to move your fingers and your toes. Extend your arms all the way up overhead. Big, long stretch. Fingers lengthen, toes reach. Then exhale, relax. Ah. Plant your feet. Roll to the right. Support your head with your bicep. Take your time, keep your belly soft, and we'll all meet up in a seat for the last few moments, please. Closing your eyes. Remembering not just maybe a person, but it could have been a version of yourself that needed to ask for help. It could have been too scary. Maybe it's you right now, and the space gives you a permission to reach out. It can be somebody you're remembering, and bring that person, that being, that other version of yourself into your heart. Know that all efforts of connection are worthwhile, even if they're a smile, a hello, eye contact. Bring your hands to heart center. With gratitude for the efforts of Garrett Space, of Citizen Yoga, and all the other organizations working to improve mental health across the country and the world. Namaste. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Again, my name is Casey. I'm the owner and founder of Citizen Yoga in Royal Oak, Detroit, and Bloomfield. You can find us. We also have our own app. If you go on your phone, you'll find Citizen Yoga in your app store. There's a 7-day free trial. And we do have therapists and over 200 yoga videos. So if you're new to yoga, it's a perfect place to start. If you don't live near us, it's a wonderful way to stay connected. And again, thank you to Julie and Scott. Typically we do yoga at the big house and we get to celebrate all of their efforts. This year we didn't get to do that. So hopefully we'll be back there next year with all of you. Again, thank you. Have a wonderful time supporting Garrett Space today.
Can't hear me. Now he can hear me. Hello, hello. All right. Thank you so much, Casey. That was so wonderful. How are we feeling out there? Loose and limber, stretched out? We're feeling at peace. We're feeling mindful. It's been a very mindful afternoon. We had Hannah Cantor lead the mindful meditation lunch break an hour ago. And we just had Casey Musk from Citizen Yoga give an awesome yoga class. So thank you to both of you so far starting out this great event. A little updates on what's going on with the donation. So we have a matching challenge grant until 4 p.m. and that will be for $10,000. And right now on our Give Butter site, we are halfway at that 10,000. We're at 5,143. Let me fix my video here. $43, and that is amazing. Thank you all. Thank you all for tuning in, donating. This is really fantastic. I definitely want to tell you a little more about what's going on, but I'm actually at this time going to introduce my co-host here, and I'm putting him in the waiting room, and now he's out of the waiting room. He's going to be hosting for the next few hours here.
Hello,
Let's
friend.
see. Rivers, what's going on, baby?
My friend, how are you?
You
I'm
know
glad
what?
to be here. I'm glad to be here. Life is good. Can't
Where
complain.
where are you right now? Where are you located?
Broadcasting live from Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Excited to be part of this. Obviously, a lot of you maybe will know me. I grew up in the Ann Arbor area, close friends with Garrett through elementary, middle school, high school, until I moved away. but yeah, I'm super excited to be a part of this and to honor Garrett in this way. And Mario, you've been doing a bang up job, buddy.
Oh, well, thank you. I just trying my best out here, man. It's actually fun. I don't have a journalism degree like some of us in this Zoom chat, but I am trying to
Couldn't
live.
cut it in math. Couldn't cut it in math.
I as we like to say in our musician circles, just trying to be like you, big fella. Just trying to get like you.
I'm trying to get like you. You're doing a great job, and you've been super helpful. And excited to get cracking on this.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you. We got a lot of music coming up. We have some panel discussions. We also have this live auction that's happening. It's on the Give Butter site. So if you're tuning in from that, you've probably seen it. Scroll down, you'll see the links for all of that. So if you're somehow finding us through YouTube, a friend, if you're on Twitch, this is actually on Twitch as well, for all our gamers out there.
Certified streamers, baby.
That's right. Yeah, you can just flip between the GTA 5 stream and this, and it's seamless. So Rivers, I'm going to pass this on to you. We're going to have Sonia come on in a few minutes here, but I kind of want to let you have the chance to sort of tell people about the challenge grant donations that we're having, and then maybe a little bit about what's to come this evening. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mario. We have actually an exciting new announcement in terms of the fundraising goals that we have. We have just announced that Susan and Todd Mayman will be matching all donations up to $10,000 that are made from now until 5 p.m. So now until 5 p.m., and I'll reiterate this, of course, throughout the afternoon, but now until 5 p.m., if you're willing to donate, if you can donate, we would really appreciate it. And we want to thank Susan and Todd Mayman for matching those donations. Super generous gift. We really appreciate it. But for those of you who don't know me, I'll tell you a little bit about myself before Sonia joins us here. Garrett and I became fast friends in kindergarten. He was the point guard on my basketball team, and he was a great teammate, and he was a great friend. And through the years, our love of sports really brought us together. I know there was an ALCS, American League Championship Series. That's baseball for those of you who don't know, where the Garrett's Indians and my Red Sox were going head to head. And that was probably the most strenuous time in our relationship. The series went to Game 7, and of course the Red Sox won. So good for me, but tough times for Garrett. But there was so many memories like that where, he was always the commissioner of our fantasy football leagues, and he was getting everybody fired up for football season. And Luke Dupree, another one of Garrett's oldest friends, Burns Park guy, Ann Arbor guy, Tappan kid, and I will be hosting about a 2-hour long block this evening, 10 p.m. prime time, of sports talk. And that was really one of our favorite things to do with Garrett. It was one of the things that brought us so close together. And we really, we'll be thinking of Garrett the whole time. And we, of course, will have some things to say. Right now, I am on the air, as you would say, in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. I've called some games for the North Carolina Tar Heel soccer teams, wrestling teams, softball team that have gone out on the ACC Network and the ACC Network Extra. I host a weekly sports talk show about North Carolina Tar Heel sports. So that's pretty much what I'm up to these days. I just got it sponsored, by the way, so congratulations to me. But we have so much exciting stuff for you this afternoon. Sonia Major is coming up next. She's going to be absolutely wonderful. And we've had some great stuff already for you today. I thought Allie and Madeline's performance of Palisades was especially beautiful. Madeline went to Duke, but I don't hold that too much against her. She's a great person and a talented singer, but she's just got a terrible taste in basketball teams. What can you say? But we've got even more exciting stuff coming up for you this afternoon. We're going to have the program leaders of the Garrett Space Wellness Group come and talk for a little while. We've got some more yoga, meditation, wellness focused stuff. We got Brandon Hahn. We've got a lot of stuff going on for you this afternoon, and we really hope that you're going to enjoy it. So what we're trying to accomplish here with Garrett Space is twofold. Obviously, we're sort of trying to raise money and promote Garrett Space and all the things that it can do, hopefully, and what our vision is for the center and, people, how it's going to be able to help people. But we also want to reach out to those of you who may be struggling with mental illness or know someone who is struggling. Garrett Space is already helping people, and it's operating right now. And if you feel like this is something that could help you or someone you love, absolutely feel free to reach out in that regard. This isn't just about raising money. This is about actually helping people. And if you or someone you need thinks that, you just need a little break from the way the world is these days, you just need a safe place to stay. You just need a little break, a little respite. And you think that maybe some holistic treatments, some yoga, some mindfulness, some of this stuff could be helpful to you, give it a shot, reach out, sign up. This kind of place I know would have made a huge difference for Garrett, and it can make a huge difference, hopefully, for lots more people to come. So feel free to reach out in that regard if that's something that interests you, or we happily take donations, and anything you can give, we really appreciate, and it will be matched up to $10,000 this afternoon until 5 p.m. So get those donations in now. We really appreciate it. Okay, coming up first is going to be Sonia Major, and we really hope you enjoy what she has for us. She's just checking in right now. Sonia, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. All right.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
All right. Well, we're excited about what you have for us. Check out the auction, donate if you can, and enjoy Sonia.
We're live.
Yes, we're live.
Awesome.
Right now. This is it. It's happening.
Awesome. Let's do it.
If you're ready, it's all to you.
Great.
Okay, take it away. Thanks.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Sonia Major. I am a longtime friend of the Halberts. I spent a lot of time there when I was a teenager and a little bit in my 20s too. They all mean a lot to me, and I'm really happy that we are able to do this for Garrett today and for all the Halberts. So we're gonna start with a song that I wrote called Bird's Eye View. And this is my partner, Zach. He's gonna play some bass and some guitar and see what happens. Okay. The world is small, the sky is blue. Only seeing things that I want to. High above, I watch it fall. next, we're gonna play a song that Zach wrote that I really like. And I think you'll like it too. Thank you to everybody who's tuning in and for donating. It's really important, so thank you. I'm so sick of walking backwards, getting lost in the backwoods. Well, I'm so sick of being tired and lonely, uninspired and homely. If only I could feel your feelings for you, so you could be fearless and I could adore you. For being deep like the sea, understanding that we can't know everything. So don't let fear be your guide, and realize that we could be anything we want to be if we can see. We can't know everything, so don't let fear be your guide, and realize that we stuck in my mind. I'm running circles, frustrated and straining, and patiently waiting for you. If I could feel your feelings for you, so you could be fearless, I could adore you. For being calm like the sea, understanding that we can't know everything. So don't let fear be your guide, and realize that I'm leaving soon, and that don't mean I'm leaving you behind, 'cause you're always on my mind. Stuck in my mind, I'm running circles, frustrated and straining, and patiently waiting for you. If I could feel your feelings for you, so you could be fearless and I could adore you. For being deep like the sea, understanding that we can't know everything. So don't let fear be your guide, and realize that I'm leaving soon. That don't mean I'm leaving you behind, 'cause you're always on my mind. Awesome. Well, we're gonna do one more today. This song, it came to my mind because I was thinking about my time with the Halperts, and I used to have sleepovers all the time with Allie, and she had a trundle bed that I named Trundy. And she had the ability to have an alarm clock that would play a song, which I thought was amazing because I didn't have an iHome or anything cool like that. So we would always wake up to this Corinne Bailey Rae song called Like a Star. And I find it peaceful. So we're gonna play it. Just like a star upon my sky, just like an angel off the page, you have appeared to my life. Feels like I'll never be the same. Just like a song in my heart, just like oil on We do it all the time, blowing out my mind. You got this look I can't describe. You make me feel like I'm alive when everything else is a pain. Without a doubt, you're on my mind. Heaven has been away too long. Can't find the words to write this song. Oh, honor to love you. Still, I wonder why I don't argue like this with anyone but you. We do it all the time, blowing out my mind, just like a star across my sky. Just like an angel off the page, you have appeared to my life. Feels like I'll never be the same. Just like a song in my heart, just like oil on my hands. Great. Well, thank you so much to the helpers and to Garrett Space and to everybody who helped put this together and everyone who's donating. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Sonia. That was fantastic. You guys were amazing. We really appreciate it. And thank you for sharing your gift with us. That was beautiful.
Yeah, thank you for all that you're doing.
Absolutely. We're happy to do it.
Last year, when I signed off, I didn't know that I was still on the air and started.
Okay.
So I'm going to truly sign off and not embarrass myself this year.
You got it. I have full confidence.
Awesome. Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. That was great. Great job by Sonia and Zach. That was wonderful. And we really appreciate them and everybody who's contributing to the Go 24 for Garrett Space this year today, you know? So we're really excited. We have some great things on offer for you this afternoon. But one thing we do want to highlight is on the Give Butter page, we are hosting an auction with some incredible items that you can bid on, and all proceeds go to Garrett Space. We are offering a plane ride over Ann Arbor with Dino Smith, which I'm sure will be beautiful and amazing. If you're interested in a little tour of Ann Arbor from the skies, that sounds wonderful. We've got makeup brushes and a makeup session at Hanan Cosmetics, if that's something you're interested in. I know my girlfriend spends almost all of her free time watching makeup tutorials and figuring out how to do the latest tricks and the hottest trends, and Hanan Cosmetics can hook you up and teach you how to do all those cool things with makeup that you've been trying to learn on the internet. We've got 2 tickets to the red carpet premiere of Dear Evan Hansen in LA, compliments of Universal. Incredible offer. You can attend a real Hollywood premiere. We've got some of the cast of Dear Evan Hansen, some people appearing in that movie coming later tonight to help out this great cause. And you could be there live in LA, walking the red carpet when Dear Evan Hansen premieres. How exciting is that? Get a little Hollywood on you. We've got rentals for vacation houses in the UP and Charlevoix, close to the beach, beachfront properties. You need to get away. You need to rest your bones a little bit. Take a trip up north. We got rentals for vacation houses that you can bid on. You could have lunch with the lieutenant governor. You can bid on that. We've got musical coaching with U of M musical theater faculty member Mark Madama. If you're interested learning to play an instrument, or you already play an instrument, interested in learning how to get better, we've got U of M music faculty members ready to coach you up. We got gift cards to restaurants like Green Dot Stables, Frida Batidos. Oh my God, I miss Frida Batidos. What an incredible offer. Pacific Rim and Manny. Beautiful artwork, some sculptures, some paintings, some jewelry, a $500 gift card to State and Liberty Clothing, luxury men's clothing store. Maybe you pick out something nice and send it to your favorite host down here in North Carolina. State and Liberty's got all the best luxury men's wear. We're offering tutoring sessions that you can bid on, professional development coaching, a year membership to the Chippewa Tennis Club. I remember hanging out my summers with Garrett every year, first at Chippewa, then at the Racket Club. Chippewa, great place to play tennis, and a great place to hang out for the summer. You'll enjoy a year membership. We have a lot more exciting stuff that you can bid on in that auction. So go check out the Give Butter page and check out the auction. We have so many exciting items to offer for you. So coming up next, I'm going to pass it back to Mario for a panel discussion with the program leaders of Garrett Space Wellness Group. So take it away, Mario.
Okay, hello everybody. It is Mario again. Thank you for tuning in. I am now joined with a few members of the Garrett Space Wellness Group, and we are going to talk a little bit about their roles and what they're doing for the organization. And so, yeah, I would just start with Nikki Hubbard. You are from South Bend, Indiana originally. Now you are here in Ann Arbor, a Wolverine. I don't know if you grew up an Irish fan. We don't have to debate that on this platform. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your role in Garrett Space.
Yes, hello. So I did not grow up a Notre Dame fan, number one. I always grew up a Michigan fan, despite being in South Bend. But I came to Ann Arbor in 2010 to go to University of Michigan. And I actually came here for a swim scholarship. So I was a swimmer here. And it was actually kind of athletics that led me into just like my deeper path of mental health, which then in turn led me here in Garrett Space. But so I think just like being an athlete where like the physical body is the like main proponent and you just like suppress physical feelings just to like win is kind of like what led me down realizing how unhealthy it can be. And then in turn, I started doing undergrad I started doing psych research. So I did that for 3 years in undergrad. And then I worked as a clinical research coordinator and for some psych studies and then also for some suicide studies. And again, that was my intro to mental health.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm rambling.
Oh my gosh, not at all.
But then I currently also still work in research and I'm getting my master's of public health. And my goal with that is just to continue mental health research. And that's my background and how I got here
Well,
to Garrett Space as a co-facilitator.
Yes, and thank you for sharing that, and thank you for the work that you're doing in grad school and that what you've done for yourself and continue to do for others here at the space. And participating last year, you did a yoga session, and so we really appreciate that, and to be here again. And another person who was here last year, Nick Berdar, you were also sort of new to the Garrett Space crew, also not from Michigan originally, the Bay Area, I believe. And you are also at U of M. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so like you said, grew up in the Bay Area, made the leap to come to U of M a couple years ago. I'm now going into my last year of undergrad here, which is a little sad, but hanging in there. Studying neuroscience and psychology and hoping to pursue a career in clinical psych and suicide research. Clearly passionate about mental health and specifically suicide. As you mentioned, I spoke at the fundraiser last year, sharing my personal story as someone who lives with mental health conditions and is a survivor of a suicide attempt. So now working with Garrett Space and facilitating our support groups it's really exciting for me. I've been on the other side of that mental health support, and I know why it's so important and and that's why I feel so passionate about the work that we're doing.
Well, Nick, thank you so much for the work that you do. And it's great to see you again this year. And we are joined with a newcomer for this year, Madison Sabbath, a little more local, Huntington Woods, right up 696 there, that you know. You are here in Ann Arbor as well. What brought you to Garrett Space, and why are you involved with the wellness group?
So yes, a great introduction. My name is Madison, or Maddie Sabbath. I am a graduate of the U of M nursing school back in 2019. Throughout nursing school, it was a pretty stressful time, and I gained a lot of good coping skills, but also discovered that I was engaging in maladaptive skills as well, which really promoted an interest in psychiatric care and developing a passion for nursing in the psychiatric field. So I currently work as a child adolescent psych nurse at Mott Children's Hospital, and have been working there for the last year and a half. In addition, I worked in emergency and was exposed to a lot of mental health conditions and learned a lot about people facing crises, especially during a COVID-19 pandemic, which really just enhanced my interest in working with people and collaborating with people to reduce stigma and promote mental health awareness. So that kind of leads me to Garrett Space. I'm currently living in Ann Arbor, and I'm a student at the U of M Business School, and I'm really interested and passionate about teaching people skills about resilience and team building, so they can develop a toolkit and bring that throughout the rest of their lives, so they have skills that they can lean on during difficult times.
Thank you, Madison. I really love that about the team building exercise. And speaking of teams, Nikki, you were on a team, a swim team. Being on that swim team obviously had a lot of good memories there, but you said that was really the root and the cause of when you started to learn about your own mental health struggles. Do you mind sharing about that at all?
Yeah, definitely. How long do we have? So let's see. I think that just in general, I mean, going into 18 to college, right? I think we're all just very naive and have no idea what the real world is like. And college is definitely not the real world. But I think just being on an athletic team, you're always taught, like, at least here at Michigan and my team, we were taught to like always put the team first, right? And it's like you sacrifice things. And that is the good part about athletics, is it does teach you like great life skills, especially things that are bigger than yourself. So for that, I'm like forever appreciative, and I've learned some of the best life skills. But then on the other side, you do need to sacrifice for a team, yes, but you should never sacrifice your mental health for anyone or anything, right? Because you can't give without your own self. So I think that is where I lost the balance of just navigating like what's good for me and then what's good for my body and my mind, and just learning to like stay within my own boundaries. And yeah, in athletics, I think all athletes are trained, again, just to like, you suppress feelings, you just keep pushing through, because like that's what the body is meant to do. But then in turn, you also suppress all your mental feelings. So I definitely, like, I was diagnosed with depression and anxiety in college, and honestly, like probably 2.5 years too late, because it was things like I was like missing my alarms. I was sleeping through class. I would go to practice and then come home and miss all my alarms and sleep all day, and then just go to practice again after, like in the afternoon, and just repeat like that. So that's when I realized it was like something like, this is not normal. But I just thought I was just like tired from like overtraining.
Sure.
So yeah, it was a long journey to realize that like I'm struggling with something mental. This is not just physical at this point. So yeah, that's my story.
No, thank you for sharing that. And I think it's really profound, I think, for everybody in here, but just feeding off of that is that you've been able to find the help you need and work on yourself and get to a place where now you are helping others by sharing your story, by being a part of Garrett Space and the wellness group. I think that's really some amazing work that you're doing. And yes, thank you for continuing that. And you know, Nick, same for you. I think I know that resonates, having, like you said, been in a place really struggling with your own mental health, but now being in a place where you want to help others and talk about it and sort of get in the, destigmatize a lot of things. Tell me a little bit about how your work now can really tap into those things that you could have used at a time when you were struggling.
Yeah, I definitely think, I mean, there's two sides to that answer, right? As someone who's kind of gone through this process of being really in the depths of mental illness and needing a lot of support, I've seen the huge benefits that can come from finding the right places to find support and the right providers, and the right resources. And I've seen all the areas that are lacking. So in one way, I've been inspired by all those right things. I've been inspired by the places I found all that support, to almost give back. And I know that's such a cliche way of like help other people the way that I've been helped. But that's really what leads me to. And then on the other side, I've seen all these areas where there aren't enough resources or the support is just lacking, or we aren't talking about certain things in school or on sports teams or whatever it is. And that is the other side of the motivation where I want to start to fill some of those gaps, and especially with young adults. Obviously, mental health isn't something we casually talk about with our friends as much as we probably should. We definitely forget that everyone has mental health, regardless of if you live with a mental health condition. So kind of like I said, it's twofold. I am super inspired to give back, and inspire me just like others have inspired me, and motivated by the need for more support in the area of mental health care for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That's beautifully said, Nick. And also thank you for the work that you're doing and taking that your own struggle and sharing it. I know that's very difficult, and so I applaud you for your strength there. Madison, you work directly around people that have different health issues, whether physical or mental health issues, and so now in your journey through school and through nursing and the other health-related practices you've been in, now you're here at Garrett Space on the wellness group. Tell me a little bit about how your experience there can translate into the work you're doing now.
So yeah, that's a great point. So a lot of what the wellness group is about is providing a skill set and a community of people in which you can share your voice, collaborate meaningfully, and then practice certain skills that could be beneficial to you, especially during times of struggle, but also when you're doing well. So we talk a lot about gratitude, values, connection. We watch a lot of TED Talks, do a lot of creative expression. And I was really intrigued with the psychiatric field and just mental wellness as a whole because of its holistic nature and opportunity for creativity. So a lot of the skills that I've learned both personally and professionally, I try to incorporate into the group setting. And a lot of it has to do with positive psychology. So determining what makes a life worth living and then implementing those factors into our lives. So that can be savoring positive experiences or identifying things we're grateful for, or having conversations about connection and how to build relationships. And all of this is supposed to be fun and engaging. And so we really promote an environment where people feel comfortable to talk about their personal experiences and validate those, and also figure out what can we do from here to build this life that we want to live. And a lot of that comes from experiences and also the skills that I've learned as a nurse and the people that I've been inspired by and the patients that have taught me so many lessons. And also myself going through a lot of difficult things, especially during nursing school, when I was struggling with learning coping skills during really stressful times. And I think to be able to talk about that is a very vulnerable thing and something that needs to be promoted and encouraged, because that helps reduce stigma and also provide people with an opportunity to share and voice their feelings, which is so important because a lot of people don't always have the opportunity to do that.
No, it's very true. And the four of us, I guess, including myself, really, it might seem like a small setting here, and we're just sharing our own personal stories, but you never know who's listening, right? You never know. I know I had last year a friend tell me that they had struggled with depression in parts of their lives, And it was the first time they felt comfortable sharing that, because they were inspired by how many people were sharing their stories. And like you said, the conversation really guides that. And perhaps for some, it's something we might take for granted, that it's in our daily lexicon and something we can, talk about because we're familiar with it and comfortable with. But to those out there listening, just know you always have someone to talk to. And this is a space where you can, at the very least, have a conversation. And so with that being said, what's something, Nikki, that, if you were a viewer out there watching this and you didn't really know anything about Garrett Space, I guess say some, let the people know what it means to you to be able to have this place and people have a community, a sense of community. I guess that really wasn't a question. Let me try that again. But I got notes here. I do a lot of interviews. This is 24 hours, so I appreciate everybody going through there. I guess, and I'm also keeping track of time. I want to be mindful of time, so we only have a couple for a couple more questions. Nikki, like I was saying, starting with you, what's something you would just like to leave people, the viewers at home, some words of encouragement, or something that you feel inspired by that people should know about this space?
Yeah, well, I realized that I haven't really mentioned the group that I help lead. So as you know, we're all the wellness group facilitators, but I co-facilitate the mood and movement group. So at least the goal that Marley, she's the other facilitator, Marley and I's goal for the mood and movement group is to really to just allow the participants to have this open space, right? The whole theme of Garrett Space is just bringing just a community of people where we can hopefully foster and help foster connections amongst them. So I think that is the main goal for all three of our groups, just creating an open, encouraging space that people want to come back and they can hopefully lessen the feelings of loneliness or isolation. But then for the mood and movement group, I absolutely love it so much because, again, I was kind of brought to mental health through athletics. So it's about learning about the body, but then also the connection between the mind and the body, and just how much we need to foster that relationship. And I think a lot of times we will only focus on one, right? We will mainly be in school, for example, kind of actually, Maddie, what you were saying, you're in school, you're stressed, but then maybe you're forgetting about the body and taking care of yourself in that manner. Or in my experience in college, I was only focusing on the body and not the mind. So I think that it's just so important to really teach people that connection and just foster that relationship. So ways that we do that is through breathing exercises, helping give the participants the tools. Maybe they can't sit and journal in the middle of a crowded bus stop or something, but you can just take 5 seconds to just kind of close your eyes, turn inward, and just have a couple of breaths. Or if you do have the time at home and you're alone, giving people little, I want to say lesson plans, but just yoga poses to do, or things like that they can do at home. But yeah, just giving people tools and options to help foster that relationship between mind and body.
Yeah, thank you. I love that. The mind and body, sometimes they do fight one another, and to have that aligned, it's very difficult. It's harder than people think. And so I really love that that's one of your roles here in one of the wellness groups here at Garrett Space. Nick, for you, can you tell us about Project Roll Through Wellness Group?
Yeah, so I facilitate our support group. And I've gotten a lot of my initial experience with support groups through Wolverine Support Network, which is an org at U of M that hosts support groups that are peer-led for U of M students. And what I found so cool about those support groups, and now the wellness groups that we're doing here at Garrett Space, is that I think the concept behind them in general is just really, really simple. All we're doing is holding a space for young adults to come together and talk openly and honestly with one another. And from doing all these groups, I found that it's actually not that simple. It's I've actually found that it's so very radical, because as young people, it's so rare that we're finding spaces where we can talk about mental health or even living with a mental health condition openly and honestly and without a filter. So hosting these spaces where we can come together and just have honest conversations. Like I said, it seems so simple, but I've seen how it can be life changing and even life saving. And that's again why this work with the Garrett Space Wellness Groups is so important to me. And
Yeah.
clearly I'm very passionate about it.
Yes, it is. And the fact, sort of, coming in as strangers last year to this event, getting to know you, speaking last year, and now being a part of it and your involvement, it's really amazing. I love that the passion is there, and you can definitely tell when you talk about it. And so, Madison, you did kind of touch on the group a little bit, but if you want to go into a little more detail about your involvement too, with Garrett Space and sort of the wellness groups as well.
Yeah, so we have each of us do a session each week with a concentration. So my concentration is creative expression, and it's really called the Connect group, but we focus on the creativity aspects, the connection aspects, and team building exercises, all in a fun and engaging environment that promotes collaboration and discussion. So I touched on a couple of things. We typically have different themes every week, and then different activities that are implemented that reflect those themes. And we have a variety of participants from diverse backgrounds, and we really are focused on promoting an inclusive environment in which people feel comfortable and embrace an opportunity to share vulnerabilities or anything that's on their mind in an environment that's non-judgmental and open to ideas and perspectives. So that's a big part of Garrett Space, that we're incredibly inclusive, and we are open to people of all shapes, sizes, backgrounds, you name it. We are wanting to engage with you and to connect with you, and to also hopefully build skills with one another so we can learn from each other's experiences and then carry that with one another, and hopefully developing those connections for a long term. So that's kind of a summary of what we all do. And Nikki and Nick and Marley and I work together very well as a team to all enhance this mission of providing opportunity for connection and strengthening resilience in the community.
Yeah. Very well said. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I do have to sort of wrap it up here, but I want to have everyone go around one last time and say, and then I'll start with myself here. I want everyone to think about two things that they're grateful for this week. And one thing that I'm grateful for is that I'm able to have this conversation with you all here, and all of you listening and viewing as well. I have, struggled with anxiety my whole life, and it's been something that's really difficult. And so to be able to do this, it's not easy, but I'm really grateful that I can, and it feels like a privilege to be able to do it, because I don't think I've always had the space to do that in my life. And then the second thing that I'm grateful for is that this whole event could happen again, 2 years annually now, to see familiar faces and new faces. I'm grateful that there is support, and that I'm seeing the change and the difference that's being made. So that really means a lot to me. So Nikki, two things you're grateful for this week.
Okay. My first thing I would say is my mother. To be completely transparent, I had a really bad week last week, just like mental health wise. And I just love that my mother is always available for me, like with a phone call. And I just think it's amazing how much time she makes for me. So that, my mom. And then second, this sounds so cheesy, I am sorry, but I am grateful for just like another day. I'm realizing just like every day, even though I might wake up unhappy, I'm like, I have this whole blank slate that I can create to myself. And it's like, I'm able-bodied. I have my full mental capacity. I'm like, I can make whatever I want of this day. So I just wake up happy or I try to wake up happy each day, or at least with the opportunity of the day. Also, I'm so sorry. My dog is barking in the background.
It's all right. I know we're grateful for the doggos. Well, thank you, Nikki. Thank you for sharing that. Nick, 2 things that you're grateful for.
Oh, just 2. Okay. Finishing up my first week of school here at Michigan. So just feeling really grateful about all the opportunities I've been given here in Ann Arbor to get involved in mental health specifically, and just being surrounded by people that support those passions means the world, and definitely makes me grateful to be going into this last year here. And then second, a little more related to Garrett Space, I'm just feeling a lot of gratitude for all the people that have put time and effort into this organization, from just sharing my story a year ago at the fundraiser to now being a facilitator of these wellness groups that didn't even exist when this fundraiser happened last year. Feeling a lot of gratitude for the growth that Garrett Space has seen in just a year, and really hopeful for what the future holds.
Absolutely. Madison.
Yeah, to kind of echo what a lot of people have mentioned, but I am very grateful for just connecting with you all and building relationships with people in and around the Garrett Space community. It's been a really great opportunity, and I've learned a lot, and I've met a lot of great people, and I just love meeting new people and learning new things. So it's been a really rewarding opportunity for that. And then I'm also very grateful for a little bit of time off, because I think we all sometimes need a break from our typical daily lives that can be very stressful. And I recently had a mini vacation, which I'm very grateful to have had, to rejuvenate a little bit and then go back into the daily life. But it's a reminder to take time for yourself, and that is okay.
Absolutely. It is absolutely okay. And I appreciate you all taking the time to be a part of this discussion. And to the viewers out there watching, we appreciate you tuning in, donating, supporting, reaching out, spreading the word about Garrett Space. We couldn't do it without y'all, so thank you. And on behalf of everybody here on the Wellness Group, and our friend Marley, who couldn't make it to this discussion, we're thinking of you, Marley. We will we will be here, and we will see you next time. Yes.
Working with Garrett Space, they're doing such amazing work, some truly inspirational stories there. The Garrett Space right now, as you just heard, offering programming for young adults that's virtual for now because of COVID, 3 activities each week, a support group with peers, mood and movement activities, and just sort of informal social catch-ups. So they're providing a safe space for the participants, supporting them, enabling connections, and they're doing an absolutely wonderful job. We want to thank them so much for being with us today, and for all the work that they're doing with Garrett Space. So joining me now is former Detroit Lions quarterback Eric Hipple. Thank you so much for being with us today, Eric.
Thanks, Rivers. Happy to be here.
And Eric has also had his life touched by mental health challenges, and he after his football playing career ended, he has continued on speaking on young adult mental health and suicide prevention in schools, and reaching out to young kids. And we're going to let Eric take it away in just 1 second. I do just want to reiterate one more time that we're almost up to $9,000. And if we can get that $10,000 mark, it is going to be matched. So please, please, please continue donating and helping out. And with that being said, Eric, thank you so much for joining us. Take it away.
And thanks, Rivers. I appreciate that. I was going to go in a different direction when I was going to start this off, but that panel was so good that I kind of want to reiterate something, that Nikki had said, when she was talking about her own athletic career, and she talked about, the information she has now that she's learned, she wished she would have it 2 years before that because it would have helped her out a lot. And that's a common theme. I wish I would have known this then. And that information is crucial, as we grow up and as we, whatever endeavors we go into. But certainly in the athletic world, we live, by the, you're only as good as yesterday. You're only as good as the last score. You're only as good as the last win. And so there's a constant pressure on trying to be that. And if you're not, then you feel like a failure. And I don't think that's just unique in athletes either. I think everyone has that pressure that's on us. And the way our brain operates basically is, we learn, we take information in, and then we experiment to find out what's good or bad. But then if it's good, then we'll lock on to that and we'll do it again because it was good. And so we'll start, making this a habit, that becomes kind of our subconscious, becomes even more than that, becomes kind of our core belief system, and that core belief system can actually, guide our behaviors because it becomes the lens that we look through, through the world. How do I interact with this environment, and how do I solve the problems of the day, and how do I get through this? And so just going back to athletic scenario again, then I'm looking through it this way, that I'm only as good as my last game. And that means at some point in time when that's over with, or that you don't do well, then all of a sudden I knew it. See, I'm no good. I'm not good. And so that core belief system kind of can run through a lifetime, which means, I try something, and if all of a sudden I have a little bit of a failure, then I'm no good. I'm a loss. I'm a failure. And I think maybe that's what Nikki kind of was alluding to, the pressure that people feel. But it's not, like I said, it's not just athletics. I mean, I take a straight A student, and the first time they get a B, all of a sudden they feel like they've let everyone down, and all of a sudden, I'm not good anymore, and they have this negative response to it. And that's a lot of pressure to carry around. But it can be the same thing for, for executives. It can be the same thing for just anybody in general, as they're measuring themselves as they go through life, what that belief system is and how they do. So I think having a great connected group where you can actually share information and realize that it's not that measurement, and that's not our lens that we have to look through. We can actually look through a lens of positivity and the possibilities that are out there, and interact in positive ways. And when I hear, the wellness group, a program and connection and peer-to-peer, and it's up to, young adults to get around and figure out how to do that with guidance, because you can have a really connected group, but if there's nobody there that's really speaking health, then that's not such a great group. It's kind of more of a codependent group. But if you've got a group that's sitting around and they got a little bit of facilitation and ways and new coping mechanism and new tools, then and this wellness picture, then the creativity of young adults is amazing. It's fantastic, and some great things come out. I mean, I'm in the older generation now, and I know some of my generation looks back and says, oh, things would have been so much better a long time ago. That's not true. It is the youth, it is the young that's coming up and making things happen for us. And we got to embrace that 1,000%, because the creativity is amazing. So I guess going back, and, I kind of launched into that for a second, but going back with that theme in mind, I grew up, in Southern California, in nice place, but, my mom suffered from depression, and we didn't know what to call it because my dad just said she's having one of her spells. And so it just became part normal for us. She's not coming out of a room for a while. So we really never discussed it or what that was. I was in this, mode of always trying to prove myself. And so I really didn't get to my first major depressive episode until I was a junior in college, when I was a little bit of an injury. And so I was kind of the off season. It was going into wintertime. But I just didn't feel good. I didn't know how I was going to respond to everything. And I got where I couldn't get out of bed. And I missed a whole quarter of school, and made me ineligible. So we scrambled back and got my grades back up. But there was nobody who really would ask me about why you felt this way or what was going on. It was more about the performance, get back to being able to perform again. So I was fortunate enough to have a good group around me, and I was connected. I mean, I had a team around me, but nobody's asking those questions. It's just, Okay, it's all about the performance. So when I made it to the pros, I became a starter and had great success with Detroit Lions. I love my career there. But again, when that career ends, that's a huge major transition. There's a lot that's caught up into it. Self-identity, for example, being a certain person for so long. I was 32 years old, started when I was 9 years old of being a football player, and now it's over with. And transitions can be difficult, trying to figure out who you are and what you do. And there's so much information out there. Where do I stand? Who am I? And what do I belong to? If you don't have a group to belong to, then it's really difficult and you fight through that. And depression can be a major part of that. And it was with me. I went through another major depressive episode a few years after I left the game of football. Eventually, through some things that happened to me, I was kind of forced to make a decision. And I ended up at the University of Michigan Depression Center. That thing that really was the forcing point for me was what happened to my son. He was 15, young adult. And at this point in time, like I said, I knew nothing about, mental health or what to do about it. And he went through, the classic symptoms of depression. And unfortunately, like Garrett, he ended up taking his life and died by suicide. He was 15 years old when this happened. But he was going through some transitional stuff himself. He was going back and forth between my first wife and myself, and living with me, then living with her, and living with me. So he's going through those things. Change of grade, also he's a ninth grader, change of school, change of environment. So those changes, without being supportive of around those things that's happening, led to his ultimate, suicide. So, what can we do different? That led me to, mental health consequences that I went through and ended up at the University of Michigan Depression Center, where I received treatment. Eventually, came on as an employee and started working with, groups and trying to figure some of this stuff out, and trying to be an outreach and get rid of some of the stigma. But when my youngest daughter, turned 15, she was 7 years old when my son died. When she turned 15, she started having some of her symptoms like that as well. But she hid them pretty well because she didn't want her parents to be bothered. She was worried how we would feel. And so it wasn't really until a couple of her friends said, if you don't tell your parents what's going on, we're going to tell them for you. So she had a really strong support group by her friends, that enacted with her on our best behalf. So she came to us and openly told us what was going on, some of the self-harm that was going on with her. And we got her into therapy. We got her assessed. Her therapy went well. She found a therapist that she could work with, and also medication. And by the way, I take medication myself, so I'm not against it. But medication, and ultimately what she ended up doing was graduating with honors at Eastern Michigan University. She went and got her master's, and now she's a licensed therapist and does trauma therapy. And so the difference between those two things was that support. It was having somebody around that supported you. So her support came from family and friends. It came from therapists. It came from an environment that she could learn and grow. And then ultimately her own education, thrust her to the part that she is now, where she's actually helping other people. Those two things, between my son's death and my daughter's thriving, was what Garrett Space is all about. It's an ability to connect, to be healthy, to learn, to get coping mechanisms, and to thrive in it. And so I guess, some things that I've learned along the way, that transitions are difficult. And in this world today, when things are happening where maybe the rug feels like it gets pulled out from underneath us, because we can't go see people for like the last year and a half has been very difficult. Not even be able to see faces in many cases because of masking. Not having a place to go to talk, or to have an environment to share, to even compare against something. How do I learn if I have no feedback from somebody in a positive way that says, we're here behind you? Because those things ultimately, if we don't have hope, those things can lead us to this hopelessness, right? In many cases, that comes on with a sense of a burden where, if I'm not doing well, and let's take the case of depression symptoms, for example, where all of a sudden I feel like, things aren't fun anymore. And it could be, it could be your athletic career. It's hard to get motivated to practice. It could be your educational career. It's really hard to get the assignments done. It's really hard to go to lab. It's hard to get motivated. It's hard to get out of bed. So sleeplessness, maybe sleeping too much because you're tired all the time and you can't get out of bed. Or maybe it's even, just the concentration factor of not being able to focus and concentrate. So really doing your job or doing your work, is really, really difficult to do. And so you start feeling like you're falling behind. And then of course, the more we fall behind, we start feeling like a burden. That burdensome feeling, when it happens to us, can also lead us to this feeling of, since I don't want to bother people anymore, I'm tired of feeling this way. I'm tired of talking about it. So I just won't talk about it anymore. And then I start into this isolation, which, I start pushing people away, or maybe I start, just wanting to be by myself because nobody gets me. So maybe it is retreating to my room. It could be I could be around a lot of people, but still feel completely isolated because I don't feel like this connection. I'm not getting anything back. I can't feel. And so I get nothing back, and maybe they don't understand me. And so I feel like I'm the only one that's going through this. And so we even separate even more from that. Between those two things where you feel like a burden, maybe the world would be better off without me. And then the isolation where I'm not making connections and I feel connected. So I lose hope that things are ever going to change. And those are the emotions and the feelings that, can drive us to hopelessness, to where the only answer may become not being around anymore. So thoughts of death do happen. And so engaging to stop a suicide, engaging in those two things, that burdensome feeling and that isolation, and trying to have an intervention on those two things to provide hope that a person, can get through this and can survive, right? But not only that, the continued hope, the aftercare, the follow through, the peer-to-peer, the outreach, it can lead a person to thriving. And really, I think that's, if you were to ask me the question, so why Garrett's Space? And that would be my answer. It would be because Garrett's Space provides a forum to where that can happen. Right now, the virtual online, providing connection for nothing else, just seeing someone else that you can talk to and feel safe about it, because you're not going to be judged. You might find others that are like you, but maybe not only that, maybe you have a story that might support somebody that's going through something you've already gone through. And so you can lift them up, so this inner connection is so important, but it's really important if I've got the wellness piece around it. So there are coping mechanisms and things that I can do. And so the other reason why to support Garrett Space is the ultimate, goal of having a center where it's more than virtual. It's an actual place a person can go and maybe get the therapy they need, but not only just the therapy they need in an outpatient setting, but the therapy they need, but also is connected to the wellness piece. So we're not just focusing on, the things that what's wrong and the negativity and how do I break this cycle, but I'm really focused on all the possibilities. And so I become outward looking and the possibilities exist. And so I'm able to thrive in that. That means I can be productive, but productive in a whole new way, because now I've got uncapped, possibilities, and I'm sharing those and I'm bouncing ideas off with people that are in the same way. So that giving and taking and supporting each other provides that hope. It also provides a thriving atmosphere. So if you're asking me why I would support Garrett Space, it's those reasons. Not only can maybe we save a life, but maybe we save a family as well. And maybe we save a future family. Maybe we break a cycle. So when somebody has their own child, they can break that cycle of not being able to support them in a proper way and understanding that these things do exist. And so I'm amazed all the time. I work with a school group. In fact, I got their shirt on. Be nice, but I work with we're like in over 100 schools, but at the high school level and middle school level. But I'm always amazed at how much potential and how much thriving that can happen when given the right environment, when they can be in a safe environment and talk about things freely, but be supported. And that's a huge piece of it. It's not, Garrett Space provides the setting And the center will provide a setting. Well, not only can you do that, but also there's a follow through and a follow, carry on and be still connected, because that's really what it takes. It's not a one-time fix. It's a lifestyle. It's a life understanding of how we can improve and how we can change each other's lives. And I think it's that web of connection that makes me very, very hopeful for our future, because it belongs right now with our young adults, and they're amazing. So I like Scott and Julie, was crushed at the loss of a son, but am very promised and hopeful of the future because of what they're doing, of what other people are doing, of what our young adults can do. And so that's why I would provide, funding for Garrett Space. And not only that, maybe it's just support. Maybe it's just getting the word out, because our voices matter and they should be heard. So thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. And Rivers, I'll kick it back to you and see if you got any questions, or if anything, or we can wrap it up. Whatever you want.
Yeah, Eric, that was so beautiful. It was extremely touching, and thank you for being so open about this and talking about mental health struggles. Not just you personally, your son, your mother, your daughter. It was extremely moving, and it was beautiful to hear that through a place like Garrett Space, hopefully we can offer the sort of support that can help people through these hard times and mental health challenges.
Yeah. Well, I put my money where my mouth was. I donated. And so my wife and I donated. So I'm encouraging anyone out there that's watching or listening or anytime throughout this whole 24 hours to donate as well. It makes a difference.
Exactly. And I absolutely echo those sentiments. Anything you can give, really, $5, $10, it all makes a difference. And if we can hit that $10,000 mark, then we have sponsors ready to match it. So please donate. Thank you so much for your time, Eric. One last question,
Sure.
Just for the fun of it before we leave. As a former Lions quarterback, hopeful for the Dan Campbell, Jared Goff era?
I am hopeful. I'm hopeful because of Campbell, first of all, but I'm hopeful from the top all the way down. I think Sheila Hemp, I guess the owner, the transition that's kind of taking place there, but she's really aggressive in getting things done. And the fact that they brought in Spielman in the management to coordinate between, the GM and he's just like he was when he played. He's all over the place. Come on, we can do this. We can do this. So just his it's infectious. It really is. But I think that's it's a glue that can, maybe connect, the upper management and everybody together and trickle all the way down to Campbell and give him the support that he needs. And I think Jeff could have a good year. I really do. Like we talk about transitions, transitions are things that kind of happen to us, but reinventions are things that we get out of it. And so if he takes this transition and also reinvents himself into, to being the clutch guy at the end and being able to pull things off and, the things he was getting hampered with, back by his fans back, where he was before, that could be really, really positive thing for him. And I think he's the type of guy that's going to take it that way and look at it that way and see a transformation and hopefully get us to the playoffs. So
we hope springs eternal.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time and your openness and your donation. We really appreciate it. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. Good luck to you the rest of the day. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Coming up next, we're going to have some fitness, yoga, meditation, a little mindfulness, a little wellness with Marley Spicer Schneider. Marley is going to be joining us right now, as a matter of fact. Hello, Marley. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. It's so wonderful to be here.
Well, we're very glad to have you. And one of the things that stood out most to me about Marley is that her mission is right in line with what we at Garrett Space believe in so strongly, in art, creativity, self-expression, through experiences like meditation and yoga are some of the most powerful tools we have for helping us to heal, break down barriers, and build a healthier future for ourselves and our communities. So I thought that was really beautiful. And that's the exact kind of thing that we're trying to promote here at Garrett Space. So welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody. There are way too many people to name, but obviously Scott and Julie and everybody, just the Garrett Space team is kind of astounding, just so far reaching, full of really talented, passionate people. So just putting out my gratitude for that first and foremost. And thank you for that introduction. I really appreciate it. So I'm a dancer. I have a Bachelor of Fine Arts from the University of Michigan in dance. I'm also a certified Iyengar yoga instructor. And, you know, I could say so much about what both of those practices have done for me personally, but really when it comes down to it, I'm just such a strong believer in the intelligence of the body and the importance of working with our physical form in the process of any healing. So, you know, many of any individual's emotional and mental challenges, sometimes grasping onto what exactly they are can be a really big challenge. And I think of our physical form as a tangible tool to start to learn skills of focus, to learn how to be more sensitive, more aware, more present. And we first apply that to this, you know, this thing that belongs to us that we're in, that we can see and feel, but those skills ripple beyond the physical form, right? So I'm beyond thrilled to be working with Garrett Space and to have the opportunity to share my experience with the participants. I also feel like I'm constantly learning so much from the other facilitators and the whole Garrett Space team and from the participants themselves. So it's a really incredible opportunity for me to grow as a teacher and grow in my own practice as well. And I guess all I'll really say, there's again so much I could say, but time is short. One thing that I just really focus on in my teaching and facilitating with Garrett Space is that we stay curious. And that's sort of like my baseline expectation. And I talk a lot with the participants about how we can have these physical, also and mental, emotional patterns that really route us quite quickly to self-judgment, to fear, to uncertainty. And self-judgment and fear, those are stoppers to learning, right? Those are sort of barricades that we put up. And so my suggestion is always, if something is challenging, confusing, out of reach, that instead of sort of turning towards those barricades, we instead say, well, why? Well, what is that? And the physical form is a really great place to start. Why is it so hard for me to do that on my right side and not on my left? What's going on there? Not a judgment, there's no issue, but what is happening, right? So a fertile ground for investigation is how I think of the body. And I talk a lot about our toolbox and that nothing is ever gonna be a one size fits all for any body or any individual. But I try to just offer as many different tools as I possibly can with the hopes that then all participants, something will speak to them, something will work well, and I'm giving them tools to take forward into their lives how they choose. So that's sort of my, you know, really in a nutshell approach to my work with Garrett Space. Again, I'm so grateful to be here and just really proud and impressed with how Garrett Space takes on the healing of the whole person, right? They have a really holistic view of what they want these programs to look like. And it just means the world to me to see all these brilliant minds coming together to make this possible and to be a part of that. So moving a little away from me and into what we're going to be doing today, I want to just start by saying I don't know where everyone is, but for most of us, and I don't know who everyone is, right? I don't know your ancestry, I don't know your story. But for many of us, we are physically going to be practicing on land in spaces that do not belong to us ancestrally. And I'm saying that to express the gratitude that we have these spaces and give thanks for from whence they came and acknowledge that some folks gave a lot up for us to be in these places right now. Similarly, for many of us, not all of us, the lineage of yoga does not come from our ancestry. Now, the philosophy behind yoga states very clearly that it's for everyone, regardless of religion, gender, age, ability. But there are a lot of people who put a lot of work, practice, time, thought, investigation, teaching into making this practice possible and available to us. So I just want to put out there that the land and the practice are for many of us, things that have come down through others' ancestry, others people's stories. And I want to express gratitude that we are here now doing this together and that this practice is available to us. And in that idea of gratitude, I believe it was Gita Iyengar, who's one of the greats in the lineage that I study, Iyengar Yoga. She's the daughter of BKS Iyengar, who really codified the method. And she said, and this is through a teacher of mine, I wasn't present when she said this, but she said that starting off any practice with gratitude and humility means you'll learn more. So that's part of why I say that. I say that to address native land. I say that to address the ancestry of yoga, but also because if we can open right now with some gratitude for where we are, what we're able to do together today, then we're also opening ourselves up to an opportunity to learn. So today we're going to do a little bit of movement, and we're going to really focus on the breath's role in that movement. Really quick, I'm trying not to talk too long, but really quick, cool fact that I learned quite recently actually is that the neurons that control the pace of our breath are way up here in our brainstem, right where the head connects to the neck. And we have pacemaker cells in our heart as well, and they're physically in our heart, right? So we know that the pace of our heart is affected by emotions, by all these different things, but the cells that control its rate are physically in the heart, where the cells, the neurons that control the rate of our breath are right up in our brain, very close to all these neurons that control our emotional centers, our mental states, control how we see the world, how we interpret things. So the relationship between our breath and our mindset and how we're feeling in any given moment is so very close. These breath neurons are having conversations constantly with all these other neurons in our head. So that closeness and that two-way communication and conversation is really interesting to me because it tells us just how clearly even one full breath can affect our emotional state. So throughout our practice today, I'm going to give some recommendations for breath, but mostly I just want you to keep breathing because that's important, and notice what feels right to you. If the breath that I'm offering, the breath rhythm feels a little too fast or a little too slow, don't try to conform to what I'm doing, but do it in your own rhythm. Okay, so that's important. We want to feel good and be really present with our breath today. So I think, I have little notes here, but I think that's everything that I wanted to say right off the bat. I'm so happy to be here with all of you. And if you ever want to know more about me or you have questions for me or my role in Garrett Space or the work I do, folks can connect you my way and I'm always happy to talk. Email is great, okay? Or questions about what we do today, right? I'm always open to that. So let's just start standing tall. And I'm going to have my feet a little wider than hip width distance so I feel really steady. And I'm also going to take my weight a little bit back into my heels, which might feel a little surprising because many of us have our weight forward in the balls of our feet. But when you take your weight back into your heels, you might notice that your legs have to engage in a different way. The abdomen engages in a little bit of a different way. And we just sort of naturally stand up taller because we're stacked right up. And I'm going to offer that you close your eyes here for a moment. Feel that weight in your heels. Root the heels down well. And then at the other end, lift up through the crown of the head. So you're growing long in both directions, deeper and taller. And then just take a couple full breaths. You don't need to change the breath. Just notice its pathway. And notice the natural rhythm. If you were doing something really active before being here, your breath might be a little bit faster. If you were resting or seated, it might be nice and slow. Now let the eyes float open and just observe once, and then we'll do this little pattern together. So you'll inhale standing up tall. And then I'll show you from the side. I'm going to exhale and let the head get heavy. And then really just let the weight of the head pull me down. Notice I bent my knees so this doesn't have a big stretch. And then I'm going to take a big inhale And exhale, just hanging at the bottom here, let the neck release. And then on my next inhale, I'll slowly roll up, pushing into the heels, stacking myself back up, and exhale at the top. Join me when you're ready. So then I inhale, getting taller in both directions. I exhale. Let the weight of the head really pull you down. Gravity is your friend in this moment. Gently move the head to release the neck. Big inhale and exhale, hanging over. And then I'm going to inhale and slowly round up, pushing into the heels, stacking myself back up tall. Exhale at the top. Couple more like that. Remember to move with your breath. You don't have to be exactly in unison with me. I'm going with my breath rhythm. And if a place along the way feels really good, just stay there for an extra breath. There's no timeline here. I mean, there's a little bit of a timeline, but we use this time how we need to today. So if, for example, hanging over your legs feels really good, maybe you take 2 or 3 full breaths down here, releasing the spine. Letting everything quiet down. Wherever you are, just finish up this cycle and then we'll go for one more. And once you make it back up to the top, just stand tall again for a moment. Weight in the heels, stacking yourself up, and take a little moment to notice what has changed. Maybe your breath rhythm has changed. Maybe you feel a little warmth in your body. These moments, we act, right? We do something, and then we reflect on it. That's how we learn. What did I feel? And it's okay if the answer is, oh, I don't really feel anything. That's still information. There's no wrong reflection. So now working to open up the upper body a little bit more, still working with the breath. I'm going to keep the weight in the heels. And on my inhale, I'll bring the arms up overhead. Now you might find in your body, I'm going to exaggerate this, but that you really want to swing forward with the hips and take the weight into the balls of the feet. But we're going to try to avoid that. We're going to stay really stacked up like we found over the heels. And then inhale and take the arms up. As you exhale, you'll take a little bend in the knees, warming up the joints of the legs, and then inhale, press the heels down deeper, lift and open the chest, arms open wide, exhaling to come back to stand tall, okay? A new pattern here. Inhale, excuse me, inhale, bring the arms up. Exhale, still reaching through the fingertips, just a little bend, ankles, knees, hips, crease a little bit. Pushing into the heels as I inhale, lift and open the chest, arms wide. Exhale, arms come back down by your sides. So as a reminder, you're doing this in the rhythm that feels right to you, working with your own breath. Inhale, get long, really rooting down through the heels, lifting up through the fingertips. Exhale, little bend in the knees. Inhale, arms open wide, lift and open the chest. Exhale, arms come down by your sides. A couple more, working with your breath. As I said before, if you want to stay in one place for an extra breath because it's feeling like just what you need today, that's great. That's what we're learning, how to pay attention to ourselves and what we need in any given moment. Let's just do one more cycle wherever you are. Let this be your maximum height. Now really reach through the fingertips, really root through the heels. That little bend is not to get shorter per se. You're still reaching through the fingertips, and then press into the heels, lift and open the chest, and come back to stand tall. Okay, so now we're gonna add on a little more, and there's gonna be a moment of balance, right? And balance is one of the things that can kind of trigger our brain to go, uh-oh, now I have to work extra hard. And sometimes when we go into that state, we stop breathing. And I cannot express enough that breath is going to help your balance. So we've just had a lot of practice leading up to this, breathing fully. Let's carry that into this next little sequence and not allow the brain to have that like intense anxiety reaction, right? It's just a little change, little shift, no big deal. So I'm gonna bring my feet a little closer together so the inner edges of my feet touch. If that hurts your low back at all, then keep a little space between your feet. But we're gonna narrow our base because it'll be easier to switch side to side. This is our new pattern. Again, I'll show and you can join in when you're ready. And I'm gonna give an indication of my suggestion for breath, but as always, listen to yourself and what you need. So we'll start as we did before. Inhale, bring the arms up. On the exhale, I'm gonna push down extra heavy into one heel and lift the other leg up for a little balance. Then I'm gonna inhale, holding this, and exhale, come back to a little lunge. I'm not going super deep, but I am gonna straighten this back leg. Inhaling here, exhale, I push again really heavy into this standing leg heel and return to the balance. And then inhale, stay here for a minute, exhale, lower down. Okay, one more time. Feel free to observe as much as you need and join in when you're ready. Inhale, coming up. Exhale, rooting down through one heel as the other leg comes up for a little balance. Inhaling here, we move on the exhale, coming to a little lunge. Inhale, back to the balance on an exhale, really pushing down through the standing leg. That's your anchor. Inhaling and exhale. One thing I'm going to show, and then we'll keep doing it together. Sometimes when we go to this lunge, the body wants to sort of heave us back up to come to the balance. But we're going to pretend we have somebody lifting our arms, holding our hands and pulling us straight up, and try to not lean forward at all, but just lift ourselves back up onto that standing leg. Okay, so really using the reach of the arms to help with that. Reaching through the arms, rooting through the heel. Always long in both directions. Inhale, arms come up. Exhale, balance. See if you can smile. Inhale, exhale, change. That inherently makes us less stressed out. Inhale, rooting down deeper, pulling up through the fingertips, back to the balance. Inhale, and lower down. Other side. Rooting down, lifting up to balance. And release. Let's do one more time each side. Again, if you're not right with me, that's just fine. You're doing this at your pace. Remember, the breath is your friend. So even if you feel a little wobbly, it's good to practice the balance. It's okay if you don't quite stay, but you're going to practice and stay with the breath. Now, as you finish up, take your time. Maybe you're finishing up your last go at it, right and left. I'll just say we're doing this what we would often refer to as repetition. But I have a teacher that sort of says, we never repeat, we just do again. And I really like that. And it's sort of, I'm modeling some of this off the idea of mantra, right? That, you know, this idea that maybe you verbally chant something again. Our breath is sort of its own natural mantra. And I don't think of it as repeating, but as deepening an experience, right? So, you know, every time you try to balance, maybe you're a little off today, but you try again, and then you try again. And that's what we're doing, right? We're learning and deepening our understanding of ourselves by doing again, not because it's a carbon copy, it's a whole new experience, but we have some information from the last time we did this thing, and we're gonna apply it and do even better next time. Just doing a little time check here. Okay, so we have a few minutes. I wanna add one more thing on, kind of bring it full circle. So I know you can't quite see the tops of my arms, but that's okay, you'll know what we're doing. We start the same way. I'm going through a little quicker now. Now here, really need to keep this back leg straight and reach through the heel because that's helping you stay balanced. Here we're gonna add a lift and open of the chest and a big arm circle all the way around. And then we'll come back to our balance. Okay, so we had that opening of the chest earlier. We're just bringing that into this sequence to kind of bring it all home. And remember, you're going at your own pace. Also, if the arm circle doesn't feel good, you can always stick with what we were just doing or do some other version, right? All of these different versions of sequencing are all wonderful to do, and you can go back to another version if you're not ready for the next step, or maybe it just doesn't feel good today, right? We're listening to what we need. Now we have the breath rhythm from before, but I'm not going to indicate the breath as much this time because I really want you to just feel what's naturally happening in your body. So follow your breath and be attentive to the rhythm that feels right to you. Don't worry about matching my pacing at all, okay? I'm here for an example, and then you do it how you need to do it for yourself today in this moment. Just breathe fully, reach through the limbs, and enjoy yourself here. If it starts to get a little too serious, smile, maybe sometimes a big yawn helps, or a little shaking it out, right? We're not trying to be stiff and serious here. We're trying to be curious and playful. Let's try to do at least 2 times on each side with this final sequence we're working on here. Feel how the body has warmed up more now, so you can maybe reach even more through the limbs, maybe breathe more fully. Maybe a place that was a little bit stiff before has opened up some for you. Enjoy that new space. And as you finish up, I'll give you a couple moments. Just again, come to stand tall, and let's go back to standing a little bit wider. We came a little narrower for our balance work. I'm actually going to turn this way. Let's go super wide. Just take our hands to our hips. Now we'll roll the shoulders back. And I really want you to be rooting through the heels because the legs need to be strong for anything to happen above the legs. So rooting through the heels. Sometimes I talk about that last sip of milkshake, right? You need to push your heels down like you push the straw to the bottom of the milkshake, but then you need to suck up through the legs to get the milkshake, right? So we're rooted down and engaged in the legs. And roll the shoulders back, and any amount, just lift and open the chest towards the ceiling. Doesn't have to be a big lift. Just feel the chest be broad and bloom towards the ceiling. And then go ahead and bend the hips and come forward. Now, if your hamstrings are really tight, just go ahead and bend the knees and take the hands down. If your hamstrings are not too tight, or you can widen the legs a little bit, right? Just come down this way. Now, I'd like you to look at the floor so that your head is reaching, or sorry, the crown of your head is reaching straight forward, so your spine is nice and long here. And now you have two options. We're going to spend just about 30 seconds or so being with our breath here. You can either stay in this position, or if it feels available to you, you can release the head towards the floor. And if you release the head towards the floor, and I don't know if you can see this on the camera, but you're going to lift the shoulders away from the floor so that what you're doing between the heavy head going down and the shoulders lifting up, you're getting a lot of space for that neck. Whichever version that you chose, just stay there for a couple more full breaths. I've moved out because I'm keeping track of time. Now, whatever version you're in, you're going to bend the knees and start to roll up through the spine like we did at the very beginning of class. And once you come upright, just step the feet in a little more, because they can still be about hip-width distance apart. Stand tall with your weight in your heels. And then let your eyes close, and we're just going to be still, standing tall, observing our breath for a final minute. And there's no right or wrong to this. You're just being with your breath. You took a second to observe your breath rhythm at the beginning of our practice, and we've moved a lot. Things have changed. So I want you, again, to now reflect. After the action, reflect, observe your breath. Notice any new sensations in your body that you didn't have before. Just be with where you are in this moment. There's plenty of things left to do today, but they don't matter right now. Right now, just be with yourself, with your breath. After your next exhale, just let your eyes float open. And that's our practice for today. Thank you all for being here and for supporting Garrett Space. It means a lot to me. And I'm so excited for you to see all that is yet to come in this awesome event.
Marley, that was incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was
Appreciate
really, really beautiful. Thank you so much.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks for all your hard work.
Absolutely. We were
Have a
honored to
great
have
day.
you. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye, everybody. Have a great day.
All right. Wasn't that cool? Wasn't that great? I feel personally very refreshed. And I thought that was wonderful. Okay. I have an exciting update as of 2:30. We have $11,000 in sponsorship. We have another $1,000 pledge, and our current total that we've just passed is $20,000 with the matching $10,000. Great job, everybody. We are getting a little bit of money outside of Give Butter, so the tally on Give Butter isn't exactly complete, but we did it. We reached the first match. We were trying to reach this mark by 4 p.m. and here at, just 2:30. We've done it 90 minutes early. great job, everybody. But of course, there is still work yet to be done. Between now and 5 p.m., we're going to try to reach another $10,000 to match the Mayman sponsorship. And we're very excited and we're really making a difference. So hopefully, if you haven't given yet, this is just more motivation. We're still matching sponsorships. If you would like to offer to match a sponsorship, if you would like to reach out to Scott Halpert and say that you're interested in offering a matching grant, you want to set us a goal, we can try to reach it. So please feel free, if you want to set us a goal, please feel free to reach out to Scott at 734-709-7684. And so congratulations to all of us on hitting our first benchmark. Way to go, everybody. Coming up next, we're going to have a musical performance by Brandon Hahn, which we're very excited about. And we also want to reiterate a lot of the exciting things that we have going on the auction. So there are a lot of great options on the Give Butter page. You can go check out the auction. You can have lunch with the Lieutenant Governor. You can go to the red carpet premiere of Dear Evan Hansen in LA. And you can bid on all sorts of great, exciting items. But it looks like Brandon is here and he's ready to jam out for us. Brandon, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Thank you for being with us today. We really appreciate your time. And, with no further ado, I'll let you take it away.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yep.
My name is Brandon Hahn.
I'm Clayton Allen.
Together, we are the Protected. We were up all night watching some chick flicks. Didn't want to watch the news because it might only show us the bad news. My brother worked a job he didn't like so he could pay the rent. He was afraid that he got the bug, so he sleeps in a tent. Oh, I know the matter. Oh, I know the matter. My mother left for another country to find a fresh start. I haven't talked to her in a couple of days. I'll call her tonight. Dr. Groove and Patty Groove are getting things done. They cleaned and they scrubbed and they rinsed the bleach. No more messes to speak of. Oh, I know the matter. Oh, I know the matter. Mind over matter. If I can see, I'll believe. If I believe, I'll agree. Not good. Mind over matter. If I can see, I'll believe. If I believe, I'll agree. Sometimes it's a cloudy day and the skies are all gray. Hopefully tomorrow will be a sunny day. If it gets hot, we can sit in the shade. No matter what, we can still play. Just hold on, it'll be a better day. Mind over matter. If I can see, I'll believe. If I believe, I'll be free and I could. Mind over matter. I can see, I'll believe. If I believe, I'll believe. I would mind over matter. Positive state of mind will lead to a better life. A new life can surely be seen. A positive life needs a positive mind. It's time to leave your fears behind. Let's look and see how happy we can be. Lose all of our negativity and follow me. I'm good at saying I'm sorry. I should have thrown that note out a long time ago. No longer afraid of what haunts me. Spent over a long time ago. I want my past to find me. Overthinking is the place I like to roam. Will you walk beside me? There is something that I would like to know. Oh, a positive state of mind will lead to a better life. A new life can surely be seen. A positive life needs a positive mind. It's time to leave your fears behind. Let's look and see how happy we can be. Lose all of our negativity and follow me. Sometimes it's hard to be the one who takes the lead when no one can agree who to follow. Oh, a positive state of mind will lead to a better life. A new life can surely be seen. A positive life needs a positive mind. It's time to leave your fears behind. Let's look and see how happy we can be. Lose all of our negativity and follow me.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. That was incredible. We really appreciate you guys being here. And now I'm going to be handing it over to Mario again, with Brandon, who will be joining us for a panel about young adults and young adults confronting mental health. So take it away, Mario.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Mario Sulaksana again, hosting and doing all sorts of things for this event, doing a few panel discussions this afternoon, and I am excited to bring about this amazing, fabulous, cool kids cast of characters here. I am joined today by David Emmett Hewlett, Brandon Hahn, Andrew Posner, Corinne Gardner. Yes, this has been a very, overwhelming time for a lot of people, including myself. And having an event like this, I think, really helps people feel a little more connected. David, tell me a little bit about your story, how you found Garrett Space, and what does this all mean to you?
So my story begins with a lot of struggle in childhood, growing up especially. I didn't have the knowledge or diagnosis of ADHD, and so didn't know how to navigate in the world. Relationships were very difficult for me. School was very difficult for me. I was always the kid in the corner at a desk by himself because I couldn't be trusted with my peers. And I was formally diagnosed with ADHD at age 12. And for my parents, that was like, he's cured, medicine. And that didn't really solve the problems. I still didn't know how to navigate in the spaces. I didn't have the vocabulary and understanding I do now of what is emotion dysregulation? What is a lack of executive function? These things that are foundational principles now that I'm this is a thing that I have and here's how I cope with it. And so that journey was really rough for me, and I rely on mental health resources a lot. I am part of NAMI Washtenaw County. I'm one of their trained peer-to-peer facilitators. I as well facilitate their connection support group, especially the one for young adults. And I find that to be a very valuable space, which has led me to Garrett Space. Through NAMI Washtenaw County is how I got connected to Garrett Space. And for me, the value that I really draw both there and from a space like Garrett Space is in the connection, in that it's there. It's fine for people to care about you. I have people in my life, friends, etc., who mean well, but they just don't understand what it's like. And a lot of people, when they come to our support groups for the first time, they're finally in that space where they're like, oh, this person understands what it's like to not be able to take a shower for 4 days because I don't have energy. This person understands what it's like to struggle for an hour and a half to get out of bed. And having those people who really come from that same place and understand you on that level is really empowering. I would say an overarching theme of my whole story from beginning to end had been loneliness and the feeling of being alone and feeling like I was going through things alone and coming out alone, and having a support group or like-minded people or friends who got where I was would have helped a lot,
Sure.
to bring me back to a more stable place.
Absolutely. And I feel like the work that you're doing now, I think the kind of person you are, which is amazing to have gone through those struggles and want to be able to help as a result of your own struggles. It's very selfless. It's a very amazing. And thank you for being a part of NAMI. And we all know here in Washtenaw County, that's a very important organization that we have here. And fellow Washtenaw County Ann Arbor resident here, Andrew Posner, you are from Ann Arbor, yes?
Yeah.
And, I guess a little bit about what David touched on, feeling kind of alone at those times, feeling needing help. Tell me a little bit about your story and how that might resonate with you.
Sure. Yeah. So in high school, I was diagnosed with social anxiety disorder. This came around as a result of a series of panic attacks I had while performing music. I was really involved in classical music, and I was a composer for many years, and those are very intense competitive worlds to be in. And a series of panic attacks while performing created a really intense social anxiety for me that would come up in almost every social situation I was in. So I would call a restaurant in college and order takeout, and my heart would be racing, and I couldn't really get out the words of whatever I wanted to eat. Or I would just be, a little similar to what David said, like in a lot of social situations, I would be the lonely person in the corner just because I didn't know how to relate to others, and other people didn't know how to relate to me. And I felt very isolated in general. And eventually I was able to seek help. It took me a few years once I was in college to develop a support network of friends who I could start to share my experiences with. And then a few years after that, I started seeing a therapist who was able to train me in the treatment methods that were really helpful. And since then, like David, I've connected with NAMI Washtenaw County, and I volunteer with them also as a facilitator for their one of their young adult support groups. And I also give lots of presentations to high schoolers about mental health and try to spread awareness of resources. And I felt really moved when I heard about Garrett Space. I was an acquaintance of Garrett. Many years ago, we were in the student meditation group through University of Michigan, and we had a lot of fun conversations, and really, really lovely person. And so when I heard about Garrett Space, I felt really inspired to participate and to contribute. And I hope I will much more in the future, because it just would have been so healing and validating, I guess, to know that there were a lot of other people who were struggling to the extent I was struggling at my worst. Especially social anxiety disorder, sort of the trick that it plays on you is, convincing you that you're the only person with anxiety this bad, and then it kind of compounds in the isolation. And so even though like individual therapy was very helpful for me, being able to be at like a residential center with a holistic approach to wellness, and that would let me like connect to a bunch of other people who could relate firsthand to my experiences, would have just been the most tremendous support. So I'm really passionate and supportive of what we're trying to do.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that, Andrew. And I'm really glad to know that as well. Having known Garrett, this is personal for you to some degree, and also knowing that as a fellow musician myself, I can definitely relate to that idea of the anxiety and the pressure in that industry, and how that can be a very sort of overlooked thing in society. They think artists sort of can, well, you love to play and that makes you happy and this and that, but they don't truly understand, what that kind of competition and that pressure feels like. And we are actually joined by another musician here today, Brandon. I appreciate you being here. I know you've heard a few stories now from David and Andrew. You got a beautiful viola set up back there, obviously very musical. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and maybe the role of music in your life, as far as how that works with dealing with any mental health struggles, or overcoming those things, or bringing people together.
Yeah, I guess a little bit about me before I get into that. My name is Brandon Hahn. I'm 32 years old. I'm an avid coffee drinker. Love my caffeine, and I also love music. Music's been a great thing. It's been helpful for me getting through rough times. It's been a great coping mechanism to gravitate to when things weren't going well. Music for me has helped me meet other people that had common interests in that. Socially, I'm a little bit on the awkward side. I'm kind of shy, but music has bridged that gap. In my youth, when I was originally diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, I didn't really know how to open up to people and communicate and really relate to people, and be able to ask for help when needed. That was a real struggle. Music has been the thing that's kept it all together for me, kept me interested, kept me engaged. I wrote a song about asking for help, and I've had a lot of help with some of my friends and support team. I've actually been able to have a support team that's based around music, and people who encourage me and others to pick up an instrument, and it's just a really healthy thing to have. I believe, that like Garrett Space, they are promoting wellness, and they got things they're offering such as like meditation, art, and yoga and music, stuff like that. That would have been helpful for me earlier on. A hospital setting was not really the ideal thing for me. So it took a long time for me to accept my mental health support team because of that environment. Had music been involved, it would have been a easier story, and probably a simpler transition into seeking the help I needed.
Sure, absolutely. And, you know, I think a big reason why Garrett Space exists and what the space is hoping to exist physically for is that we know hospitals can be very stigmatizing and very cold or very unwelcoming places, albeit, you know, the intention's there, the love is there, but we know that it sometimes offers a challenge for those who are staying there. And so I appreciate you sharing your story, and obviously a place like Garrett Space is going to be trying to use many different ways of holistic healing and yoga and music and drawing and all sorts of things like that. And now, Corinne, you spoke with us last year. You're a friend of the program, a contributor of the past. Talking about sort of hospitals and medicine, you work in that field. I guess tell us a little bit about yourself and your journey, and then maybe expand on sort of the topic of how school and medicine and what is that doing for something in the terms of mental health.
Well, to preface, it's a gift to be here with you all. Thank you for sharing your backgrounds and experiences with obstacles in mental health and depression, and music connects the five of us. So I'll back up and share how Garrett Space is a really pioneering organization and that's close to my heart, for which I volunteer, and as a mentor and advocate for individuals who are experiencing or continuing to face loneliness or isolation and depression at any stage in their life. And I really want to contribute to help shifting the mindset that we need to be alone and rub dirt in it when we're struggling, but reach out to find resources and connect with therapists and in community to heal. So to start, I had lived in Ann Arbor for undergrad. I had attended the University of Michigan, where I had studied architecture, and continue to have a longstanding dream to design healing spaces and improve design and shift how spaces and places can be conducive to making patients and families feel life is worth living, and design healing spaces that integrate circadian rhythms and natural light and contribute to healthcare for healthcare staff and patients. So I graduated from Michigan in 2016 with a bigger picture vision, but feeling lost about how to do that. And at the time, I was also intuiting I wanted to contribute to patient care and feeling out of alignment, but also making progress in my professional path. I relocated to Portland, Oregon, and participated in research to gain experience there, and had several experience in violating events, including a sexual assault. I had reached out to a healthcare provider, a physician, after being very stressed and losing my period. So I was amenorrheic and was seeking help from a physician, and later learned he was a sexual predator. So in retrospect, realized the value of tuning in to the veracity of my intuition. And so that event took place in February of 2019, and I was very out of body, really ashamed, carrying a lot of guilt, and not communicating, and experienced unprecedented suicidal ideation, PTSD, and depression. And I was spending time living in my car and national parks and things like that on the West Coast. And then my family invited me to come back to Ann Arbor, to where I acknowledged I was really struggling, and admitted myself to the Michigan Psychiatric Hospital. So I had started talking with a very compassionate psychiatrist in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and he helped guide me through. It encouraged me to admit myself to the inpatient unit, and at the time, that was the best option, where I could admit myself. I really needed to be monitored to understand what I was going through, and physicians had helped to provide medication, understand why I was being very repetitive in my thinking and actually my speech, and I was incoherent and I wasn't capable of communicating the trauma and what had happened. So I was in the Michigan Psychiatric Hospital in Ann Arbor for 2 weeks, and then was able to go home in November 2019 and started the outpatient program. So at the time, I joined this outpatient peer support program. And as we know more and more scientifically, that trauma really stays in our body. And it was very difficult to have to relay the story over and over in peer group therapy to strangers and with rotating patient groups. So at the time, I remember thinking, how am I ever going to transcend this and change the narrative and the story I'm telling, being in the same level of consciousness? So working through that, and over time and many, many months, David, I can relate in that, I was really struggling, feeling isolated, and struggling with my trying to control things and eating a lot. I gained 50 pounds and was very hard on myself. So over time, with psychotherapy and seeing a psychiatrist really helped. A psychotherapist who I continued to see in Michigan had started the Institute for Human Hope and Flourishing, and their organization is wonderful. I started meditating with Barbara Newell in Ann Arbor, and that was tremendous and transformative. So moving forward, during the pandemic, I started working as a nursing assistant in an elderly care facility, and it was really healing and humbling to take care of people who were also isolated and couldn't see their families. So in the last 2 years, just moving through, gradually reclaiming my dignity, getting back into body, regaining a sense of joy and humor came through music. And I started to sing, which has been amazing to reclaim my voice and speak up. And that practice is a way of improving speaking up for myself and patients. So now I am a graduate nursing student at the University of Virginia and starting clinical, and our cohort has just started our psychiatric mental health rotation. And I have been through many obstacles as you have, and I appreciate hearing your experiences. So in retrospect, I wouldn't wish the depression or dark experiences that I've been through on anyone else. And Garrett Space is a very poignant, really important program, and its vision to create a holistic center as an alternative to the very cold institutional psychiatric options we have now would have been unprecedented and incredibly valuable at the time. So I really appreciate all of our listeners and support financially to contribute to Garrett Space, and want to emphasize how our connection and ongoing conversations will shift the mindset that mental health is, and encouraging people who are struggling. People are very valuable who are going through it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that, Corinne. That's another thing that I really appreciate about all this, and you saying the thing that brings us together, all five of us, music. Another thing that brings us together is that we are also all bringing our own stories to the table and trying to help others as a result of our own struggles. And I think that's something that's very beautiful as well. Something I'm very grateful for, to know that people like you all exist out there. But on the topic of music, just really quickly, let's see, what's everybody's favorite thing they're listening to right now? David, let me start with you. What's your favorite thing you're listening to right now? That's all.
My favorite thing I'm listening to right now, I
Yes.
think that I'm gonna have to pick the song "Serotonin" by Girl in Red. It's about raising the visibility of mental health. I also really appreciated the Olympics for that reason. This song by Girl in Red is all about, it's unclear if it's about anxiety disorder or borderline personality disorder, but the lyrics really focus on like having intrusive thoughts and negative things coming into your head. Like she mentions wanting to like set her hair on fire or cut off her hands or jump in front of a bus. And she's just like, why do these things happening to me? Like, how do I get help for this? And the song is really about like seeking help and getting treatment. And she mentions medicine in there and getting psych help, and just really overcoming that challenge. And I think that song is really a cool thing to see in the mainstream. It's a pretty popular song right now. And it's one of the things that we don't talk about a lot, is these mental health struggles and what they actually look like for the people who are experiencing them. So that's going to be my pick.
Awesome. That's
Serotonin
great.
by Girl in Red.
Girl in Red. Look them up. Andrew, what's on the old iPod these days?
Lots of things. Probably my favorite thing in the past few years actually has been this artist named My Brightest Diamond, who actually performed at Ann Arbor's Top of the Park Festival a couple of years and gave me a great big hug when I told her how much her songs helped me when I was struggling. But in particular, she has this album called All Things Will Unwind. That's sort of a vocalist and sort of chamber ensemble collage of personal stories. And the music is very fun and whimsical and light, but also really speaks to some of the depressive challenges that she had in her life. There's a particular song, and the whole album is great, but the most particular song I can think of is called Be Brave. And that was my soul anthem most difficult times in my life. So yeah, the artist name is My Brightest Diamond, and the album is called All Things Will Unwind. Highly recommended. Yeah.
That's beautiful. Is it My Greatest Diamond? Is that what he said?
My Brightest Diamond.
My brightest diamond. Shine bright like a diamond, as they say. Thank you, Andrew. That's beautiful, and I'm so glad you had the chance to let her know that music meant something to you, and and as a fellow musician, as we all are, but like, even if you impact one life through music, or if you impact one life through the discussion that we're having, or any work that you have outside of this, we know that it's absolutely worth it. So I'm messing it up again. What is it?
Okay.
Brightest. My brightest.
My Brightest Diamond, and the album is called All Things Will Unwind. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. Brandon, you played for us before we started this a beautiful song of yours, and you will play another one after we're done in a couple of minutes here. But quickly, tell me, what is on your playlist right now? What are you jamming?
I'm currently jamming a new CD that hasn't been released yet, from a band I'm actually in, another band called Tachyon Groove. They're an all original string band that writes original music, and it's usually positive themed. A buddy of mine in that band has got this song called A Little Kindness, and it's about how a kind gesture can make an impact in a lot of ways that you couldn't even imagine. of course, is a little bit of kindness sure goes a long, long way. And I think it's pretty true. So
Absolutely.
I've been listening to that quite a lot.
It's true. And it does go a long, long way. And when can we hear this music? Is this going to come out soon?
Hopefully, yes. We're waiting for the mastered version to get sent back to us, and then hopefully from there we could get it on some media platforms.
Yes, put it on wax, as they say.
Yeah.
Back in the day. Yes, thank you. And please, afterward, when you perform, please let people know how they can find you and follow you and follow up with you on your own musical endeavors. Corinne, please tell us now, what's on repeat? What's inspiring you? What's making you smile?
The Mexican artist, Natalia Lafourcade, is one of my favorite artists right now. So she is a wonderful lyricist and composer. Her song titled Hasta la Raíz means to the root, about all of like difficult times and then the sweet times, but going through difficult times to recognize life is really precious. And I have been singing taking private lessons and singing in groups for the last 2 years. Her songs are really fun to embody and sing. So taking dual Spanish singing lessons are really joyful. So it's great to contribute for music and learn about indigenous folk Mexican music.
Wow, that's very cool. Could you tell everybody again one more time the name of that name of the artist?
The artist is Natalia Lafourcade. Her song that I mentioned is Hasta la Raíz, to the root.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. I'll
take that in the chat.
What am I? Yes, please. I will. And what am I listening to? I don't know. I like a lot of underground stuff. You ever heard of this person, Olivia Rodrigo? No, I'm kidding. It's very. All the Gen Zers out there. So that actually does it for our time today. I wanted to say thank you to all of you, Andrew, David, Brandon, Corinne. This has really been a wonderful opportunity for me to get to know you all better, and also it means a lot that you can share these stories, because people out there are listening, and this will be something that will be replayed. It'll live on the internet as well. And to the viewers at home, please remember that we are building an actual physical space that will really exist and help with destigmatizing the process of people seeking help for their mental health. And so I think we will turn to Brandon now, and he is going to perform this song, another original one of his that he wrote. And yes, thank you, everybody. Keep on keeping on, and we will see you soon.
We good to go?
Because I'm alive, because I feel asking for help is a really big deal. Oh, 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 oh. Because I'm alive, because I feel asking for help is a really big deal. Oh, 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 oh. In the desert, the sand is warm. Ooh. And as the waves wash the shore, ooh, the mighty river Babylon. Ooh, I found it, I found God. Because I'm alive, because I feel asking for help is a really big deal. Oh, 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 oh. Asking for help is a really big deal. Oh, 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 oh. A fisherman pulled me ashore. Ooh, lying to myself don't work for me anymore. I think I need to talk to my family more. Being alive is what I'm thankful for. Another time I was in trouble. Ooh, I asked the angels to be my guide. Ooh, I was lost in the darkness, my friends. Till then, show me the light. Because I'm alive, because I feel asking for help is a really big deal. Oh, 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 oh. Because I'm alive, because I feel asking for help is a really big deal. Oh, 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 oh. One day I couldn't find the road. Ooh, Jesus led me back home. Ooh, found my true friends, young and old. Ooh, I'll try to be a better me. Can you try to be a better you? Because I'm alive, because I feel asking for help is a really big deal. Oh, 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 oh. Because I'm alive, because I feel asking for help is a really big deal. Oh, 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 oh. Happiness is always the last place you look. Ooh, you find it, but keep on looking. Ooh, there's clearly something wrong. Asking for help is the theme of this song. Join us for the chorus and sing along. Because I'm alive, because I feel asking for help is a really big deal. Oh, 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 oh. Because I'm alive, because I feel asking for help is a really big deal. Oh, 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 oh. One more time. Because I'm alive, because I feel asking for help is a really big deal. Oh, 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 oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Protected. Thank you so much, guys. Incredible. Incredible. Thank you so much. And thank you to Brandon. Thank you to Brandon for being a part of that panel discussion with Mario. Great job, guys.
Thanks.
Okay, so big news here on the Go 24 for Garrett Space. 24-hour donation-a-thon, telethon, live stream-a-thon. We hit our first goal, which is amazing. We've reached $10,000, which is going to be matched. And now we are on to our second $10,000 goal, which will be matched by the Mayman family with all donations up to $10,000 from now until 5 p.m. So keep the donations rolling in, please. Share on your Facebook page, on your Twitter page, on your Instagram. Let's attract some viewers and try to raise more money, try to make a difference, and try to, help Garrett Space make a difference in people with mental health issues lives and in the community in general. And just, it's a great cause, and we can use all the money we can get. So if you can share on your Facebook page, on your Instagram page, if you can get some more eyeballs on us, we really appreciate anything you can do. Any donations, big or small, everything is welcomed and valued, and we're very appreciative. So one goal down, another one to go. Let's crush it. Coming up next is Dr. Todd Favorite. He works at the he's a professor at the University of Michigan in psychiatry. And Dr. Favorite is going to be joining us to talk about mental health right now. Welcome, Dr. Favorite.
Hi, Rivers. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. I was doing the 10-minute Michigan wait.
Yes, that's standard. That's standard.
You bet.
We make everybody go through it. It builds character.
I know it is a resiliency tool.
Exactly. So now that we've made you wait, we're ready to let you go here. So
okay.
Without any further ado, thank you for joining us and take it away.
All right. Well, I'm going to do a bit of just a bit of narrative, and then I'll pull up my PowerPoint if that's okay. I want to just say that I'm honored to be here and honored to be asked to talk about our affiliation with Garrett Space. About a year ago, Scott reached out through several colleagues, other faculty members at the university, and really wanted to engage in, and I think this really puts Garrett Space in a very unique position because of their cutting edge kind of effort to bring a wellness model, a preventative model to a very serious kind of epidemic problem with young adults, and particularly an epidemic problem that is increased in its frequency based on the pandemic. So we're seeing a lot of isolated young adults having more issues with suicidal ideation, attempts, and hospitalizations. And my role at the university is I'm the director of the psychological clinic. I'm also on the faculty of the medical school and the graduate school. And my function is largely providing clinical care, but also training up and coming clinical psychologists and mental health professionals. And one of the things that really spoke to me about this collaboration with Garrett Space was how for such a long period of time, we've had really no real evidence-based intervention, particularly intervention that was seen to be efficacious with young and suicide. Some years ago, through a longitudinal study launched through NIMH, with the principal investigator being Cheryl King, there was a very hopeful sign. This was with adolescents, and the idea was that if we really moved away from the medical model approach and really began to embrace what we know people respond to more organically, which is support and kind of a sense of caring and being invested in mentors in their lives, caregivers that are really there for them and really provide some continuity to that sense of support, which is so lacking for many of these young people, that there was a significant outcome on the improvement of the frequency of hospitalizations as well as the frequency of attempts. So this was really kind of profound research and very important in terms of really looking at what we might begin to do to get at these issues earlier in development. But it doesn't necessarily address the issue of what happens if you're already now an adult and you're still struggling with suicidal ideation and ideas of being kind of isolated and cut off and largely socially disconnected. And so this effort that Scott and his colleagues took to get some funding to implement an efficacy study to look at how this model, which the acronym is YST, it's youth nominated support, and for our particular area, it's young adult nominated support, how that might be moved up that developmental trajectory so that we can do better with people in college, people who are emancipated from families and struggling to make a life of their own, and really give them the tools that they need, and more importantly, the basic support structure that they need to manage these intensive thoughts and reduce the frequency of risk. So what I'm going to do is just take a moment to, I've got to kind of navigate here a bit, bear with me. All right. Do I have screen share, or let me, I think I have screen share. Yeah, here we go. All right, thanks for witnessing my incompetence electronically. What I want to just take you through, and I'm not going to bore you with a lot of science and details, I hope that this translates easily into the core effort and interest here. So although this is research from kind of a more implementation and efficacy platform, I think the idea is that this is really something that provides us with, at the end of the period of our study, with some real data about how this model that has been shown to be so effective with adolescents, how this model could be implemented for young adults, and in particular, using our collaboration with Garrett Space to identify young people who are in the wellness program, going through the groups, and getting some consent to work with us on nominating people who are caregivers in their sphere of interpersonal relationships. Now, what I'm not sure of is whether or not this will, is there anybody give me feedback as to whether you can see the next slide? A thumbs up or something?
It looks great. We can see it.
You can see it. Okay. I just wasn't sure the progression could be captured. So the idea here is that we are using this health-based model, which is really linked heavily to social support, and providing kind of a two-pronged approach to this very delicate and difficult problem. So the bottom line is that while Garrett Space is providing this wonderful kind of continuum of group-related care, wellness-based focus for young adults, the idea would be that the psychological clinic and the study team would then begin to work with nominated individuals from those young adults, nominating people in their life that they would like to use as a core support team. And the idea is that the study team would work with these caring adults to really engage with, a unified message, a sense of kind of efficacy about what to say and what to do when things begin to get a little stormy in someone's mental health life, and really take some of the kind of the fear characteristics and avoidance out of that equation. And the idea is that these would be folks who would have regular contact. They would meet with the care support team leader and go through basic things about suicidality and communication and mental health issues, so that they really come out at the other end with a full set of tools about how to engage. And the idea is that this would run for a 3-month period, and it really is a regularly occurring contact with the young adult, even though there may be times when, if there's a hospitalization, they would be picking up that kind of support care after the person leaves the hospital. And so the role of the study is really to kind of help tailor this kind of collaborative psychoeducation, education about psychological principles, so that there is a ongoing and salubrious relationship with the young adult, and that they have a working knowledge of what kinds of difficulties are presenting, what kinds of strategies are most useful in the communication, and that there's a consistent messaging across the care support team. So these are anywhere from 2 to 4 individuals that are really working together in the effort to improve the young adults' functionality and sense of connectedness to health and wellness. And so what we're really providing for the nominated support team is kind of a backdrop support network with clinicians at the clinic to help allay their concerns, give them tools that they need to be effective caring adults, and really move into the relationship and identify problem areas, rather than what often happens in these situations is that people begin to isolate, and there's a sense of disconnection that is often going on within families or within the relational network. And just in terms of this particular study, which we hope will progress to be a larger study once we get a signal that this is useful for young adults, we're interested in our continued collaboration with Garrett Space and looking at how we might begin to disseminate this to larger groups. But we're looking at 50 young adults within the age range of 18 to 30. And these are folks who are clearly showing symptoms or being referred because of their difficulty and with hospitalizations or frequency of suicidal ideation. And these are just some of the basic things that we look at in terms of consenting, young adults, and then we would then poll them for people that they feel would be supportive in their current, kind of social interactions or relational network. And we would work toward helping get those people on board with the groups that would be meeting either online or in person when we get past this pandemic at the psychological clinic. And so I think that the sum total of this really, I think, says a lot about Garrett Space innovation, their attention to cutting edge mental health knowledge to be able to pick this up. This has not been really applied to young adults, so this is really a brand new intervention. And to really advance the literature, advance the science, and the implementation of interventions that are effective. And so that's what I wanted to present. Also, just some additional information. This is Cheryl King's email at the U. She is the mastermind behind this wonderful project, and has established this youth and young adult depression and suicide prevention program at the U. So I want to be thoughtful about time and certainly provide an opportunity for anyone who might have a question to ask. But that's all I have to present. And again, to repeat that it's an honor to be here.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Favorite. We really appreciate you coming and sharing some of this good information with us and giving us some of the science behind, what we're trying to work on here today. So thank you so much for your time. And if anyone has any questions, do you want to give them your email or anything? Feel free to reach out.
I can put my email in the chat.
Okay. Well, that'll be great, and we'll make sure that it gets out to everybody here.
Excellent. All right, that goes out to everyone. Good. So that's how you can reach me, and I'd be more than welcome to take your questions and answer anything that's on your mind. Particularly very interested if you have anyone who would be interested in the project. We're really in an active phase of recruitment now. So the more people we can get into this pilot program, the better we can really analyze the data.
That's incredible. And that email address is tfavor at med.umich.edu. T as in Todd, favor as in the first half of favorite, at med.umich.edu. Thank you so much for your time, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it.
Have a good weekend.
Yes, sir. You too. Coming up next for us is going to be Demarius Copes. He is singing on the soundtrack of the movie Dear Evan Hansen that is going to be releasing in theaters very soon. And if you go to our auction page on the Give Butter page where you're watching this stream, presumably, you can check out the auction that could get you to the premiere of Dear Evan Hansen in Hollywood, which would be very exciting. And we're going to have a lot of people from that film that is highly anticipated that are going to be joining us later tonight. And Demarius is going to be the first one to join us. So we're very excited to have him. Again, feel free to donate. We are still accepting all donations, and we are going to be matching the next $10,000 up to $10,000 that we raised until 5 p.m. So please feel free to keep those donations rolling in, share on your Facebook pages, and help us make a difference. Demarius, it sounds like you might be joining us. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome. Welcome. How's it going now?
Very good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good.
Amazing.
I'm very glad to have you here today.
Glad to be here.
Thank you. What are you going to be doing for us?
I actually told them that I was singing a different song, but I'm gonna sing "Letter from the Refuge" from Newsies.
That's amazing. We love that.
I think it's a better selection, and I haven't sang it in a while, so I think that it'll be fun.
Well, we're very honored to have you, and thank you for joining us, and thank you for helping to raise awareness about Garrett Space.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Okay. All right. Well, Demarius, take it away, my friend.
Dear Jack, how are you? I'm okay. Guess I wasn't much help yesterday. Tonight I soaked me real good with my crutch. Oh yeah, Jack. This is crutchy, by the way. These here guards, they is rude. They say jump boy, you jump or you screwed. But the food ain't so bad, at least so far. 'Cause so far they ain't brung us no food. Ha ha. I miss the rooftop. Sleeping right out in the open, in your penthouse in the sky. There's a cool breeze blowing even in July. Anyway, so guess what? There's this secret escape plan I got. Tie a sheet to the bed, toss the end out the window. Climb down, then take off like a shot. Maybe so. Not tonight. I ain't slept and my legs still ain't right. Hey, but Pulitzer, he's going down. And then Jack, I was thinking we might just go like you were saying, where it's clean and green and pretty with no buildings in your way. And you're riding Palominos every day. Once that train makes, damn, this place. I'll be fine, good as new, but there's one thing I need you to do. On the rooftop you said that a family looks out for each other. So you tell all the fellas for me to protect one another. The end. Your friend, your best friend, your brother, Crutchy.
Wow, thank you so much. That was incredible.
Thank you so much for having me.
Wow, I'm a huge Newsies fan too, so that was a real treat.
Oh, lovely. I love that. Fun
Yeah,
show.
yeah,
Very
yeah,
fun.
yeah. It is a fun show. I
Yeah.
love it. So thank you so much for sharing that with us and joining us here on the Go 24 for Garrett Space today.
Yeah, go Garrett Space. I love this so much.
Go Garrett Space. Thank you very much.
Happy fundraising, guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Okay, so next up, we are going to have our friend Grace Martin, who is going to be joining us, and she is lovely. Of course, keep the donations rolling in. We are matching anything up to the next $10,000 that we can raise before 5 p.m. And we are super excited about that. So just something to think about is that the auction is still going, of course. And any donation you can make, extremely important to us, even contributing 10, 15, $50, however much or however little you can spare, enables us to provide innovative programming for struggling young adults and will help us achieve our vision of creating a healing residential space for the young adult population. That's what our goal is. Of course, right now, due to COVID, it's tough. It's mostly virtual at the moment, but we have a really, really big vision for what Garrett Space can do. And that we hope that it will be a place that young adults who need a little bit of respite, who need a little bit of social interaction, who need a little bit of holistic healing of any sort can go to, and that it'll make a difference in their lives. So any donation that you can make is extremely appreciated and will be matched. So thank you very much for watching and for donating. And now, without any further ado, a short message from Grace Martin.
Hi, my name is Grace Martin, and I'm from the University of Michigan's chapter of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Our goal at AFS-PUM is to eliminate the loss of life from suicide through delivering innovative prevention programs, educating the public, raising funds for suicide research and programs, and reaching out to those who have lost someone to suicide. As students of a school like Michigan, we're really cognizant of the different types of mental health struggles that come with high-stress environments. We focus on breaking down toxic stress cultures while also connecting students to mental health resources on campus. As an organization, we offer multiple resources to Michigan students, faculty, and the wider Ann Arbor community. First, our program committee's Talk Save Live presentations educate different organizations on campus about mental health struggles and suicide prevention. We host an event for the International Suicide Loss Survivors Day to honor those who have lost someone to suicide and connect them with people with shared experiences. Our annual Out of the Darkness walk raises money and awareness for suicide prevention programs. This involves year-round fundraising and outreach to support those with different connections to suicide for different reasons and continue the process of removing the stigma surrounding suicide and seeking help for suicide. In addition to these tangible events, we look to create a space where everyone feels comfortable coming forward and talking about their mental health journey wherever they are. We believe that we need to create an environment to be able to talk about suicide to prevent it. In order to keep up with our chapter and possibly get involved, you can find us on Facebook at AFSP at U of M or visit our website at afsp.org/Michigan. Thank you so much for being a part of this fundraiser and supporting the important task of suicide prevention.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. Quick fundraising update as of 3:30. We now have the following: an $11,000 sponsorship and a 1K pledge. So that's $12,000, and a new pledge, which we are very happy to announce, of $5,000 from David Buss, which can be used towards the Mayman match. So the current total with Give Butter is now $27,329. We need about $2,700 more to meet the Mayman match by 5. So we've got Just a little over an hour here, maybe an hour and a half to hit that $30,000 mark. And as soon as we do that, we'll bump it immediately up to 40 with the 10K match from David Mayman. And thank you very much for that generous pledge of $5,000 from David Buss. We really, really appreciate that. Coming up next, I'm going to throw it back to Mario, and Mario will be playing some music, I think. So take it away, Mario.
All right. Hey, everybody. I am still in the same spot, but in a different location. I'm with a friend here, my dear friend Sarah Marie Baron, and we're going to sing some music. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, everybody.
Sure
Thank you so much for tuning in, so much for donating, for caring about this cause. It's always special performing with Mario, but especially when it's for something as important as this. So thank you so much for being a part of that. Yeah. All right. First song, New York. First song we're going to do is called New York, and it's a song I wrote off of my first album, Sad But True. And yeah, hope you enjoy it. Are you still pissed, or have you settled down? And would you respond if I reached out? 'Cause I'm still so stressed over you. You burned me off like a bad tattoo, and though it almost killed me once, I still can't help but think of us when I'm in your city, and I thought I'd let you know what that does to me, 'cause I never let you go. In New York City, where the streets say you are cold, I am sorry I couldn't come with you, and that I love got old to you. I've changed enough you wouldn't recognize my darker hair, the circles on my eyes, and my romantic bones are all broken now. I fix them up if I knew how, but as much as I don't believe in love, I still can't help but call you up when I'm in your city, and I thought I'd let you know what that does to me, 'cause I never let you go. In New York City, where the streets say you are cold, I am sorry I couldn't come with you, that I love got old to you. I don't know if I hate you or thank you for leaving. I don't blame you, I know you love me, baby. I try, but I can't make you. Now I'm in your city, and I thought I'd let you know what home. So next song, we got a new song for you. This one's called Shiver.
Yeah, brand new.
Brand new. It's
No
probably
one
not going to sound like this on the recording at all. So this is a special.
Yes,
sneak
exclusive.
preview.
Exclusive. So
Yeah.
we'll see.
Right.
Sounds a good song.
Mhm.
I don't need nothing from you that you won't give to me. Come closer, babe, so you can read my lips. It's something when I'm with you, feels like this energy moves mountains, baby. When you move my hips, I can't help but shiver. When you touch me, it's like we're on the moon. The way we move is so simple. It made me wanna stay in bed with you till noon. Say you don't want me like I want you. That's a lie. Feels like you want me when you're in between these thighs. You call me, baby. I know you're interested. Just come over if you got the time. Yeah, babe, I know you're busy, but if you're interested, I'd like to merge my schedule with mine. We are just two people. Don't gotta call it anything that it ain't. We can keep it simple. Just let me know, baby, before it's too late. Say you don't want me like I want you. That's a lie. Feels like you want me when you're in between these thighs. Say you don't want me like I want you. That's a lie. Feels like you want me when you in between these thighs.
We're plotting on it. It's new, so.
All right, should we do one more?
One more?
Yeah.
One more? Well, so I gotta pull up the old changes.
The song is special. So everybody knows the song, right? I
Think,
Can't Make
many
You Love
people.
Me, Bonnie Raitt, the classic.
Yes.
The classic tearjerker. But it's one of the first songs we played together.
And it's one of Garrett's favorite songs as well. He loved playing it and singing it, so. Let's
Yeah.
do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
For Garrett.
All right.
close my eyes, then I won't see love you don't have when you're here with me. Only will come, and I'll do what's right. Just give me till then, give up this fight. I will give up this fight, 'cause I can't make you love me if you don't. You can't make your heart feel something it won't. Here in the dark, in these final hours, I will lay down my heart. Yeah, I'll feel the power, but you won't. No, but you won't. I can't let you love me. You don't. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm Sarah Marie Barron, you know Mario, and enjoy the rest.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
See you soon.
Wow, that was beautiful. I love that song, Bonnie Raitt. Wow. Thank you so much to Sarah Marie Barron and, of course, Mario on the keys. But Sarah Marie, a singer-songwriter based in Detroit. If you can, go support her. Check her out on Spotify, Apple Music, wherever you get your songs. She's got some bangers, and then the ballads, as you can clearly see, she's got them down, no problem. We're going to be bringing Judith Warner, an author, on for you next, which we're very excited about. But for now, I'm just going to continue to ask you to keep donating. We're getting so close to our goal. We only need a little over $2,000 to reach our second goal that we've set for ourselves. And if you can help out, if you can share, if you can tell other people to help out, we really appreciate any way that you're able to help. So Garrett Space, for those who aren't aware of maybe what's going on here, maybe just joined us, Garrett Space is an organization that's dedicated to reducing suicides and filling critical gaps in supportive care options for young adults facing significant mental health challenges. Julie and Scott Halpert lost their son, one of my closest friends, Garrett, to suicide, and saw that there was insufficient support to help Garrett. After Garrett passed away, they founded this organization, Garrett Space, to help fill in these gaps by creating a holistically focused residential center and other programming for struggling young adults who are in danger of losing hope and dying by suicide. So that's really what we're all here today for, is to honor Garrett and to talk about mental health in young adults, to help Garrett Space, which is doing some amazing work right now, only available to be done online right now because of COVID. But they're hoping that eventually, with your donations, they'll be able to build a center that young adults facing mental health challenges can lean on and go to in the community and that's what we're trying to accomplish. So thank you so much for being with us. And we're going to toss it now to author Judith Warner. Judith, you may know from her New York Times bestseller, Perfect Madness, Motherhood in the Age of Anxiety, and also her new book, And Then They Stopped Talking to Me, Making Sense of Middle School. So here is Judith.
I'm Judith Warner. I'm an author. I'm Judith Warner. I'm an author and journalist, and I'm talking to you from my home office where I'm completely surrounded by books on mental illness and mental health. There are histories and biographies and memoirs, books on ADHD and autism and bipolar disorder, lots of books on eating disorders, books on children and adults, and of course, about young adults. Because young adults are and have always been right in the crucible when it comes to mental health. Because life is really complicated in young adulthood. Because a number of disorders show up in their full expression in their early 20s. Because young adults want to be independent. They don't want their parents up in their business and they hide things. And because parents' hands are often tied. They want so desperately to help. They want to find help. And finding help, unfortunately, is so incredibly difficult. It's so hard to find help under the best of circumstances. And it's almost impossibly hard to find it right now when the demand for mental health care is so great after the isolation and anxiety and loss that we've all gone through over the past year and a half. I have all of these books around me because for the better part of the past 15 years, I've been writing and speaking a lot on mental health. But that's not the whole story. Some of my books are from my father's library. He was a psychologist and an author, and he struggled a lot. And he looked to books on mental health and mental illness to help him make sense of himself and his world, just as I have and I do. But the truth is, I've been surrounded by mental illness all my life, and to an astounding degree, despite all of this reading, I didn't know it. Even as I studied psychology in college, and then I read and wrote about mental illness for years, I missed so much of what was happening around me in my own life. I didn't have the words, the concepts, the eyes to see. And I'm hardly alone in that. Until very recently, we really didn't talk about mental illness, even if, maybe especially if, it was present in our own families. People tended not to get diagnosed, they struggled and suffered, and the people around them suffered as well. Even today, when it seems like we talk about mental health all the time, we still lack understanding, and we lack compassion, and we lack access to care. People still usually suffer for a very long time before they're properly diagnosed, if they're diagnosed at all. And then even if they are diagnosed, they struggle to find good treatment. I saw a statistic earlier today that fully 60% of young people with major depression don't receive any mental health treatment. That's a national emergency, and that number comes from before COVID. Julie and Scott are doing something about this. They could have been completely crushed by the loss of their son Garrett. Their lives shattered, but they themselves didn't break. They set out to make a difference. And so they devoted themselves to giving other young adults a space where they can connect and be heard and know that they're not alone. And that is huge for the young adults and for all the people who love them. Because whether you're a young person who's struggling with depression or anxiety or bipolar disorder, or whether you're that young person's parent, you do tend to feel all alone in the universe, on a separate planet from all the shiny, happy people whose curated lives you have to encounter online. You're not alone, of course. It's mathematically impossible, given that even before COVID, about 1 in 5 people in America were known to suffer from a diagnosable mental disorder in any given year, and that number rises to almost half over the course of a lifetime. But people hide that, or they just don't see it. They don't have the eyes to see. We talk about mental health more than ever before, but stigma, the poison of stigma, still remains. That's why I am so happy to be here talking to you and to be able to be part of the absolutely crucial work that Julie and Scott are doing in creating and building up and expanding Garrett Space. 15 years ago, I set out to write a book about what I was calling the American culture of diagnosis. Like a lot of journalists, a lot of people at that time, I was convinced that young people were being overdiagnosed and overmedicated, that parents were essentially putting them on drugs as a kind of performance enhancement, that all these disorders and treatments that I kept hearing about, that we were all reading about skeptically, things that we hadn't heard about growing up, were somehow an outgrowth of our ambitious, competitive, rapacious, winner-take-all culture. In the course of doing my research, though, I found out that I was wrong, that the things that I was saying and thinking about parents, about these young people, about the doctors who were treating them, weren't just wrong, but they were actually offensive, that they were harmful, that in fact the need for care way outpaces whatever is actually on offer. So to my publisher's great shock and regret, I changed course. I asked a lot of the same questions, but I found answers based on evidence, not on prejudice. And eventually I wrote a book about stigma and about how it gets in the way of getting young people the help that they need, how it gets in our way of even seeing what's going on around us. You'll find that book in the silent auction, along with the opportunity to spend an evening with me talking about it. I'll tell you what I learned about history, about mental illness and families, about what has and hasn't changed over the decades in how we understand and treat people with mental health disorders, what we need to know and what we need to do in order to do better by them and by their families. And if I'm lucky, you'll tell me your story. I'm really honored to have had the chance to be here tonight talking to you, and I hope that you'll do all that you can to help support Garrett Space.
Thank you very much to Judith for joining us. As she mentioned at the end there, please, please, please check out our silent auction that we have going on the Give Butter site. You can win a dinner with Judith, one of the most educated people in this field. I know this is something that a lot of us are passionate about here. We've all been affected by mental health in some way to end up here. We all have our own mental health struggles. I know I do. I know that all my friends that I'm doing this with today have their own mental health challenges. And if you want to have dinner with one of the most educated, most qualified people to speak on that topic, please, please, please check out the auction page, bid on a dinner with Judith, New York Times award-winning New York Times best-selling author. We've got plenty of other exciting opportunities on there. Go to the premiere of Dear Evan Hansen. Hanan School is offering makeup brushes and a makeup lesson for people who want to learn how to do cool stuff with makeup. We've got so much going on in the auction, and there's a lot of great stuff for you to check out. So please don't hesitate. If something on there is interesting to you, bid on it, check it out. It would help us out tremendously. So thank you very much to Judith for being with us and for offering herself up for a night to talk with one lucky winner. Yeah, so coming up next, we of course will have another presentation. But before we get to that, I just want to remind everyone that we're still a few dollars short of our donation goal. We only have until 5 p.m. to reach our donation goal. We're about $2,000 away, and we've only got about 50 minutes. So anything else you can give before 5 p.m. will all be matched by the Mayman family. So please feel free to keep donating, keep reaching out to new people, keep sharing this as much as you can, and getting more eyes on us. We would really appreciate that. So after I'm done here, I'm going to hand it, I believe, back to Mario for a little while. He's got a Q&A with one of my good friends, Aaron Baum. Aaron Baum, another Ann Arbor kid, grew up in Burns Park. He and my younger brother were on a lot of the same basketball and soccer teams, and he, a Duke educated man, is now a teacher, and he interacts with a lot of young adults who are going through these sort of transitional times in their life every single day. And I know that the sort of high school transitional period of life from experience is really, really hard. Whether it's, switching schools, getting ready for college, thinking about leaving your family problems at home, whatever, there's so much transition going on in that time in your life that sort of starts a vicious cycle of unhealthy habits for a lot of people who end up struggling with their mental health. So here's Aaron, and he's gonna tell us about his role as a high school teacher, and he and Mario will discuss the troubles facing today's youths. Take a listen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rivers. Good to see you, man. I am joined here by another Tappan Trojan alum from the Burns Park area, Mr. Aaron Baum. How are you this afternoon, sir?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me on, Mario.
Absolutely. Pleasure is all mine, all ours. Tell the people, who are you?
Yeah, so as Mario said, I'm Aaron Baum. He appropriately introduced me as Mr. Aaron Baum because I am a high school teacher out here in Washington, D.C. Still a little weird, the whole Mr. thing, but 4 years in, I'm getting used to it. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here, be a part of this fundraiser. I know how important this vision is that Julie and Scott have had, and I've seen mostly from a distance how hard they've been working on it. Garrett's somebody that I've known as long as I can remember. In fact, our parents grew up. It goes back a generation or two. So yeah, just super glad to be joining you here.
Absolutely. And obviously why we're gathered here today is in honor of Garrett, but the bigger question, picture, dialogue of it all is mental health. And so you being a school teacher, especially during the pandemic, the topic of mental health in the classroom, kind of all over the world, really is something that we keep hearing more about. I guess if you don't mind sharing your experiences about, what you've gone through in the last year, maybe from yourself and from the point of view of the kids as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're totally right. It's been front and center, and it's been a lot. I mean, I'll just be honest, that's not unique to me. That's not unique to my profession, but it's been a lot. Honestly, as the pandemic has worn on, I've sort of found that a lot of that pain that's all over the place, near and far in the world, has sort of nested itself in the back of my mind. I think kind of as a coping mechanism that it's got to be pushed to the periphery a little bit. But that can be hard. That's this sort of latent pain that's just there. And over the last school year, when we were pretty much all on Zoom, I found myself time and time again sort of questioning whether we should really be doing this, whether we should really be pushing ourselves and our students in particular to try and make work happen. It's, I mean, like, school can be a really welcome distraction for students, especially in times like this. And even outside of the pandemic, just students who often have more difficult lives outside of school. School's often a shelter from that. So not being able to come to school in person was a huge burden on a lot of those students. But at the same time, even having something to do and log on every day, it being school, it could add a lot of stressors too. And that was a really tough thing to balance. It honestly felt a little bit ridiculous at times. I try to be honest with my students about that and open and tell them that, I was having these questions cross my mind. I think that showing a little bit of vulnerability in that sense can go a long way with young people.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, vulnerability is a very difficult thing that even adults struggle with being able to express. So to be able to show that to children, especially at that age. Now, what age range are your students?
Yeah, so I'm teaching ninth graders. So they're most of them start the year 14, turn 15 throughout the year.
Okay, so it's fair to assume most of them are probably tech savvy in some degree, growing up with Zoom kind of at the peripheral. But like you said, that's right, Gen Z. But you did mention, students that maybe came from certain challenging circumstances, maybe not having technology as an accessible thing compared to some of their peers. Did you find that were those students in particular struggling more in the classroom, or was it did it kind of balance itself out, or did you feel like everyone was just doing their best, including the students, the teachers, the company Zoom, all the internet providers? So it was sort of this idea that we're all just trying our best here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the short answer and the not very descriptive answer is that it affected everybody, all my students in different ways. I don't think there was anyone that was not affected by it. But I'll be honest with you, I had some students this past year, some of my own students, and then also listening to some of my colleagues talk about some of my former students who were really thriving in this environment, at least academically. And that, of course, there are two sides to that coin, as we've begun to talk about. But there were students who, being away from sort of the distractions and the social stressors that can come with being physically in school, did them a lot of good. And it was really important for all of us to seize on those positive outcomes. In all of our faculty meetings, we start by giving teachers an opportunity to share good news. And those were always moments that injected a little bit of life into some of those rather, at times, lifeless Zoom meetings.
Yeah.
But I also had students that even if they were performing well academically, sometimes you saw sort of a long-term gradual dip over the course of the year as things started to take a toll. I had some students that missed significant amounts of school for inpatient care due to some really serious mental health concerns. So it was really a range. Sure. And of course, since the very beginning of the pandemic, which took up basically the fourth quarter of our 2019 to 2020 school year, from those first weeks on, I just kept hearing about students, especially students that come from lower income neighborhoods that are under-resourced in all these different ways, losing family members to COVID. Yeah. And, especially in a place like DC, you have students dealing with different things, different loss all the time. But this in particular was just like, what can you even say to a kid? How can you communicate that, you should still show on Zoom and get things done? I mean, so there was a lot there from the students.
Absolutely. And you think it was challenging for media and adults to talk to adults to get through things. And, growing up, how are we supposed to convey these messages now to children, to kids and young adults? So obviously, your work as a teacher is always, it's something teachers are really some amazing heroes that we have here. I think you and I have been both very blessed to have had teachers that have changed our lives, and I'm certain that you've definitely changed some lives out there in DC, Mr. Baum. And if you're just joining us now, I'm here with my good friend Aaron Baum here. He is a school teacher in Washington, DC, and we're talking about mental health and the impact from COVID teaching setting. And so I got a few more minutes here. I just want to ask you a couple more questions.
Sure.
I guess going forward now, you've done a year of the Zoom teaching. What's it like there? I know every region, every county, every state is different. What is school looking like for you right at this moment?
Yeah. It's a great question. So we are back in person, full time, masked up all day long, trying to keep social distancing. But if you've ever been in a classroom, which I'm assuming either as a student or otherwise, everybody watching this has been, that there's not a whole lot of room for that. It's tough. But we are back in person, which has been giving me a lot of energy. This is the coming to the end of the first full week of school this year for us. So, the mayor actually issued an order that every public school, and we're a public charter school, but every school that is public in some way does need to be open for in-person learning 5 days a week this year until further notice. So I think it's something that we were striving for anyway, but that's where we're at. Yeah.
Is that the topic of mental health? Is there in your school in particular, do you feel like there's resources available for kids and also for faculty? Do you feel like there's spaces, or in those meetings, is that something that gets discussed kind of generally?
Yeah, it really does. And I feel extremely lucky, especially because, a huge amount of the conversation about education these days is how underfunded it is. And everything from school lunches to something like mental health resources. We have a really wonderful counseling department, as well as separately a student support department. Those counselors they're primarily tasked with working with students, but they also make themselves available to teachers, which is great. It's not perfect, but and we've also been doing some things institutionally that I think are really intentionally geared towards mental health and wellness. Last year, one of the other great struggles was, of course, just missing that in-person connection. Teaching is a very relational job, and our school in particular we say this all the time. We said this all the time before the pandemic, that we are a school that values above all its interpersonal relationships. And my director, the upper school at Washington Latin, Kara Brady, she's a wonderful person, and she has taken it upon herself, with the help of some wonderful people around her over the past year, to really put some initiatives in place to try and improve wellness outcomes and give us a chance to be really intentional about that. So last year we did as much as we could. We got together in outdoor settings with students, outdoor masked, whether it was just to do something like, community service, picking up trash around the campus, or, fun things like going on hikes, bike rides, just anything, kickball games, anything we could do within the realm of COVID safety, that would allow us to have some time together. And they were upfront about it, and they said, this is Wellness Wednesday. Sign up ahead of time to come in for Wellness Day and sign up for something. So I think even just being intentional about it, being vocal about it, sends a signal to the students that this is something that we are really trying to improve on, but also it's something that you can and should be really intentional about in your life, and name that, because you and I we're pretty young, but even in our childhood, I feel like that was not something that was sort of explicitly impressed upon us, that your own wellness and self-care are things that matter, that you should put time towards, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I totally agree. And and I guess it's never too early to start having those conversations. Just sort of getting people, I don't know if there we go. if yes, yeah, we're back. We're doing it live, guys. So, Aaron, you obviously school teacher, school, Burns Park, Tappan, Pioneer, Duke University, but
Sir.
you are an Ann Arborite at heart, so therefore you have somewhat pledged allegiance to Michigan football team here. This is the hardest question I'm going to ask you. How are you feeling about the Maize and Blue this year?
If I can be honest with you, and this might sound like a joke, but I'm being dead serious. One of my self-care practices over the past year and couple years has been to pay a little bit less attention to Michigan football than I have in the past. And it pains me on a level to say. At the same time, I feel it's also set me free.
Sure.
My partner, Sam, you could ask her about Saturdays, and she would probably also agree that it set me free a little bit. Having said that, I saw a really touching tribute that my brother sent me from this year's Michigan marching band drum major to all of last year's seniors, and got me, sort of a little teary-eyed.
Yeah.
It's funny. One of the ways I do follow Michigan football, Michigan sports, and have for a while now is taking a look at MGO blog once in a while. And I clicked on it the other day just because I was like, oh gosh, I guess there's football starting pretty soon. And the founder of MGO blog, the eponymous Brian, he actually wrote this really, really incredible piece on the front page that was basically like, let me explain to all of you MGO blog readers why you're going to see me stepping away a little bit from this year. And part of it was he addressed a little bit of just the fact that like Michigan football itself has been something that's become less of a source of pleasure for him and a little bit more of a source of pain, but really opening up about his personal life, his marriage, and the toll that this huge commitment he's made to following Michigan football has taken on him. And that really spoke to me. And I found it relatable, not that I, write 50,000 word season previews and stuff like that. But so that was not really an answer to the football question that you asked.
No, it was perfect. It's perfect.
I'm always pulling for Jim Harbaugh and the boys, and it's sometimes it's when you least expect it is when great things happen. So we'll see. I'll keep an eye. I'll definitely be on my couch some Saturdays here and there.
Of course.
Most
my genius segue that I had missed previously, where you talking about all the wellness and the different social activities, your social distance activities with the kids. I think sometimes we take for granted too how sports was, something that could give us a little sense of freedom and a little sense of breaking away from every day to help with our mental health. But the same side of the coin, other side of the coin rather, it can be very emotionally taxing as well, as the MGO blogger had stated. And now I got to wrap it up here, but before you go, I know this is a very personal event for you as well. I don't know if you wanted to just share, what this means to you personally, as Aaron Baum, not Mr. Baum, the teacher, if you are so willing to.
One of the same. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for that. It is very personal to me. As I mentioned a couple of times, I'm here in DC. And during that first year that I was living here, I had the really, really great fortune of overlapping with Garrett in this time that he lived here. And I feel, I count myself as among the extremely lucky to have been able to spend some time with him out here, and get to know him as an adult, having known him so well as a kid and through high school. We had some great times playing softball out on the National Mall, and we would usually sort of walk back up towards home together, and just Garrett's one of those people you could always just shoot the breeze with. And it was always going to be a really, really rewarding conversation. I cherish really all those moments, those times I had with Garrett. And actually these days, one of the things I do at Washington Latin is coach tennis, and that's a really special thing for me, and because of my relationship with Garrett, we played at opposite ends of the Pioneer tennis team in our day, put it that way. I thankfully never had to practice matches against him, but we did a heck of a lot of carpooling and spent a lot of time together through that, and it's always something that I think of Garrett every time I step out on the tennis court, and I, as I said at the top of this, that I'm just so what's even the emotion? I mean,
it's a lot of emotion.
It's a lot of emotions, but at the end of the day, I just think it is such a beautiful and wonderful thing, Julie and Scott, that you've been able to start from a seed, and to see what it's grown into these couple of years, and with you, Mario, being the master of ceremonies at these wonderful fundraiser events. I mean, I'm not going to get choked up on here right now. But ask me right afterwards. Thanks again, Mario. This has been really fun, really great. Appreciate that.
No, thank you, Aaron. The pleasure is all mine, and I really appreciate you sharing your story and sharing your journey as a teacher and discussing mental health with people. And I hope everybody tuning out there, stay tuned. We have a lot. I mean, it's like, this is 24 hours, so this is just a sliver of what's to come. And so, Rivers, I will pass it back to you. Aaron, great to see you, man. Thank you again.
Likewise. Always. Thank you. And thanks, Rivers.
All right.
Thank you so much to Aaron and Mario for that insightful commentary on what young adults are facing these days. We know the pandemic has been really hard on a lot of people's mental health, and just to get an inside look at the way that that's impacting young adults is really powerful. So next, I'm really excited for this one. We're going to bring on Allie Halpert, sister of Garrett Halpert, who's the reason we're all doing this, because we cared so much about him. And Allie is going to play us some jams. So Allie, welcome. Thank you so much for being here, and take it away.
Thanks, Rivers. Great to see all of you out there in my mind, since I can't see you on the Zoom screen. Let's get to it. Ease in, move slow. There's nowhere you have to go. Ease in, move slow. There's a whole world for you to know. Ease in, move slow. The flowers and the trees and you will grow. The flowers and the trees and you will grow. The love around you doesn't look like a certain way, but the seed in the earth takes the wind and the water and the sun any way they come, and moves in the most beautiful shapes, the most beautiful shapes. Never does she ask from why and where it comes. There is life everywhere in the roots where love is from. Ease in, move slow. There's nowhere you have to go. Ease in, move slow. There's a whole world for you to know. Ease in, move slow. The flowers in the trees and you will grow. The flowers in the trees and you will grow. The love around you doesn't look like a certain way, but love has surely found you. From the East Coast to the Midwest, the candles light your way, your way. the candles light your way. Your way. Ease in, move slow. There's nowhere you have to go. Ease in, move slow. There's a whole world for you to know. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for being with us. I'm glad to be with you. I love this fundraiser for all the people that it brings together. It's always so great to see Mario. Obviously, love my fam. And just, yeah, seeing Rivers and all of you. It's really great. So I'm honored to be with all of you. That was a song off my kids album called Nipple Confusion. You can check it out online if you want. And the reason I played it is because it's a song about being birthed. And I think in this time, especially, it's about to be the Jewish New Year, and we're all in the process of coming into this world that is very difficult at times. And so, yeah, just a reminder to take it at your own pace. This is a song that I wrote with my friend Anat, and she wrote the first part and I wrote the second part. And we sang it to each other over voice memos during the pandemic. So I hope that it helps you. I'm not alone, 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 I'm not alone. I forgot for a minute who I belong to. The Mama Earth, the wind and rain, the beauty and the pain. I'm not alone. For me, the world was created. I'm not alone. To dust I will return. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm not alone, I'm not alone, I'm not alone, I'm not alone, I'm not alone. I forgot for a minute who I belong to. The Mama Earth, the wind and rain, the beauty and the pain. I'm not alone. For me, the world was created. I'm not alone. To dust I will return. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm not alone, I'm not alone, I'm not alone, I'm not alone, I'm not alone. Thanks again. So this next song is another one that's off of my kids album. And it's written for kids, but it's actually written for adults as well. And yeah, like I said, like we've been talking about, the world is pretty hard right now. There's climate change happening, capitalism is collapsing, like the systems around us are not keeping up. And that is a really big reason why mental health is so bad. Fortunately, some good news is that we actually do have a lot of innate ways to
heal from things like crying and laughing and shaking and screaming that I think get undersold. And a group of people who know how to do this really well are young people. If you watch them, they really know how to heal emotionally. So I take my cues from them, and I wrote this song about that. It's not so bad to put something over your head. It's not so bad to put your arms through your sleeves. It's not so bad to put on your bear suit so you can go out and play. But you can still cry. You can still cry. You can still cry when we put on your clothes. It's not so bad to be strapped in your seat. We'll sing you songs and feed you boiled beets. It's not so bad to be in a car to meet your friends and see the world. But you can still cry. You can still cry. You can still cry when you are buckled in. It's not so bad when we put on your sunscreen. It's not so bad if it makes you scream. It's pretty sad we broke the ozone, so you need protection from those sunbeams. But you can still cry. You can still cry. You can still cry when we lotion you up. Every feeling you have, baby, you can sell it like it is. This world is full of injustice, baby. We need your voice loud and clear. So when we take your toothbrush away, or your mama's not near, you can scream, shake, laugh, shout, baby. Our love will always be here. And you can still cry. You can still cry. You can still cry when we won't let you touch your poo. You can still cry. You can still cry. You can still cry, whatever other things we do. All right, I got a couple more for you all. So, like I said, it's almost the Jewish New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. And there's a tradition that some people have of reading Psalm 27 every day before we get ready for the high holidays, which is basically a song of yearning to be in creation, to be alive and with people and in the world. And yeah, I just put it to a different melody than it has been for a while, and I'll share it with you now. Achat sha'alti met Hashem, ota avakesh. Achat sha'alti met Hashem, ota avakesh. Shivti bevet Hashem, kol yemei chayai לחזור בנועם השם שבתי בבית השם כל ימי חיי לחזור בנועם השם ולבקר בהיכלו ולבקר בהיכלו ולבקר בהיכלו ולבקר בהיכלו אחת שאלתי מת השם אותה אבקש אחת שאלתי מת השם אותה אבקש שבתי בבית השם כל ימי חיי לחזור בנועם השם שבתי בבית השם כל ימי חיי לחזור בנועם השם ולבקר בהיכלו ולבקר בהיכלו ולבקר בהיכלו ולבקר בהיכלו שבתי בבית השם כל ימי חיי לחזור בנועם השם שבתי בבית השם כל ימי חיי לחזור בנועם השם. Thanks everybody who's watching. I've got just a couple more for you. So this is a song that I really like to sing that's about just the beauty of the world that we're in. I think there's a common theme here. And I learned it at camp, and that also feels special to me. Singing with Garrett was something that we really like to do together. So it feels nice to be able to honor him in this way. All right, I'm gonna check out this guitar situation here for a second. Doing some interesting buzzing. Maybe if I just move. All right, let's try it like this. I love the sun, it slowly rises at the start of each day. I hear the eagle in the garden, come away, come away. I love the moon high in the dark sky, where the bright stars all play. I hear the owl in the deep wood, come away, come away. So come away with me now, dear friend, away with me now. Walk beside the quiet water. sorrows I've known. Laugh and sing about the stories of this fair island. Come away, come away. I love the trees, trees of the forest, for they stand tall and pray. I hear the blue jay, she is laughing. Come away, come away. I love the wind out in the ocean, love the taste of salt spray. I hear the seagull, she is crying. Come away, come away. So come away with me now, dear friend, away with me now. Walk beside the quiet waters of this fair island. Come away, come away. And leave your sorrows alone, dear heart, there's sorrows I've known. Laugh and sing about the stories of this fair island. Come away, come away. I love the silence of the snowfall, the sound of rain on my roof, and I'm so thankful for each moment that I've spent here with you. I love the river running freely, days of green, days of blue, and I'm so thankful for each moment that I've spent here with you. So come away with me now, dear friend, away with me now. Walk beside the quiet waters of this fair island. Come away, come away. And leave your sorrows alone, dear heart, there's sorrows I've known. Laugh and sing about the stories of this fair island. Come away, come away. Okay. Hey out there to all the family, immediate and otherwise, watching. I got one more song for you today that I think I'm actually just gonna sing without the guitar. This was a song that came to me a few months after Garrett died, and it was some medicine for me to make it through a lot of grief that I was feeling about Garrett and about the world and the way things were. So I hope that it can be for you too. Loosen, baby, you don't have to carry the weight of the world in your muscles and bones. Let go, let go, let go. Loosen, baby, you don't have to carry the weight of the world in your muscles and bones. Let go, let go, let go. Holy breath and holy name. Will you ease this pain? Holy breath and holy name. Will you ease this pain? Loosen, baby, you don't have to carry the weight of the world in your muscles. muscles and bones. Let go, let go, let go. Loosen, loosen, baby. You don't have to carry the weight of the world in your muscles and bones. Let go, let go, let go. Thanks so much for having me on this 24-hour fundraiser.
Thanks so much for being here with us.
My pleasure.
It's great to see you, Allie. I gotta say, it's been quite a while.
Yeah, it has, Rivers. It's really great to see you too.
Yeah, I think the last time that I saw Allie was I was staying the night at the Halbert's house with Garrett, and we were thinking about going out in the middle of the night to try to meet some girls. And I was like, "Won't your parents hear the door opening?" And Garrett was like, "It's fine. They'll just think it's Allie. She can leave whenever she wants." So we really appreciate you taking that one for us.
Glad I could help.
Yeah. But your songs were amazing. That was so good. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rivers.
Yes. And hello, Mario. Hey.
Mario.
Go ahead. Do what you do, Rivers. Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say, I think we have reached up to about $38,000 raised so far today. So amazing job, everybody. And that's gonna do it. I think for me for today. Until 10 p.m. When you will be able to hear me and my friend Luke provide some really stimulating sports talk that Mario will hopefully be able to join in a little bit of.
I will. And Rivers, thank you. And Allie, also, thank you so much. So good to see you. You sounded amazing. It obviously means so much to be able to have you do this and to have me be a part of this as well. So, thank you. And I'm very, very happy that you could share your music with the world today.
Much love. Bye.
Thank you. Well, all right, Mario.
I'm gonna
so over to you, my friend. You're back in the host chair, back where you belong. This shirt is incredible. I've been noticing the outfit changes. You're absolutely killing it. You look wonderful. And best of luck. Prime time hours. Here we go.
Yeah, I guess a little Dion primetime Sanders hours. I appreciate you, Riv, man. You held it down the afternoon. Give it up for Rivers Up Church out there. Give it up for him.
Thanks so much, everybody. I'm really, really glad to be able to be a part of this. And tune in at 10.
We'll see you. Well, Rivers, real quick before you go, is there any football on tonight that you're interested in? Is there any?
It's funny you should mention it. The North Carolina Tar Heels, the second most important football team to this 24-hour live stream, not ahead of the Michigan Wolverines, of course, who we will discuss at 10 p.m. what we think of their season, Luke and I. But yes, the North Carolina Tar Heels, the team that employs me and pays my rent, will be playing on ESPN at 6 p.m. So if you want to put that on mute in the background while you enjoy some more Garrett space, keep me in mind.
Well, we definitely will. And we appreciate you taking the time. We know you work in sports for UNC. And so to be able to do this on the opening night after the pandemic, everything, we thank you because I know how much that game means to you. I know how much it means for them to have you on board and do all that. Thank you, Rivers.
The team needs me. They're really glad to have me.
The team.
the team. But it was amazing to get to honor Garrett in this way. So thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. And I'll see you later tonight.
Yes, I'll see you soon, my friend.
All right, see you, Mario.
All right. So, welcome everybody. If you're just joining, my name is Mario Sulaksana. I am going to be your host. Very briefly, actually, I was hosting this morning. Rivers took over. I'm going to take over the next hour or two, and then I'm going to hand it over to my good friend Desi Oakley, who will rock it out and be an awesome host for this event. I'm very happy to announce the next person that's going to be coming on. Is Mr. Jeffrey Cass, really a true staple in the Ann Arbor creative writing community, a man who has touched my life and many others through his teaching and just his overall human qualities he possesses and gets to sort of, show the best of. So I'm going to welcome Jeff into the stream, and he is going to lead us all with a little bit of a poetry workshop and talk a little bit about himself and the creative writing process. So let's get this moving. Jeff.
How's it going, Mario?
It's going wonderful. How are you?
I'm good, man.
So great to see you. Thank you for being here.
Of course.
Yes. Well, I will let you take over unless you have any questions for me.
No, has anybody tuned in? Any idea?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. They're just not tuned in on Zoom, but it's just you and me on the Zoom. But I've got some analytics that I'd be glad to share after you go on. So.
Okay. Do you want to give me any kind of introduction, or you want me to just jump right in?
Oh, you know what? You didn't hear it, did you? I did. I said you're an amazing creative writer and poet here in Ann Arbor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. For those of you listening out there and watching, it's just Jeff. Jeff can only see me out here. It's I know it looks professional as hell, but it's very DIY on my end. But no. Jeff, you're ready to rock and roll.
I am
the
ready.
Stage is all yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this once again. I'm very excited to once again, be in support of this very, very important cause. I remember Garrett very fondly. Was a wonderful student, wonderful writer, great kid to have in the classroom. He and Mario were always up to some kind of hijinks, which was awesome. So it's very personal for me to be here and to allow myself to be part of this, to really help people understand how serious this issue is, how many young people struggle with mental health challenges, and why it's so important for a place like Garrett's space to flourish, so we can really help all the kids in the community who struggle, because it happens all the time. All right, so we've just started a new school year. I'm going to read, 8 or 9 poems. A couple of them are pretty long. I'm going to read some poems from this book, Teacher/Pizza Guy, which is my most recent poetry collection. It was a 2020 Michigan Notable Book. It covers the school year 2016-2017, when I was working at Cottage Inn delivering pizzas 2 or 3 nights a week, right? So I have never, up until last year during the pandemic, not worked another job while teaching here in Ann Arbor. I've always worked at least 2 jobs, often 3 or 4. Some of that's to make ends meet, but also just because I believed in doing a lot of stuff for the neutral zone, and getting a literary arts program there. So, it's been a busy past several years. And this year in particular, when I was working for Cottage Inn, was really tough because I would be working sometimes, regular school day, and then I'd go in for a shift at Cottage Inn at like 6 o'clock at night for the dinner shift, but I wouldn't get done until 5 or 6 in the morning. And then I would get up again and, go to school right away. So it was very, very difficult year. So I'll read some poems from that book and some poems from this book called My Beautiful Hook-Nosed Beauty Queen Strutwave, which was my previous poetry collection, which is one that I'm pretty fond of at the moment because there's a lot of kind of fun, interesting poems in it. And I like looking back in that period of my life, probably about 10 years ago when that book came out, or about 8 years ago maybe, and think about how things are different than they are now, because things are very different, right? So I'm going to start with a piece that we just started school again. This past week, we had 4 days of school, and it was awesome having students in person. Just so much more fun to see them right in front of me, as opposed to talking to them over Zoom. So I was very excited to see students. And this is a poem from this book called Classroom Door Open. And it's kind of reflecting on students of old and new students when you first start the school year. Classroom door open, and a student from last year walks by while we're deeply immersed in our weekly vocab quizzing. He's taller now. His shirt fits the shelf of his shoulders with less droop. How do 10 weeks of summer change so much? The quiz, a half decade old, daughters, it's Hannah Montana jokes wheezing. Still, I push it like an old wheelbarrow stuffed with fresh soil. Spread enough around, something could still bloom. I don't believe in the new technology, individualized quizzes with each silent kid stickered to his own computer screen. I want community. We learn a dozen words in chorus, pronounce them aloud, fill in the blanks as if we're attending a boisterous town hall meeting. This is the moment last year's student struts by, cocks his head toward the doorway, smiles sideways as if to say, I'm past all that now, thank God. But thank God too, that was me last year. I know what 10th grade will bring those kids sitting there for the next 9 months. At least I've learned that much. You keep pushing that wheelbarrow, Mr. Cass. Keep spreading those stale, dumb jokes. Keep pushing, keep spreading. Yeah, that one just kind of like psychs me up a little bit for the new school year. You see students that you haven't seen for a while. It's so weird though, like seeing students that I only saw on Zoom last year and seeing them in person. And they're either like so much taller or shorter than I thought they would be. And of course, everyone's wearing masks. So it's also very hard to recognize people, even people that I know well, sometimes like, oh wait, who are you again? It's tough with those masks. But I'm looking forward to the rest of this year. I think it's just so great that we're back in person. And I hope that that continues, right? As we move forward through the school year. So one of the things that I like being to students who, you know, have been in my class before, like Mario, is kind of a mentor, you know, as they continue in their careers and you know, want to move forward. And I'm always leaving the door open, like, come on back, you know, come talk to me, send me your writing, send me whatever you're working on. If you ever have any questions, you know, I'm here for you, right? And I have mentors in my own life like that. One of my mentors was a baseball coach named Art Cleary. And he was just a real interesting guy. And, you know, I've been thinking about him as I think about my own role as a teacher, you know, because it's one thing to teach English and teach people how to make sentences and how to make paragraphs and things like that. But, you know, also we're trying to teach people like how to live, how to be good people. And I feel like my baseball coach, Art Cleary, did that. So this poem goes out to him. I don't know if he's alive anymore. He was probably, who knows? He was, when I was, you know, in my teens 40 years ago, he was, you know, he was probably 50 or 60 then. So I don't know, but this poem's called According to Art Cleary, coach of American Legion Post 135. And some of it's in his voice. According to Art Cleary, your uniform's a costume. And if you don't like the umpire's call, you throw rocks, throw rocks. The other team's a bunch of stiffs, and you are both your names. Jeff Cass, looking sharp in that costume. Take that stiff spinner to right field. 200 feet to the cheap Eastchester seats meant that ballpark was Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse. Come on, Jeff Cass. Bunch of stiffs out there. Look sharp in that costume. Don't be late for Sunday afternoon doubleheaders. Show up with a good night's sleep. Damian Salvati got cut from this team, and he was a decent first baseman. Don't show up here smelling like a brewery. Salvati would love to be wearing that costume. You never walk on the green, and you come out swinging. Nobody here is going to take a called strike 3. Jeff Cass, don't baby that ball across the diamond. What are you, a stiff? Where's Frioli? You see Frioli, Jeff Cass, that's how you throw the ball. Did you get your mother something nice for Mother's Day? Get her some flowers. Get her a nice basket of soap. They got that downtown now. Fancy baskets of soap. She'll like that. She's a nice lady, that Joan Cass. Ah, did you see that? Come on, Blue. He needed a shovel to hit that. Throw rocks. Yeah, let's bring a little bit of Art Cleary to life. Yeah, fond memories. It's fun, you know, like life kind of goes in those circles and cycles, right? And I used to be that kid that my parents would go see, and now I'm the one watching my son play baseball, right? And so I'm trying to work on my own, you know, proclivity to like yell at the umpires, and hopefully I will not do that as much as I have done in the past. When I was delivering pizzas, man, that was a hard job. People don't realize how hard that job is. And not only does it go like really, really late into the night, and often you don't really get tipped very well, and sometimes it's hard to find where you're trying to deliver, and it's complicated and kind of be a really hard job, and you can't do it for the money because you're not making enough money, right? You got to do it for the magic. So this is a poem after a friend of mine named Jeff McDaniel, who's a great poet and teaches at Sarah Lawrence right now in New York City, and it's called, or just outside New York City. This poem's called Purveyor of Pies, and it's after Jeff's poem called Keeper of the Light, which is about a lighthouse keeper, which is an amazing poem, talking about how powerful it is to be that person who spreads light throughout the world and shines it on places where light needs to be shined upon. So this is called Purveyor of Pies, after Jeff McDaniels. Yes, I will interrupt your life, knock on your door or call your phone, and chances are we don't know each other, have no idea which channels our televisions kiss most frequently, or how many times the image of our bodies buried in dirt renders us unable to sleep. Yet, I know what you want to eat and at what time you made your definitive decision to order. Nobody's day is easy. If tonight you don't want to sift through the pantry, see what you can cobble together, if today you did not have time to shop for groceries, if this evening you just have a hankering for a medium barbecued chicken with sweet baby rays, cranberries, and red onions, no, I am not here to judge. Your life is your own. I will interrupt it, yes, but only for a few brief moments. We will meet on your doorstep or in the apartment foyer. Perhaps your dog will bark or attempt an escape to the beckoning wild. Perhaps your toddler will answer the knock and look at me with eyes both excited and afraid. I, a stranger at the gate, mean only the opposite of harm. Mean only I am here, arrived, more or less on time, to provide you with sustenance, to let you know when you desired, we did our best to fulfill. When I leave, you will shut your door, return your world to its ordered momentum, the only alien infiltration easily digestible, its cardboard container easily recyclable. I will move on to the next house, the next dorm, the next apartment complex, and interrupt another life. I am here, you conjured, and I appeared. Something magic about that. I was just talking the other day with a friend of mine about what I was going to do after I finished teaching. I don't know how long I'll keep teaching, but teaching is difficult. Like, you deliver a pizza and like somebody asked you to bring a pizza to the house, and look, there it is. You showed up. It's like magic. I know when I order food like for delivery, there's always that little nagging doubt that maybe that person will not show up, right? So when it does, it's like a little thrill, a little bit of extra magic, right? Teaching, it's not that tangible, right? You sit up there at the front of the room and you're delivering something too, but it's not necessarily what the students asked for. You're not necessarily fulfilling their desire that they called up and said, I want that large pepperoni with extra cheese, and then you show up with it, right? So, they show up at your class and you're like, all right, here's the vocabulary words, or, let's talk about chapter 8 today of Lord of the Flies, but it's not necessarily what they want. The magic comes later, right? The magic comes later when you see somebody like Mario doing what he's doing with his life, right? The magic comes, 6 months after you first taught someone how to write a topic sentence and they actually write one, and it's awesome, and they use specific sensory details the way you wanted them to. So, it's not as tangible as being a teacher. So I was talking about, if I do retire from teaching at some point, I think what I want to do is something really tangible, like build houses, so I can see like right in front of my face, like what's happening with the work I put in, right? Not just like it might show up later in a few months or a couple years or whatever, right? All right, so since I have some time here, I thought I would read a poem that I rarely read in public because it's really long. It's called The Crime, and it's in 6 parts, I think, 5 parts. Yeah, it's in 5 parts. it's kind of a really innocent crime. When I look back at this poem and amidst like everything that's happened in our world today, you know, in terms of the pandemic and what we've seen from former occupants of the White House and the way things are talked about now, you know, the crime that I'm talking about feels pretty innocent. But at the time, it didn't feel innocent to me at all. It felt like heartbreaking, you know, and I just, this poem just kind of came out in a burst, like, even though it's really long, because I was just like, I couldn't believe I had lost so much faith in humanity based on what happened in this moment. I was delivering pizzas, you know, really late on a Saturday night at U of M. So, you know, like I said, it seems like maybe not like that big a deal now, this kind of crime, but at the time it hurt me. And I feel like, you know, I'm still wondering about my faith in my fellow humans right now. And sometimes it's hard to maintain that faith. And that can be tough to think about. The crime. 1, 2:30 a.m. on Saturday night, and I pull up to South Quad. Before I even dial my phone to let the customer know I'll be downstairs, medium sausage and mushroom in hand, a stout, beefy man summoned by a college kid who would never believe students plead. I weave recommendation dreams so they can claim their own frolicking place in this precise rollicking space. I am ambushed by a blonde woman who hammers my passenger side door, stuffed with smile and the kind of bounce that vacated my body decades earlier. She says, "Cottage Inn, is that for me?" I'm startled. And she's sloppy drunk, kin then to 10,000 other students in the general vicinity. So I'm not skeptical. "Are you Carissa?" I say. She hesitates, but who knows what she hears or doesn't, or how she's processing the steamy night around her, the streams of other inebriates in shorts and tank tops. Is she pretty? Who the heck knows? She's young and drunk and blonde, and finally says, "Yeah, I'm Carissa." And I do not doubt. I believe, like I always want to believe, that people are who they say they are. 2. Her friend approaches, another zonkered blonde with some kind of sleeveless suede vest, the sort of thing my wife wore when we were 25 and fallen in love, students on our own buzzing campus in New York who believed we'd one day work satisfying jobs, but never imagined 3 at once. And the first one who assaulted my door says, "It's our pizza. He brought our pizza. The pizza we ordered? Yeah, he brought it." In retrospect, I'm a clueless and delusional dumbass, but at the time, I just think, dang, she's drunker than I thought. Hope she can still sign this credit card receipt and doesn't forget to add a couple extra dollars, which, you know, $2, that's roughly a third of a sandwich at Jimmy John's. And also, why did she startle me? Who gave her the right to startle the pizza guy? Outside, I slide the pie from its heated home. She leans against the window to sign the receipt and tells her friend, "I'm Carissa." Her friend laughs, and dumbass me, I think drunk ass them. I do not think thieves. 3. Off the criminal scuttle. The tip is $2, and yes, I am as naive as an 8-year-old ordering sea monkeys from the back of a comic book. Two drunk women steal Carissa's pizza, and I do not even suspect foul play until halfway back to the store. And when the real, true, authentic Carissa calls 20 minutes later, hungry, confused, wondering why I've not shown up to feed her, we, by some gentle karmic massage, have an extra mushroom and sausage straight from the oven. Another customer canceled moments earlier. So instead of hitting the dumpster, it hits my passenger seat, and I bolt back to South Quad, where reliably each weekend an ambulance will arrive to transport an alcohol poison reveler to the ER. And this time, I make absolutely certain it's Carissa who meets me. I mean, I even ask her to bring her student ID so I can double check. And the real, true, authentic Carissa is not drunk. In fact, she shows up gracious and unangry and pleased as pie about the pie's inevitable if tardy arrival. And she's wearing giraffe pajamas, the adult version of a toddler's onesie. And though it's not the design of the statuesque 19-foot tall Maasai, but rather the slightly less robust reticulated, still, she is a patient, kind woman, dressed in tribute to one of the universe's most majestic creations, who, if you ever saw one in the wild, looks almost exactly like a walking tree, a strutting, gamboling, magnificent tree. And did I mention the two drunk women who felt entitled to steal another woman's pizza to impersonate her and sign her credit card receipt were both blonde and both white, and the woman waiting graciously was neither. And sure, I'd like to say, this is just a funny story, a quirky thing that happened one night while I was delivering pizzas, a funny thing. Ha ha, let's all inhabit the community of laughing and not talk about whether our civilization is crumbling, if this trumpeting is the last desperate bleat of a dying alabaster beast. But look, we'd lost 40% of our global giraffe population over the last 3 decades. The species has now been downgraded to vulnerable to extinction. And once I kissed a giraffe. It happened at a giraffe sanctuary, and I stood on a platform with a pellet of processed giraffe food in my mouth, clutched between my teeth, and a lovely 16-footer skipped blithely along and lashed out with its foot-long tongue and lathered the entire territory of my face with its saliva. And the kiss was warm and wet, and the magnificent creature took its meal right out of my mouth. But listen, by virtue of standing on that platform, with the giraffe food protruding as far outward as I could stretch my own wrestling thick neck, I gave that giraffe implicit permission to eat what was lodged between my bicuspids. In fact, you could say this act constituted a preview of my later immersion in professional food delivery. Now, you can also insist this shameless pair of pizza thieves is no metaphor for the collapse of our collective nationhood. To which I say, if late night pizza, highly anticipated late night pizza with hand embellished garlic butter parmesan crust can be pilfered, then what exactly do we consider sacred? If we cannot trust those who reach out with their hands toward the underpaid, overstressed delivery class are in fact the people who actually ordered the food, who can we trust? 4. I have lived more than half my life. It is easy to dismiss me as obsolete, too slow on my intellectual feet to recognize when I'm being scammed. Or maybe I'm just dunk-led, sunk in underpaid, overworked self-pity and take every dang thing too seriously. But here is the truth. When I navigate the city to bring you your pizza, that is the end of a chain of events that begins with your dialing the number to our store. Or ordering online now, I guess. At any given moment, your call might interrupt someone attempting to dent a mound of dishes or sprinkle goat cheese evenly across a family-sized cranberry walnut salad. You might interrupt someone cutting a half pepperoni, half Hawaiian, kind of a horrible combination, I know, but it happens, or spreading Parmesan across the skin of a large calzone. All these tasks are accomplished with care. We never want a customer to experience the slightest yip of disappointment. Yet, when that phone rings, we figure out a way to pause what we're doing and answer, regardless of how tired we are, or what insane hour it is, or how many calls we've already fielded. We endeavor to be our best, most radiant human selves. Thank you for calling Cottage Inn. How may I help you? We repeat your order back to you to make sure you have it right. We repeat your phone number back to you to make sure we have it right. We repeat your address back to you to make sure we have it right. We follow whatever special instructions you provide in regards to whether you want that pizza well done. Yes, there is such a thing as a well done pizza. Whether you want light on the sauce or gluten-free or with extra banana peppers. When we make your food, we offer it the same attention and affection we would offer a first date, even if it's the 500th pizza of the day. We do not want to screw anything up. When we retrieve your pizza from the oven, we box it with a devotion akin to wrapping a Christmas present for a best friend forever. With practiced hands, we cut the pie, even and deep, so you can pull each slice away with ease. We know you are waiting for us, that once you dialed the phone and made your desire a tangible thing in the world, a wish to be fulfilled, it is our great privilege, and I do mean privilege. Check out my dude Dylan, with the comforting grin and ballpoint pen stuck behind his ear. Or my dude Kevin, with the minivan and dreadlocks and mid-shift calls to his kids to tuck them into bed. We can't just do this for the money. There isn't enough of it. We ache to make at least one choice you made today work. Make it work out the exact way you want it to. We double check the ticket to make sure we include all elements of the order. Do we need a milkshake, a 2-liter, a salad, extra dipping cups? We do not want to screw anything up. Once we're absolutely sure the order is ready to go, we pack it in the heat bag, type the address into the GPS, and attempt to find you. You, not someone who pretends to be you. When we pull out from the parking lot, often in the midst of angry traffic, we have one purpose: connect with you. If you're not you, the fragile ecosystem is at fatal risk. You who claim a pizza that is not your own are not just a fraud. You are a galaxy ravager, a Ragnarok, a Death Star. 5, I need you to be you. I am 55 years old and exhausted. I look for meaning in every ice patch on every sidewalk. I try to hold on to every spark and somehow keep it flickering. When I head out into that night in my battered vehicle, food steaming in a navy blue bag on my passenger seat, I need to believe you summoned me and I will arrive. You need me and I will provide. Laugh if you can't feel, but I'm telling you, the jolt in my blood is no joke. I need to believe where I'm headed is where I'm supposed to go. Thank you for indulging that long poem. Yeah, but that actually reading that, it's been a few years now. This will be 5 years since I had that job delivering pizza, but that poem really just brought it back for me. How serious it was, how much we wanted to make the customers happy, wanted to give them what they'd asked for, wanted to have it on time, and not just for the tip, because $2, $3, all right, but it was because we wanted to have the satisfaction of making someone's night better. That's really what it was about. You know what I'm saying? All right, let me go back even deeper into the past. I'm gonna go into my other book here. I'm just feeling kind of nostalgic, right? Because now it's tough. This is like a tough time in the world right now. I feel like we're going through it. We're going through it as a culture right now. Like there's just a lot, right? So this is a poem called When TGI Fridays Was New. Like that was when I was just in my 20s, just kind of like of legal drinking age. And it was so exciting, and now like students can't really like go out in the same way to restaurants, and young people can't experience that camaraderie of meeting strangers. I mean, obviously in different parts of the country they can, but like a lot of people have missed out on these kinds of experiences. And this poem to me is just like youth, and it was like fun, and we didn't worry too much. We were just out there. When TGI Fridays was new, such a bonanza, menu as thick as a phone book. Probably something only people who've been were like alive in the 80s will appreciate. Menu as thick as a phone book, combinations we'd never heard of. Potato skins with bacon, green onions, and chili, platters of nachos with chicken or steak, all these options for what we could eat and who we could be. All these waiters and waitresses with carnival striped shirts and zany buttons pinned to rainbow colored suspenders. They all look like delegates at a political convention to elect the party of happy. And straw hats and fedoras and newsboy caps and bowlers and backward baseball caps with trucker logos and so many funny things to wear on one's head. We'd actually drive a full 25 minutes to eat there. And we'd wait for a table for another hour if we had to. My buddies and I, all of us newly 21 and capable of ordering cereal bowl sized drinks of shocking blue and deep sea coral red, and pretending we knew how to flirt with women whose laughter sounded like parachutes opening after a free fall's terrifying thrill. We said then what we wanted to say and didn't worry about pants that would trouble the landscape around our waists. None of our parents were ill. We weren't anxious about the failure of our own children to complete homework. We liked the fact The parking lot was spacious. We raised our voices only to cheer the teams we believed in. We marveled at onion ring towers and the miracle of blue cheese on burgers. A bell clanged as someone left a tip on the bar. We wanted to be the force that banged the gong. Yeah, that was from back those days. You know what I mean? Like, it was a good time. And I mourn, I mourn the carefree nature of my existence in high school and college. And yeah, we had, I had worries and stuff like that. But like, I was not going through a pandemic like the young people of today, and I didn't miss a full year where I had to sit at home and not just like goof around in the hallways and the cafeteria and, just kind of challenge myself to grow in different ways and in a way that I think has been really difficult for young people now. And I think, that sense of camaraderie and friendship is something also that's like super important for young people. This poem I'm about to read now is one of the hardest poems in this book, the purple one. It's a true story, and it talks about that loneliness for young people and what it means, what it can mean, and what we as adults have to do to make sure that we're there for the young people, and why it's so important to have places like Garrett Space that can provide an opportunity for young people to work through their challenges. So this is called A Student Writes Ropteryx and the Whole World Falls Open. It's the morning after the explosions in Boston, and the fog in my head lies heavy. The bleak hallway with the missing ceilings, they're being replaced. So all the wiring and insulation and dirt and gloomy grime are exposed, and we're circled and listening. Roughly half my class swamped in trance, checked out. Rainy April and seniors with a month to go and wanting to be through and only through. And already we've heard an inventive poem in the voice of an Xbox controller. I think, I love how sweaty your palms get when you hold me. And another in the voice of the pink ribbon that symbolizes breast cancer awareness. And the last poem of the hour comes from a kid whose body of work has heretofore focused on being rejected by his crush at church camp, which sounds less intriguing than it actually proven to be. Think Hillside Confessions and, oh, that's cute. But he spells out the title for us. And the first line is something about how he calls himself this, Ropteryx, Ropterix, when he plays online video games. And I hate to be ungenerous, but we've already heard one gaming poem this morning, and it's pretty much my quota. And I'm thinking, dude, no wonder that girl on the hill wasn't feeling it. But then I have hear him say, I'm playing in your memory. And the story unfolds that his buddy in 8th grade called himself this, Ropteryx, when he played, but then he died. Suicide. He was depressed and at home, suspended from Catholic school for writing a satire about a couple of mathematicians he was supposed to be profiling, and something about a scene where the mathematicians were abusing children at an indoors McDonald's play structure. And obviously the powers at school were not amused, and the kid was sent home for a week and alone and unmoored and never made it back to class. And I'm feeling like the hour just can't get any sadder than it is right now, than it's been since I heard about Boston on my car radio tuned to the sports station. But the kid keeps reading how he wears the name in memory, Ropteryx, still 3 years later, and he's online wrecking aliens, Ropteryx, and racing speedboats, Ropteryx, and shooting enemy planes from the sky, and he's playing in memory, Ropteryx, 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 and the ceiling is still horrid, and there's still the horror of Boston, but I can't stop thinking of this kid in the dark, in the middle of the night, rubbing the moisture from his glasses, his face reflecting the glow on his screen, and he's playing in memory, playing and playing, and 3 years later he's still playing, and he's playing, and he's still playing, and he remembers. And that's part of why I'm here too tonight, because I remember Garrett really well. He was such a good kid. He was so fun to have in class, such a sweetheart, always paying attention, always offering people feedback on their work, always showing up with his work that he put a lot of effort into. And it's just really hard. He's not here anymore. And I think, there's so many young people that are struggling And that's why it's so important to be part of what we're doing here and part of Garrett Space and trying to support it. All right, I'm going to try to read 2 more poems, I think. One, the first one's longer, and then I'll finish with a shorter one. This longer one is about another former student, and it's a little happier, I think. You know, a lot of times, like I said, I try to be a mentor, and I don't really necessarily have a lot of wisdom for students. You know, like I know how to teach them how to write, but you know, if they're worried about like other things that are happening in their lives, I can't necessarily like be that person who knows everything that's going to help everything get better. But I can try. And so this is kind of another narrative poem, a longer one, but it's one of my favorite things I've ever written. It's a true story. It's called David Buys a Slice of Chocolate Cake with Raspberry Filling. He's skipping 5th hour, an endeavor I have more or less encouraged. An hour earlier, he come to me during lunch and asked, Mr. Cass, I have a friend who likes this girl and knows she really loves this one kind of cake from Jefferson Market. Do you think he should buy her a slice? I feel like I have been reborn into an 80s sitcom. I don't think I ever actually believed people ever use that I have a friend ruse when they were talking about themselves. But here is David, who took me seriously in December when I said poetry night should be a special and treasured an occasion as prom, and people should rent limos and buy flowers and take their dates out to dinner beforehand and show up in gowns and tuxedos. And he wore a suit, even though he wasn't reading, just watching from the front row. And even though he had to have my student teacher demonstrate how to properly tie a necktie, and still he showed up, showered up, suited up, and clean shaven and smelling like the priciest cologne at the mall. So I play along and I say, sure, your friend should absolutely purchase that cake. And then he's on his phone looking for a ride. Jefferson Market is 2 miles away and his car is broken and lunch is only 30 minutes. I hear him say, I know I haven't talked to you in a while, but, and I know his friend will not lend him his car or play driving Miss Daisy to his madcap errand. Do you think I can run there and make it back on time? He asks me, hang dog, after he hangs up, and I tell him he can't. It's not an open campus for lunch today anyway. I briefly considered driving him myself, something I would have done 5, maybe even 3 years ago, but I have become the mouse afraid of the assistant principal, and I hate myself for that. Can you go after school? I propose, knowing this is a way out for me. I will be home, or coaching Julius's baseball team. Whatever David wants to do will be no concern of mine. No, he insists, his voice a snare gaining its rumbling rhythm. I'll see her 6th hour. And it's clear we have completely dropped the I have a friend pretense. So I ask him what she's like. What's so great about her? She's perfect, he says. And since this is a different kind of lesson, I resist the urge to ask him to flesh out his description with more specific and concrete details. Maybe I could go there 5th hour, he muses. And when I ask him if he has a class then, which is more or less the same thing as asking him if he breathes to stay alive, he says, yeah. Team sports. I don't say anything. Let my non-response hang in the oxygen. He and I are both most definitely breathing. And it's not that team sports isn't a legitimate class, but we both understand he is talking about love. And that is not about teamwork. That is not about teamwork. It's about skating top speed when only you are handling the puck. And it doesn't have to be a breakaway or an open net. But if you want it, you most definitely have to take your shot, even if you suspect it will inevitably be blocked. And I don't say go ahead and skip 5th, but I don't say don't skip either. And we both know he will find a way to sneak out one of the unacknowledged and also unguarded side doors, and he will run in his school clothes as quickly as he can. And I also don't tell him she will probably not appreciate his gesture. Sure, she'll eat the cake and be happy about it, but she will probably not fall in love with him. This, after all, is high school. And she likely already has the picture of her heart pouring all its juices onto some lacrosse goalie or off-key guitarist. And I don't even want to tell him that no matter what happens, he should never surrender his hope. Never stomp flat his hopelessly hopeless romantic. And that even if it's not this one, someday someone will appreciate him for all his grace and class skipping and purchasing of baked goods. What I want to tell him though is, David, it doesn't matter if your plan works. One day, she will struggle. In her tightest line of skin, she will feel the world's gaze is hostile. And when she loses her job, or her husband does, or when she can't stop coughing, or she finds out her lover has more interest in his bank account or in the flirt at the bookstore who smiles with the sides of her eyes, she might not remember your name or even the cake's flavor, but she will remember that once a boy skipped his 5th hour and ran 4 miles and presented her with a gift that said, right now, this moment, you are the most incredible and perfect being on the planet. And it is you who did that, David. You who gave her a dessert like that to swallow, to digest, to move through her blood and be there and still be there whenever she needs its taste. You go, David. I don't know if that ever worked out for you, but even if it didn't, that girl remembers it. She remembers at one point in her life, somebody cared about her that much. And she's going to need that memory, right? She's going to need it because someday something's going to be tough. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for listening to my poems. I have one more poem. This is the final poem that wraps up the book, Teacher/Pizza Guy. And it is the poem for Garrett, about Garrett. And it makes me understand once again that my job as a teacher is a lot more than just teaching people how to write sentences and use specific sensory details and all that. It's called Another School Year, Another Email. Another school year, another email says a student has died. It happened downtown. I knew him. He kept his hair military, bounced on his toes through the hallway, wielded a tennis racket and a big laugh when willing. I think of him mostly as quiet, chin cocked slightly upward, eyebrows knitted, thinking. He owned the stage one year in the poetry slam, made a whole auditorium chortle at his story of catching his thumb in a car door. He wanted to be in love. I wanted him to be in love too. I want all my students to be in love. So deep and viscous, they can't focus in class. And my words sound like trucks backing up, beeping through their bliss. Choose the bliss. Choose it over anything else I try to teach you. I await now the next email, letting me know funeral arrangements. I will go if I can. It will be terrible. A boy too young not to be able to engage in more screw-ups. I will say to his mother, he was a great kid. I will say to my students, brand new, they don't even know me yet, choose bliss. Nothing else I say is important. Choose bliss. Thank you so much, everybody, for listening. Mario, thank you so much for having me. Again, I would say that, this is one of the most important causes anybody can be involved in, is helping young people with their mental health struggles. We've seen it way, way, way too much. We don't know what the causes are. We don't know why it's happening so frequently now, but it is. And the young people need your help. And that's what Garrett Space is for. So thank you so much for listening and for supporting this project. Thank you, Mario.
Jeff, thank you so much. And that last one really struck a chord with me. And you do amazing work. And I of course hope you never get an email, but
yeah, right.
But as we know, it is something that is just part of the reality of our life and what we have to experience as adults and teenagers. And so we really appreciate you shedding light on your experiences and bringing people here today and speaking your mind. And it means a lot for me and on behalf of the Halpert family as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mario. Best of luck, everybody.
Thanks, Jeff. All right. So that was Jeff Cass, English teacher over at Ann Arbor Pioneer High School. He was my former teacher, as well as Garrett's, and really had some great poems in there. He made us laugh, he made us cry, he made us think about life. He talks about love and politics and bureaucracy and sports. I actually still have one of his, I don't know if he brought it up, but Knuckleheads. That's a Jeff Cass classic right there. So Jeff, I still got it on the shelf, man. I got it signed and everything. So so before I bring up Bridget Winder here, I'll just make a quick announcement about where we are at with our donations. So if you're just tuning in, I'm Mario Sulaksana. I'm going to be hosting for a little bit here. I'm also going to be partaking in interviews, and I'm going to be performing a bit. So I'm kind of all around. I'm also producing this event here. So the setup is here. Right now I'm in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and this is where Garrett Space is located. And so a couple of announcements I got passed along here. We have a few challenge grants that have been completed. And so we were having a $10,000 matching grant for the morning until about 5 p.m. And let me get this little graphic up here, so bear with me, I'm multitasking. This is the current total. So Give Butter, you might be watching on the Give Butter site. Oh, here we go. And so that number reflects donations on that platform, but we've been getting donations separately as well. And so that number is not reflected right on there. So to update all of you watching and listening, let me make this a little bigger here. Anyone want to guess where we're at? It's only 5 o'clock. We got, I can't do the math. I'm tired. Anyone? $38,000 so far as of 5:45 Eastern time here in Ann Arbor, Michigan. We are currently sitting at that, and we have a bunch of great items on our auction. Please look at that on the Give Butter site. There's a link, scroll down, it's right there, you can't miss it. There are a lot of great items up for bid, whether it's art, there's a lottery ticket tree, a little Charlie Brown Christmas tree made of lottery tickets. So I mean, takes money to make money, am I right? So no, there's everything to choose from, food items, lessons, math tutoring, a lot of great things. And we want to thank our auction team for putting that together and spending all the hard work. So make sure you check that out. But I'd like to bring up Bridget here. So let me get rid of this. And she's going to perform for us. She was on the program last year, and we are so excited to have her back again. So we'll get her going here.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We're gonna see you.
There we go. There we go. I'm gonna scoot you a little bit closer into the front.
Oh yeah.
See me? Is it flipped right?
It's flipped a little. Wait, perfect. There it is. Oh,
there we go.
There we go. Awesome.
How are you?
I'm doing well. So good to see you again.
Good to see you.
I just gave a brief introduction that you were here last year, but I will step away and you can tell the people who you are, what you'll be performing for us, and a little bit about what you do.
Okay, sounds good. I'm Bridget Winder, and I live in New York City. I am an artist and a performer full-time. Very fortunate to be in that position. And that's pretty much who I am and what I do. I do art and I perform. And out of New York City, this is some of my art. And later you will see out from 1:30 to 2:30 a.m. if you're a night owl, I'll be doing a live art performance. Just doing the art portion, not singing. And you can watch it for an hour. And what I create live will be auctioned off, which is super cool. So if you join into the auction or jump onto the auction link, you can see that up and put a bid on just amazing stuff. I was clicking through it last night and earlier this morning and looking around. And for this just really incredible cause. That's it. Wait, am I supposed to start singing, Mario? I don't see Mario anymore.
Oh yeah, that's all you. Keep on singing. That's on you. Show's all
Okay,
you.
great. Okay, great. Thank you. So now I'm just looking at Mario's nice picture on here. So now I'm going to sing. And I'm going to sing 2 songs for you guys. And the first one is called Small World. And if you're in the Broadway world, it's from Idina Menzel's personal album. Let me click the music. It's got kind of a longer intro. I'm standing in a field, my feet lift off the ground. No one here can see me, no one can hurt me now. I'm brushing through the rain while flying through the clouds. No one here can see me, no one can hurt me now. Goodbye, gravity. Goodbye, enemies. I'm going up to a place where the world is small, where I can fly above it all. If I don't make it sing my song, from here I'm weightless. No stars are famous. The world is small, and the world is small. Still rising towards the dark. Don't care what's down below. 'Cause no one can see me, and no one has to know. The atmosphere is lonely and beautiful. I don't miss a thing I used to know. Goodbye, gravity. Goodbye, enemies. I'm going up to a place where the world is small, where I can fly above it all. If I don't make it sing my song, from here I'm weightless. No stars are famous, and the world is small. I feel so tall. If there's nothing to break my fall, that's okay, I've seen that all. And maybe I was always small, but I could fly before I crawled. If I don't make it sing my song, from here I'm weightless. No stars are famous, and the world is small. And the world is small. So that was Small World. And now I'm gonna do the next one, which is All That Matters. And I think it's actually going, okay, no, it's not. Is All That Matters. And it's from Finding Neverland, the musical. And this is one of my favorite songs. It's a very compelling song. So is the other one. I like compelling songs. So this is All That Matters from Finding Neverland, the musical. Wait, it says it's going. Oh, there you go. Okay. This is it. There are days when I feel so afraid I can hardly remember to breathe. When reality crashes in wave after wave, pulling me farther beneath. So what's the point in planning for a future if it all can be stolen away? It's all I can do to hold on and survive when the colors have faded to gray. But my children need so much more from me, and they give me the strength to go on. Whatever may come, all that matters now is where I go from here. There's an easier way if I live for today. The beating of my heart is all that matters. He makes sense of all of my chaos in ways you can never explain. He turns all of my sadness into a smile. He's helping me live life again. It's the light in the eyes of my children. It's the sound of their laughter once more. It's the glimpse of a life I dare only to dream, and a dream only life could restore. I know some may not understand, but he's guiding me safely to shore. I'm not afraid anymore. All that matters now is where I found my peace. There's an easy way if I live for today. Singing in my heart is all that matters. It takes me past. There's an easy way if I live for today. Singing in my heart is all that matters. That was All That Matters, and the other one is Small World. So just to talk about all this again, I'm a singer and artist in New York City, and this is some of my work, a painting that I did last year during the pandemic, actually. And yeah, that's what I do. If you'd like to check out anything else, you can see all of my work at my website, www.bridgetwinder.com. And I got to perform for Garrett Space last year, and it was really, truly such an honor, and it is to be back again this year. I think it's so important to have a space to be vulnerable and not be judged for your darkness and for what feels like shortcomings, and be able to just come and speak openly about what you're feeling on the inside. That's how I found my art during a really dark season when I was in college. I didn't study art or anything. I studied musical theater at the University of Alabama. And I was going through a really hard time. And my sister said, you know, you don't journal or anything. So how about you drew a lot as a kid? So what if you went and bought a sketchbook and you just drew something every night? You just drew your feelings. And that's what I did, and found out that I had this gift that birthed from the darkest, lowest place of my life. And I've had a lot of dark, low places in my life. And that one was really, I didn't think I'd ever get out of it. And that was my way out, through vulnerability, through art, through creation. And that's a big thing that I believe in, is that we were created to create, whatever that capacity could be, whatever that gift is that you have inside of you. If it's gardening or painting or singing or poetry, writing, there's just so many things. It doesn't even have to be in the arts. Creating a business is creating is creating, and making something new that comes from what you're feeling. And so yeah, that's Garrett Space speaks really deeply to me on a personal level because of that, and just having a safe space to be vulnerable in your darkness. So if you guys do have a moment, please give to this incredible cause, this just incredible organization, and just the sweetest, most people. And I've been very fortunate to meet a couple of you guys and that are behind the scenes, and it's just all very lovely people.
Thank you, Bridget. That was so, I appreciate sharing that story and all the kind words, and your performance was awesome.
Thanks, Mario.
Thank you. Thank you. And the art, I'm so looking forward to seeing this live art. I know we talked about it. We're going to start it at, I believe, what you said, 1:30 tonight, Eastern time.
1:30 a.m. Yeah.
That's right.
Ringing in my birthday.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm very excited. That's a cool way to start.
Wow.
New year.
Oh my gosh. Well, happy early birthday.
Thank you.
Happy Virgo season to all of you out there. Yes, decision making. It's all about it. Don't let me get started in the astrology. That's later. We'll get in astrology at the midnight hours. That's right. Well, thank you for singing. Everybody, you can catch Bridget later this evening. Like we said, 1:30 Eastern. We're going to do some painting and check out all of her work.
Yeah.
There's the painting that's going to be done will be up for the auction. So find that in the Give Butter link. And yeah, we will see you then.
Okay, sounds good. See you later.
All right. Thanks.
Bye.
Okay. Love that. Love that we can make a connection. Last year, we had her on for the fundraiser. She, rocked it last year and wanted to be part of it again, and now contributing her art talents. So we're really grateful in this kind of community that we're building. And she's from Louisiana originally, and you heard went to school in Alabama and now lives in New York, doing a plethora of different artistic work. To have her sort of be a part of this community now, I think it shows the testament of what Garrett Space is capable of doing at a local level, at a national level, and perhaps the world. So next, I would like to bring up the host for this evening. And she will be taking over my spot here and there. But like I said, if you're just tuning in, my name's Mario Sulaksana. I've been hosting and producing this event, and I am very thrilled to have some really great people share the stage with me. Earlier, we had Rivers Upchurch host, another Ann Arborite, another townie living in North Carolina. And he is called to duty because he works for the University of North Carolina. And they have a football game this evening. And so he works in sports broadcasting and journalism. So he is doing double duty, and you'll see him later this evening talking, perhaps reflecting on said outcome of this North Carolina Tar Heel football game. But until then, I'd like to bring on Desi, and I'm gonna get her on the screen here. And she will be joining me hosting. Hey, Desi.
Hi, Mario.
How's it going?
Oh, I'm so happy to be here.
Oh, so happy to see you. Thank you for being here.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait.
Well, I am on the stream for 24 hours, so I don't want to keep you from your precious time for these few hours.
You're amazing.
Okay. Well. Oh, geez. Well, that's my cue.
That's
everybody.
okay. Okay.
Desi, well, I can't wait for the world to see how amazing you are, Desi. So I will let you have the floor, and
Appreciate you.
I'll see you soon.
I appreciate you. Listen, everyone. Hi. I am so happy to be here. I'm Desi Oakley. I'm in New York City right now. I'm thrilled to be a part of this incredible event that is raising awareness and creating space for suicide and suicide prevention, which suicide has made an impact on my life. I'll be around for the next couple of hours. We will probably have a chance to talk about that. But listen, I don't know if you heard the news that an incredibly generous supporter of Garrett Space has offered to match dollar for dollar up to $25,000. Are you kidding me? Let me tell you about these folks. Ashley and John Oberheide have generously agreed to match every dollar, friends, tonight up to $25,000 starting now. We want to achieve this by midnight. We know it's possible. Just thank you so much to the Oberheides. Ashley's family, like so many others, have been impacted by suicide, and Ashley wants everyone to know that it's important to normalize conversations around significant mental health challenges and suicide, because acknowledging that people are struggling is the first step to getting help. That is so true. It's unbelievable. And what is happening here at Garrett Space is just that. These conversations, this kind of support. Ashley is 100% behind the efforts at Garrett Space to provide critical resources that help young adults find connections and to see that they're not alone. This is a tough world, especially for so many young adults, and we need new support options, holistic alternatives, and Garrett Space is providing this. And it's the hope that young folks will really seek it out. So let me just give like a solid whoop whoop and a wow applause with much gratitude for Ashley and John Oberheide. And incredible. So we've got some work to do, friends. Like, let's go. There are so many ways to donate. If you just want to like log on and click donate because you're like really feeling generous and super excited and you're ready to just know what that's going to, that's fantastic. But there's also, I mean, I'm sure you've heard about the auction that's going on. Okay, there's the live auction, and there are so many ridiculously cool prizes. First of all, just to name a few, and I'm not going anywhere for a few hours. I'm going to be reminding you about all the darling things that you can get in this live auction. But a cake full of lottery tickets. Hello. A beach house rental in the UP. I know what that is. I graduated from the University of Michigan. That's the Upper Peninsula, baby. Okay, a 3-month spin bike rental. All right, let's go. Gift cards from like the best restaurants, including Black Pearl. I love Black Pearl. Cardamom, Pacific Rim. I love Pacific Rim. Okay, just to name a few. So I'm gonna be reminding you of all the different things that you can get, and just know that your donation is going to incredible, important work. And we're just so grateful that you're here. And again, an amazing thank you to the Oberheides for that unbelievably generous donation to match $25,000. Holy cow. Let's go, people. Let's go. I just posted on my Instagram. I'm going to be doing it again. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. I have some guests to announce, okay? So first up, I want to introduce a dear friend of the Halpert family, a singer-songwriter from Cleveland originally, but currently in LA. This person has a new album coming out, by the way, very soon, I think like in a week or less. Everyone, this is Brett Fromson. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brett Fromson. I'm a singer-songwriter living in Los Angeles. I'm originally from Cleveland, Ohio, but I'll give you a little bit about myself later. Let's start playing some songs. This song is called Mexico City. It's the newest single off my album. never jumped a train. Told a couple married women they're pretty, but it's not the same. Left my home like a rolling stone, but I'm ready for another change. Better get down to Mexico City, learn my Spanish name. I'm a righteous hearted man, a lover and a friend. Don't know much about making good money, but I sure know how to spend. I've been to mountains, I've been to Midwest towns, I've been to beaches of white sand. Starting to think this highway is my favorite kind of lane. I've never been down to Mexico City, I never jumped a train. Told a couple married women they're pretty, but it's not the same. Left my home like a rolling stone, but I'm ready for another change. Never get down to Mexico City, wanna learn my Spanish name. Grandma's from Cleveland, and my granddad too. These days it's looking like Chicago is the best anyone can do. Yeah, I can work, I can meet a girl up there, I can listen to the blues. I can go to bed feeling 27 and wake up 32. Never been down to Mexico City, never jumped a train. Told a couple married women they're pretty, but it's not the same. I left my home like a rolling stone, but I'm ready for another change. I better get down to Mexico City, wanna learn my Spanish name. Wanna learn my Spanish name. That grumbling noise was Winston. Winston's a little dog over there. I don't think he wants me to pick him up right now, but maybe we can get him to come out later. Well, thank you for listening. Thank you so much. This is my second year performing in this event, and I'm honored to be asked to do it. A little bit about me. My family and Garrett's family are very, very good friends and have been for my entire life and Garrett's entire life. And we're from Cleveland, and the Halperts live in Ann Arbor, and we just spent so much of our childhoods going to visit each other and developing these amazing relationships with the parents and the kids and just everybody. So I was very lucky to know Garrett very well, and of course I'm so heartbroken that he is not with us anymore. But knowing that this amazing organization, Garrett Space, came out of that tragedy is the light at the end of the tunnel for me. I truly believe in this organization. Love its mission, the mission to create a physical space for people to go when they are struggling with their mental health. And I know that right now that space doesn't physically exist yet, but they have been holding communal meetings so far on Zoom for young people who are experiencing trouble with their mental health. I know that the demographic of 18 to, I believe, 34 is the highest rate of suicide. It's the second leading cause of death among people in that age group, which is, it's absolutely horrible. So I love Julie and Scott, and I'm so honored to be playing for a cause that I truly believe in. We can get in a little bit more to my own struggle with mental health and really my whole journey with it, because I've come to a pretty good place, at least for now. Especially as an artist, I'm sure a lot of the people watching are very creative, and with that creativity comes a lot of hard feelings to process. But I want to play you another song, and this one is called Tattoo. I don't have any tattoos, but it's for anybody who does.
Well, maybe I ought to get a tattoo. Maybe I ought to get a friend who could be on my show, whispering in my ear. Tell me not to go speak without thinking. Boy, this ain't a time to be drinking. Or maybe I ought to get a tattoo this year. Well, I ain't no stranger to resolution. You can call me the captain of the caveat. Oh, and I'm ashamed I'm a little late to the revolution. Whoa, I want a medal on my back before I miss another shot. Said maybe I ought to get a tattoo. Maybe I ought to get a friend who could be on my show, whispering in my ear. Oh, tell me not to go speak without thinking. Boy, this ain't a time to be too drinking. Or maybe I ought to get a tattoo this year. And I've been down that long dark path through sorrow. I bury my guilt inside a closet of doubt. Oh, but if I should meet my angel, well, I pray it's not tomorrow. 'Cause baby, no one wants to know you're ever down and out. Well, maybe I ought to get a tattoo. Maybe I ought to find a friend who could be on my show, whispering in my ear. Tell me not to go and speak without thinking. Boy, this ain't a time to be too drinking. Or maybe I ought to get a tattoo. And maybe I ought to get a tattoo this year.
That's Tattoo. I was actually, I couldn't help but think that whole song about all of the different themes of different things that I write about and how they relate to mental health, and also how I kind of have this sarcastic way of talking about these things. And of course, I hope that anyone listening knows that a lot of these things that I say in these songs are exaggerated and not necessarily true. And sometimes I'm just illustrating the voice that I have heard in my head before, that I know many of us have heard in our heads, that tell us all those bad things that we shouldn't believe because they're not true. Like nobody wants to know you when you're down and out. That's not true. And how I've been down that path of sorrow. Just so many lines, and I think we're going to discover that more as I play some more songs. Yeah. So just a few more things. Yes, I too have had a whole journey with my mental health, and I've currently found a little bit of a regimen that's working for me. But it is an ongoing, never-ending journey of figuring out where you're at and what you need to help you be that best self. I've mentioned this before. I think I did last year, but one of the last times I saw Garrett, I think it might have been the last time I saw him. He was visiting me in Los Angeles, and something that struck me was how much he liked to talk about mental health and how good he was at explaining where he was at with his feelings. And that was something that I just remember being like, wow, like this guy can really talk about his emotions and his feelings confidently, and he clearly thinks about them a lot. And that's just something that's always stayed with me because, you know, there's been a lot of stigma in the past about not talking about how you feel. And, you know, you should be able to talk about how you feel. And I just, unfortunately, I have thought of this more because he's gone, but it has been so much that I can learn from Garrett. I already had learned a lot from him, but there was so much more that I could have learned from him, and he was only 23, so just truly, truly devastating. But I try and take those little bits of wisdom from my memories of times with him and conversations with him, playing tennis and just talking about life, or driving down the Pacific Coast Highway and taking in the beautiful scenes of this earth. So yeah, and actually I really wish I could show him this song, and if he's watching, I think he is. This next one is a lot about mental health, and it's not about mental health, but it's about my mental state, and it's a lot of sarcasm and a lot of just exaggerated, what's the word, hyperbole. It's called Toxic Behavior. You whine and whine and whine, and you burn away your mind, and you dance with the devil each night and call it your savior. And you pine and pine and pine till the fruit's all shriveled on the vine, and you fall into love so blind, you're like a silent stone sailor. You can't contain the sound of the foot inside your mouth. Well, you're just like a chimney on a factory smokestack, wait and wait and wait till I'll be turning in my grave. Didn't I teach you how to behave? Or were you just a faker? Tell me, are you working hard? Or do you just look good on paper? You don't have no virus, just a slew of conditions and a pattern of toxic behavior. You dream and dream and dream with what's left of your self-esteem. Don't you know that I'll be on your team till I meet my maker? 'Cause when it's you up against the house, ooh, honey, I still make that wager. 'Cause you can always get stronger, always be braver. Loosen the sail till the wind's in your favor. And you can live like a legend, 'cause they live forever. And ain't nobody great without a legend full of toxic behavior. Played a little too hard on that one, went a little bit out of tune, but what are you gonna do about it? Nothing. That's toxic behavior. That one hasn't been released, hasn't been anything. I'm working on recording it right now, so hopefully you can follow me on all the things and you can hear it. What else do I want to say? Oh, I would really like to thank Mario for all of his work putting this together. He recently moved to LA, and I think that it is just so great that he's become such a good friend of mine. So, Mario, thank you. I love you, buddy. And you can just tell when you talk to him how he and Garrett are just so good at talking about their feelings and just being so real right from the get-go. Mario and I became friends like that. Really, really special. This next song that I want to play is also kind of on topic because it is about my high school guidance counselor. So, some of us, and I'm sure that they have talked about this in the creation of Garrett's Space, and I know that Julie and Scott have talked about how important it is to have people to talk to. And I was very lucky in high school to have my high school guidance counselor also be, if you're hearing some funny noises, that could be my phone being weird. Let me do that right now. Sorry. That was, okay. Maybe the picture went away, maybe it didn't. High school guidance counselors. My high school guidance counselor was also my high school advisor, so I got to have a really great relationship with her. Her name was Margie, Margie, who is now a Michigander. And I wrote this song about her. I changed the name to Marjorie because it's a little more singable. The song's called Marjorie. Miss Marjorie, been so long since you cared for me. I know we ran so far away, but I acted foolishly. On the telephone, microphone, everywhere I go. For old time's sake, won't you point the way back home? I'm up to my same old misbehavior. You're sipping your same old cup of tea. I've been spending my nights alone, calling me, running on the telephone, letting them drive me crazy. Miss Marjorie, been so long since you found that good in me. You know it's just like the good old days, and I'm acting foolishly. It's on the telephone, microphone, everywhere I go. For old time's sake, won't you point the way? Oh, and I remember staring out your window. We used to watch that falling snow. Oh, yeah, boy, you're gonna need me one day. But I said, heaven no, I ain't never leaving you. Ohio, Miss Marjorie, been so long, don't you know that I miss you, baby? I know I ran away to California, but I've been acting foolishly. It's on the telephone and everywhere I go. For old time's sake, babe, won't you point the way back home? Point the way back home, Miss Marjorie. Play that one nice and slow for you, Mario, so you can pick up the chord progression. He's a music theory nerd. I'm a medium level music theory nerd. I'm working on it. Well, I have one song left for you in this first set, and I'd just like to thank you all so much for having me, and Julie and Scott for being so important in my life, and for the important work that you're doing with Garrett Space. I hope you all donate to this cause so that the physical space can exist, and I really I just thank you from the bottom of my heart for listening and for spreading the message of Garrett Space and making sure that it happens. So this last song is the title track of my album, which will be released on September 3rd, so pretty soon. And it's called Man of Conviction. And it's kind of about a lot of my songs are about my personal development, at least this first batch of songs on this album. And it kind of harkens back to like my high school self and my college self, and now I don't even want to tell you how old I'm about to turn this year self. And yeah, all that sort of loss of innocence, growing up kind of stuff. Man of Conviction. All right, thank you all so much again. I was a man of conviction back in my boyhood days, when the stories my father told me were true as could be. Now I walk on the cigarette sidewalk night driving the spirit-soaked street. Oh, I was a man of conviction too early. It's been ages and ages, honey, and the ages are rolling on, since I looked in the eyes of a person and told them my dreams. Now my memories are password protected. My old t-shirts are quilt squares. I can't fit my old jeans. Oh, I was a man of conviction at 17. I was a man of conviction, if I ever was a man. Though I seem to remember some crying and wallowing child. Now I'm older with less of a purpose than the fool who's daring and wild. If I was a man of conviction, it's been a while. Future was just a game, and conviction and swearing I wanted, I promised to be noble and sober and honest, and to sweep the world off of its feet. Oh, when I was a man of conviction, it was easy. I was a man of conviction. Who I am now, I don't know. Though I've known enough misers, those faded and sullen and weak. Now it's time to rekindle the yearning of the man I used to be. Yes, I'll be a man of conviction, honey, next with me. All right, everybody. I'm going to do another set later on with my sister, Hallie. But thank you so much for listening. Please donate and share this with your friends, and stay happy and healthy and safe out there.
Hi, everyone. Oh my goodness. I'm back. Brett, that was amazing. First of all, the guitar, the harmonica, the dulcet tones. Listen, if you just loved that gorgeous set from Brett Fromson, first of all, donate. Donate, honey. That's the way to show. That's the way to show the love. And also, you could also get, I think I misspoke earlier, his album is out now. So like, that's fantastic. Thank you, Brett, so much. That was absolutely stunning. Also, you gave me like Gavin DeGraw vibes. Amazing. So fantastic. Friends, I've got more people that are going to be speaking and sharing their artistry and their heart with us tonight. So first of all, I want to intro Mara Wana, a Detroit-based dream pop artist who we're going to hear from a little Q&A with Mario. Take it away.
All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. If you're just joining, my name's Mario Sulaksana. I've been hosting throughout the day, and I'll be in and out throughout the night. And right now I'm joined by a very special guest, a very dear friend of mine, dear friend of the Ann Arbor community, Miss Mara Abramson, otherwise known as Mara Wana. What's up, Mara?
Hey, Mario. How's it going?
It's going great. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Tell the people, who are you?
Okay, yeah. I am Mara, aka Marijuana. I'm a singer. We're doing lots of like fun pop music right now, always with kind of like a darker edge, always kind of inspired by like the things that are like most troublesome for me. I try to make like something beautiful to dance to out of it.
Amazing. And so you are just starting out on the scene here. Yes.
Yeah, I am just starting out on the scene here. I've been like writing stuff for a long time and have just kind of been like, have made a habit of kind of being like alone in my room with my feelings and doing a lot of like journaling, but wasn't ready to like get it out into the world. I had a lot of like personal things I needed to kind of address before I could do that. And I finally met like the right people who could kind of keep me in the right direction. One of whom is you, Mario. So thank you for believing in the dream. And yeah, I'm really excited.
Well, I am very excited that you get to share this with the world. And working on that music with you, like you said, you spend a lot of time journaling, processing. This is your story. This is your life. And mental health really comes up as a topic in your music. I guess, do you want to share a little bit about your own journey with mental health and how you've taken it into a creative way?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely have like had like depression and anxiety for like ever. And those have just kind of been like constants in my life. And sometimes it's like really hard to find a way to make that matter, or make it create anything like productive out of it. So I just will feel like really stalled and stopped in my tracks. And then like a few years ago, my dad died like suddenly in the night. So that kind of really kept me kind of boxed in for a long time. I had like so much to say, but didn't have the words to say it. Like the feelings of grief are like so complex that I was just kind of like plagued by this like doom. I just like I was scared of like the next thing happening and how bad it could be. So I just didn't want to do the next thing. So that's kind of what is up with that. Grief is still really hard and it still hits, but yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, you know, everybody experiences grief, processes grief differently. And for you to sort of take it inward and then now put it outward, share the story. Has it helped with your grief? Has that been cathartic? Has that been something that it's positive?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely really special if I can like put a piece of music out and somebody is able to like relate to it. Or for example, like I came out with a music video recently and it was like super special for me to make it. I like filmed it at my dad's grave and like at his cemetery and doing kind of some stuff tying that in. And like that was really special for me. I was like too shocked and too traumatized to like do a eulogy at his funeral. And I was just kind of like paralyzed. So now to be able like to 4 years later to have something put in words feels really good. And people, I think, it like resonates with people, or like the story of like loving somebody who is far away, like emotionally or physically, and just like wanting to be as close to them as you can, even though they're not here.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
I guess if there's anything you'd want to say to somebody or people listening out there who might be sharing similar feelings and they don't really know where to go, maybe music isn't their vice. Maybe it's not, maybe they don't have that kind of creative part to them.
Yeah, I would definitely
give people.
I would suggest definitely the Real Housewives.
Oh yeah. Which, Atlanta or Potomac or?
I think if you want to absolutely start at like the bottom, I think you're going to want to start with New York. And I think it's really important to get Atlanta in there, like you said, and Potomac and Beverly Hills and Orange County. These grief is comprehensive. We need parts of it. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, this stuff sucks. I mean, I was living in New Orleans when my dad died, and it was just something too new happening in a place that was too new for me. So I like moved home because I needed some stability. So I don't know, just do like things that feel comfortable, find people that make you feel like safe and comfortable, because it's like a ride, it's like a lifelong journey.
That's right.
But definitely I would recommend The Housewives to any people, any sad people.
That's, hey, it's some of the best television could offer.
Or yeah, or just like TV. Yeah. I would just say watch TV until you forget that you're sad. Just kidding.
Well, hey, everybody's process is different, and Real Housewives were there for you, and we can thank them all. So I have to wrap up here in a moment, but we are going to you mentioned you put out a music video.
Yeah.
The song is called Do You See Me Now? Do you want to tell people a little bit about the song?
Yeah, I would love to. So Do You See Me Now is like a song written about my dad or other people who I've lost, either like literally or just can no longer, it's not there anymore. So it's just kind of like these questions that you have that they'll never get answered. Like, what do they mean? And there's like kind of a sweetness to it in the lyrics. Like, do you see me now? Are you proud? Which kind of reads as like, I'm doing something well. Like, I wish you could see it. Like, are you happy for me? But there's kind of like another side to it with grief. There's like, there can be anger sometimes, and like angry at the person for being gone. So it's part of it is like, I'm miserable. Like, I'm miserable again. Like, are you proud? Is this what you wanted? Are you happy? So it's like, I guess grief is all of it. And it's just kind of trying to believe that like, whatever, if they're around, they're like have the best intentions and they are happy and they're watching and whatever. So that's the song. And
well,
it is whatever.
No, and you know what? And I'll say that whomever's watching, wherever they are, they do see you, and I think they have a lot to be proud of. And we're very honored that you can share your story, share your music with the world. And so it's my privilege to show everybody Marijuana's first release single, Do You See Me Now? Enjoy.
Hey, thank you.
see me now? Do you see me now? Look away. Would you say you were proud? Do you see me now? Do you see me now? Do you look away? Would you say you were proud?
That was epic. Okay, Mara, oh my God, you're the coolest, okay? That was so incredible. Thank you so much for sharing and for being here. As you can see, the sun is setting in New York City. I have my shades down, so I'm giving you just a little bit of a beautiful evening glow. To kind of keep the ball rolling. Listen, before I announce our next guest, who I'm very excited about because I get to talk to them, I really want to talk a little bit more about the auction, my friends. There are still some amazing ways to give. So individuals and businesses have donated over 100 items to our silent auction. 100! We are so grateful for them and their support. They understand how beneficial it is for our communities to have a new holistic support option for young adults who are struggling with their mental health, and how important it will be to have a residential space where young adults can feel supported, add critical connections, and see that they are not alone. Therefore, hence thus, there are over 100 goods, services, getaway opportunities, and more, okay, that could be yours. So please check out the silent auction and show your support for Garrett Space by, getting some incredible products, by participating in this silent auction. We are really grateful for the vendors, the individuals, and the businesses who donated these incredible items. And I'm going to say a couple of them, okay? Masco Corporation, Thomson Reuters, Bank of Ann Arbor, Sensi's, University Bank, Lippert Real Estate, Susan and Todd Mayman, and David Buss. We are so grateful to all of you. So listen, there is still so much time, but we're ready to have you participate in the silent auction and donate. We've got an amazing goal in mind tonight for some incredible good. So we're happy that you're here, happy that you are with us. Again, if you're just joining us, my name is Desi Oakley. I'm in New York City. The sun is setting. It's a gorgeous evening, and I'm absolutely humbled and thrilled to be here. I'm a Broadway actress and singer-songwriter, and I have a lot of connections to a lot of stuff that's going on here tonight. When I first heard about Garrett Space, I was thrilled to be able to participate in a way to support it. And if you're just tuning in because you swiped up on my Instagram story and are just with us, what is Garrett Space? It's dedicated to reducing suicides and filling critical gaps in supportive care options for young adults facing significant mental health challenges. Okay, it's an incredible organization that's doing unbelievable work, and they've got goals, okay, like tangible goals to make tangible change. So if you're tuning in, you can sit back and relax and enjoy all the special guests that we have for you tonight. But most importantly, we would love for you to find a way to contribute. In whatever that looks like, $5 could go a long way. It's an empathetic community of peers and facilitators that encourage positive and social interactions, feelings of camaraderie and friendships, creating connections and connectedness for these participants, okay? These young adults. At Garrett Space, struggling young adults will see that they're not alone, and they will connect with others and feel better about themselves. So please, donate what you can. It's amazing that you're here. Okay, so I I'm going to be around. We're going to keep talking. I'm going to keep telling you all the amazing things. But I want to introduce a little bit about our next guest, who I will have an opportunity to chat with live, which I'm really excited about. So we will hear sort of about this guest's mental health journey, what they're up to, and really what Garrett Space means to them. So I want to show you, though, before we go live, there is a small little video. So essentially, who we are about to talk to is Abby Govindan. I hope I said it right, and I'm going to find out live in a second. Abby is a stand-up comedian who has a desire for helping young people who are suicidal to get out of that space. And I really can't wait to hear sort of about Abby's journey. But in the meantime, we're going to show a clip of some of Abby's stand-up, which I'm really excited about. So take it away.
Hello, thank you guys so much for coming out. Give yourselves another round of applause. Thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting live comedy. My name is Abby Govindan, but I'm very aware that I don't look like an Abby, right? And that's because my name is not short for Abigail, it's short for something in Sanskrit. So my full name is Abhinaya Govindan. Translated from Sanskrit, Govindan means shepherd, and Abhinaya means overdramatic. So my name does mean overdramatic shepherd. So essentially, I am Jesus. Speaking of things that I look like, I'm very aware that I don't look like a comedian, right? I'm aware that I look like I do math homework for fun. Audience, I'm gonna tell a more personal story. Is that okay with you guys? So a few weeks ago, I went to the mental hospital. I like to talk about it. I like to destigmatize. This comedy stuff is hard, and the pressure to always be funny kind of got to me. And the first thing that I immediately realized when I got to the mental hospital was that I was the only Indian girl there, you know? Diversifying mental institutions is hard, but someone's got to do it. And my valiant efforts should not go unseen or underappreciated, you know? Yeah, so I was at the mental institution. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. So they told me the bipolar disorder makes you impulsive, and the alcohol on top of that makes you even more impulsive. So you're gonna have to stop drinking. So I am sober. That wasn't the joke. I am sober, unfortunately. That is the truth. You guys have been great. My name's Abby Govindan. That's my time.
Abby, live in the house. We are so happy that you're here. I'm so grateful that I get a chance to talk to you. So because we don't have a ton of time, I want to hear from you. Tell us a little bit about, first of all, a little bit about yourself, maybe where you are right now, and what's going on in your world.
Yeah, so I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm currently in Houston, Texas, because stand-up's been put on hold because of COVID. I started performing again a little bit in July, and then Delta happened. So yeah, but right now I'm just working on a bunch of projects. I got started in stand-up comedy at the age of 20 after a particularly devastating breakup from like the guy who I thought at the time was the love of my life. And I really had nothing else to turn to. I was young. I didn't really know how to process my emotions. And so I was like, why not? Let's stand up. And then I was lucky enough to go viral within the first year that I did it. And I mean, the rest is history, as they say, right?
I mean, who has that kind of luck? Okay, that's amazing. But I also love that your motivation for it came, I feel like based on your circumstances. And it feels like the little that I do know of you, that you're somebody who these experiences that happen in your world matter, and you are reflective of them, and your life choices. It's really cool. Like, I already am a huge fan of you, and we've just met. But so I want to talk. You said that's what got you into comedy, and so tell us a little bit about sort of your mental health journey. That's a lot of why we're gathered here tonight. And what would you feel comfortable sharing about sort of your mental health journey?
Yeah, so from the stand-up clip, I'm like very open about mental health. I think that it's important to destigmatize it. I was, at one point hospitalized for a suicide attempt because like this pressure to be funny and like all these eyes on me were just like really daunting. And at the time that this happened, so almost 2 years ago, I didn't even really have that many followers compared to how much I have now. But I learned through a lot of therapy that I shouldn't take everything personally. I shouldn't, um, you know, I used to like Google search and Twitter search my name and like take everything to heart. And then my therapist was like, hey, like, would you, and I've been lucky in that I've never self-harmed in the sense that I've never gotten that. That's not a mental illness I've ever struggled with. And my therapist was like, hey, would you ever like harm yourself? And I was like, no, I wouldn't. And she was like, well, when you Google search your name or Twitter search your name with the intention of seeing bad things, that's digital self-harm. And the moment she said that, I was like, oh, it like restructured the way I thought about it. And that's why I'm a big proponent of therapy. Like these are professionals who are there to help you, especially in this like growing digital age where everyone is getting more anxious about how they're perceived and stuff. I just think that therapy has helped me a lot in terms of my growing platform.
Yes, absolutely. Well, what I was going to say is you mentioned this like digital age. I mean, so Garrett Space has an incredible awareness for young people, especially. And I work with young people and I don't envy the natural comparison that happens through social media.
Young people, how old are you? You look so young.
I thank you. I'm 32, but
No way. I mean, 32 isn't even that old, but I definitely thought you were younger than me.
I really more so mean like 12, 13, 14, 15
Yeah.
year olds who were like, so I didn't have that kind of social media didn't have the same role when I was that age as it does now. And I didn't know if you had like a thought that you wanted to share because your experience had to do with seeing yourself and seeing what people were saying about you, like this exposure that you would otherwise never know, because we get shown so much information. Like, what would you tell a young person, even maybe, and I don't mean to put you on the spot in this way, but like a young person who might be struggling like you did on social media or seeing this digital, as your therapist said, like, what an amazing awareness. And it's real.
Yeah.
It's real. How would you go about giving them, advice based on what you experienced?
Yeah. Well, first of all, if the fan is too noisy, let me know. I know this has been an issue before.
I can hear you beautifully, and Mario will keep us posted, but I hear you beautifully.
Okay, perfect. So what I would say is, my favorite thing to say is that our brains are not developing at the same speed that technology is, and we'll never get there. Like by the time we get there, we'll probably be extinct as a species because of global warming, what have you. But right now, our brains are the exact same, is what I read, as our predecessors, the Homo erectus, whoever came before us, like in terms of brain capacity. And so our brains are wired to only have like the 14 or 15 people like in our like village or whatever know of our existence. Like our brains are literally wired to only handle like knowing a handful of people and having them know who you are. No one's brain, including the most famous of famous people, including, Miley Cyrus, including Ariana Grande, Lady Gaga, like Kim Kardashian. Like I think Kim Kardashian is pretty up there in terms of like everyone knows these people.
Sure.
Their brains are not wired to handle like all of that exposure. And so social media kind of does this thing, this unique thing where it makes sure you're always in people's perception. They're always perceiving you. In like ancient times, you would meet people from like neighboring tribes or whatever, and then you move on with your life. You wouldn't really think of them. But in present day, you meet someone at like, for example, like a middle school debate tournament, and you guys follow each other on Instagram, and suddenly like you're still following each other 13 years later. Like I know that she got engaged, she knows that I'm doing stand-up comedy, like these things that would not have happened like for even just 40 or 50 years ago. And so what I say, this is a very tangential answer, but what I would say to these young kids is just like keep that in mind. Feel your feelings, like whatever you feel is valid. I remember watching the Beyonce Formation documentary, and she was like, I just like take 2 or 3 days to let myself really feel the full range of emotions. and then I just like go back to being me. Like I go back to like having the hustle and doing whatever. And that's something that has really helped me. It's hard sometimes, like props to Beyonce for having so much influence and somehow keeping all those emotions within like 2 or 3 days. I think if I had her influence, it'd take me like a year probably. But I think that like your feelings are valid, but also when you restructure the way that you think of these critiques and your anxiety, it really changes your worldview. One thing that I really highly encourage young people to stop doing, that I stopped doing, because I believe in leading by example, is to stop face tuning their pictures. Because like what I did is I used to look at old pictures of myself and I used to be like, oh my God, I used to be so hot. What happened? And then what I realized is like I've always been pretty, but the thing is when I facetune my pictures into oblivion, that became the reality that my followers perceived and then also I perceived. And I look back at these pictures and I was like, I never looked like that. And so when I stopped facetuning my pictures, it like really gave me the motivation I needed to like exercise more, to stay on top of my skincare routine, you know, and like all these things. And then also to just love my body as it is. Like when I stopped face tuning at first, I felt a lot of body dysmorphia because I used to like chisel my jawline and make my cheekbones more prominent and make my nose smaller and all these things. And so when I stopped doing those things at first, it was really jarring. And now I look at a picture of myself and I'm like, that's how I look. And I'm
Yes.
proud of that. Yeah.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Louder for the people at the back, Abby. Oh my gosh. It's amazing. And you know what? I just want to say that it's so beautiful that you have this ability to already see what you have gone through and address it. Like you're, I feel like it takes a really, brave and strong individual to sort of come out on the other side, look at it. Obviously, no one's perfect, but I really wanted to say, comedy for you is like a relief. Is it therapeutic? Is it healing? Is it like your way to help folks see another side of it? Like, how does comedy sort of tie into all of this?
Yeah. So when I was in my darkest, I used to watch TV and comedy and stand-up comedy, and I like had, I mean, like I guess it's embarrassing to say parasocial, but it was a parasocial relationship. Like I really felt like these comedians were my friends and they pulled me out of a dark place. And so when I went into comedy, I was like, I want to be the reason that like even if I can even be at the light at the end of the tunnel for one person, like a reason someone can smile, even just one person, like all of this will have been worth it. And so that has always been my ultimate goal. That's why I try to be very intentional with my comedy. I don't want to be offensive. I never want to punch down. And I try to be aware of the things that I talk about. I don't want to be, cliche, but I also don't want to say anything offensive. So
Right. And I think that goes along with your message. I mean, really not even your message, but your mantra and how you're living your life, which is really loving yourself, right? Not filtering and really being with yourself. And so I'm just totally obsessed. I want to circle back really quickly to sort of something that you touched on when I feel like one of your answers to this was therapy, but you speak openly about recovering from suicidal ideation. So what was the turning point for you that you feel like changed your outlook on that? You mentioned therapy, but
yeah, so I still remember this, and this is a story that I really enjoy telling because I think that everyone does like have a moment, like something that can happen to them that it will change the outlook on life. I like really believe that everyone has at least one thing, probably multiple things. But when I was in the hospital, we did like a group of like what am I trying to say? Like a group exercise, and it was a worksheet. And it was like list everything that you've achieved so far. And I like listed my comedy achievements, like building an empire for myself via social media, like having a lot of friends. That's something I pride myself on. And then one of the questions was list, or like, what do you still have yet to achieve? Like, what do you look forward to? And then I realized that like my entire life I've always wanted a Netflix stand-up special. And then like in that moment I was like, I can't die before I get a Netflix stand-up special, like, and so that was when I realized that like all of the problems that I was experiencing at the end of the day, I would survive and like I have a greater purpose than just to like feel miserable all the time.
Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh. Your ability just to be so vulnerable as you share this in your personal experience, I can just tell that you, speaking of lead by example, like I'm just so hopeful for all of the lives that you will touch just by being you. And it's just so inspiring, Abby. Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
So tell us, like, do you have, like, there are some folks watching that might not know about you. Do you want to say like a couple of things? Like, I know obviously you said I'm a Broadway performer, so my industry has been shut down, obviously due to COVID. Things are starting to pick back up slowly, but is there a place that we could follow you? Is there a place that we could kind of join along in your journey?
Yeah, so I have Instagram and Twitter. I actually did recently find out that if you Google search Abby G, like my name is the first thing to show up, which is cool. I also have a YouTube video stand-up clip. I keep meaning to upload new ones. I've just been having a bad few weeks. And this is again with the whole fluctuating mental health thing. But I like once I get on top of that, I'll really get on top of that. And I am planning on making my official YouTube debut in terms of like a YouTube video sometime within the next couple of weeks. So yeah, if you Google search my name, everything will show up, all of these things. Yeah.
That is so fantastic. Well, is there anything else that you'd like to leave us with? You've given us, I mean, you've given me, I was literally like, should I be writing literally all of this down? Thank goodness there's a recording because I'm going back to literally listen to everything that you said, and I might be putting it on a t-shirt, which might have to go on the back as well, because like there are some incredible truths that you just dropped. Is there anything else that you would like us to know, or just to send us off? This is an incredibly amazing organization that we're here celebrating tonight.
Yeah, I mean, like, what can I say? Well, I think that like the constant reminder that like mental health is a constant struggle. Like I have like spent all this morning crying because I just got out of a relationship where I like thought I was gonna marry him, and I like, you know, feeling like I couldn't express my emotions and feeling like I was weak for doing that, but then also telling myself that like it's not weak to like love someone with all of your heart, and like be vulnerable in those emotions. And also like I think that a heartbreak like this would have really destroyed me even just like a few years ago. And of course like it's like really sad right now, but like I think that through therapy and through restructuring the way that I see things, I have a lot more resilience, and I'm like really grateful for that, because I'm 24, so I am definitely an adult, but like as I enter more so adulthood, like I just want to be, I know that like I'm going to face more difficulties, and I just want to be able to face those with uh with the acceptance that my emotions are all valid, and with the ability to bounce back from them. So
Wow. Oh my gosh. Well, I know everyone here, all of the folks at Garrett Space are rooting for you, myself included. I just can't thank you enough for just sharing. Like, this was such a rich few minutes with you. Your vulnerability is beautiful, and you are a light, even when your light feels dim right now, as you were saying this morning. Like, you radiate, my friend.
thank you.
Radiate. Oh
Yeah,
my
I know, like even
God.
if they're sad now, like I know that they'll get better, and that's the only hope. Like I think that that's just like it really is so cliche, but to say like it gets better, it's true. Like time heals all wounds, and like all of these things, and you know, I have a lot to work on, and I have a lot to look forward to, and I can't let like one or two setbacks just like completely reshape how I view the world.
Amen. Just mic
Yeah.
drop. Everything that you say is like just incredible. Well, honestly, on behalf of everyone here at Garrett Space, thank you so much for giving your time and really, truly, most importantly, sharing your heart so gorgeously. I'm literally following you on Instagram in 2 seconds.
Oh my God, thank you. You're so nice. You are an amazing interviewer, by the way. I know that you said that Broadway's on hold. You should consider broadcast journalism. I think you'd be really good at it.
Well, I really appreciate that. And we all appreciate you so much. Thank you again, Abby, really seriously, for your generous time. We appreciate you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, be well, friend.
Bye.
Bye.
Should I leave the meeting or should I?
Perfect. Exactly. Leave meeting.
All right.
You're the best, Abby. Oh my gosh. Okay, that was like truly life changing. I feel like I just learned so much about Abby's story, and I was able to see like an immense amount of relatability. Okay, so I'm definitely going to be following. Can't wait to see like the real Abby too, because Abby is promoting, promoting Abby as Abby. It's such a tricky thing to do, to lead like that in a spotlight nowadays, but wow, it can be done, folks. That was amazing. So thank you, Abby. So much fun. Okay, so next up, if you're just tuning in, welcome. Welcome. I'm Desi Oakley. I'm in New York City. All the folks at Garrett Space are kind of all spread out. Everybody who you're going to see over the next many more hours are all kind of spread out everywhere. But the point of us being here tonight is because we're raising money. We are raising money, my friends. There are so many ways to give. There's so many ways to donate. There's a silent auction with unbelievable, crazy, ridiculous, cool things that you can get. That's amazing. And because of the generosity of the folks who are giving these experiences, your money will go towards something so awesome. And it will be benefiting this super, super, super cool organization, Garrett Space, that I have learned about this year, and I'm so excited to continue to support. What they're doing here is so good, and I'm happy that you're here. I'm happy that you tuned in. Okay, I really want to introduce our next guest. Our next guest is, hi Mario.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, I'm so great.
I'm not your next guest though.
I know. I was just gonna say Mario's amazing. I was gonna introduce him. Good to continue?
Of course, please.
Perfect. So our next guest is a best-selling author, Emmy Award-winning filmmaker, okay, and creator of Found magazine. This is Davy Rothbard.
All right. Davy's joining us. 1 second. Thank you for that amazing intro too, by the way. Hello.
Hi.
How's it going, Davy?
Good, Mario. What's going on?
Nothing too much. You just got a sterling introduction from Desi here, who is our host at this moment for the evenings.
I'm sorry I missed the introduction. I was logging onto the Zoom, but I loved her discussion with her talk with Abby.
Do you want me to give it again? Can I give it again?
Well, I mean, you hate to miss it if someone says something nice about you.
A best-selling author.
Okay.
Emmy Award-winning filmmaker.
True.
And creator of Found magazine. Everyone, give it up for Davy Rothbard. Okay.
Very nice. All right. I hope you're recording this so I can.
It is. Oh yes, it's on forever. So
good.
How are you doing?
Good, man. Thanks to you. Thanks to Desi, everyone that's working so hard, and all the great guests you've had. I've been poking in and out all day. This event is amazing. It's such a great conceit to support such an amazing organization. So,
oh my gosh, well, we appreciate the kind words and appreciate your time and being a part of this.
Yeah. I worked for a long time for a radio show, This American Life, and we would always do these NPR pledge drives, and we would try to have fun with it, but we'd remind people, like great storytelling doesn't happen on the radio without support. Great work like Garrett Space doesn't exist in a vacuum. It needs support from people like the folks watching right now.
Viewers like you.
Yeah, viewers like you. I mean, so whether it's $5, $50, or $500, like it all makes a huge, huge difference to support the work you're doing.
Well, thank you for, saying all that and being here and giving your time. And I guess just to get right into it, some people out there might not be from Ann Arbor. They might be watching all over the country, perhaps the world. Found magazine. What is it? What's Found magazine?
Found is just notes and letters that people find on the ground, find on the street, literally, on the subway, the floor, the parking lot of a bowling alley. People find these crumpled up pieces of paper. They send them in to us from all around the country, really, really around the world. and we slapped them together into a magazine, an annual print magazine, and a website, an Instagram page, Found Magazine, and they just give you a little insight into, a window into other people's lives. So, the note that kind of sparked it for me was this note I found on the windshield of my Chicago of my car when I was living in Chicago, and interestingly, it was addressed to a guy named Mario. I'm not kidding. Yeah, but I thought this would be a fun one to share. It could be to you. You tell me. I'll read it to you.
Okay, let's see.
You tell me if it was for you, but it definitely wasn't for me because my name's Davey. But it was on the windshield of my car, so maybe they mistook it for another car. Who knows?
Sure.
But I opened up this note. It says, Mario, I fucking hate you. You said you had to work. Why is your car here at her place? You're a liar, a fucking liar. I hate you. I fucking hate you. Signed, Amber. P.S. Page me later. And I always thought that was sort of amazing how she was so angry and upset with him, but still kind of hopeful and in love. Still,
Sure.
Yes, page me later, and still wanted to be in touch with him. Was that your car? Was it meant for your car?
If it was a '92 Acura Integra, maybe. If it was at that time.
It was a Toyota Camry, and this was in '99 in Chicago. So unless you were dating an Amber out there, it probably wasn't. It was probably a different Mario, but still, I was just taken with that note, and I started thinking about all the found notes that friends of mine had found. It might be a to-do list, a journal entry, a Polaroid picture found in the gutter. Friends of mine always had that like on their fridge, and we'd kind of marvel at these things. And I just thought there should be a way for everyone to share what they were finding with everybody else. So, we started putting word out, and soon I was like flooded in these amazing found notes. I'll share a couple with you and our viewers right now. This one came from Brooklyn. It was written to a guy named Delane, and it said, "Dear Delane, you and I are just friends. That's the way I wish to remain. I like you, but only as a friend. I would be happy if this doesn't affect our bond as friends. Please understand, it's not because you're not handsome enough. It's just because you and I are friends, and that's it. The reason you can't be my boyfriend is because I'm not as attracted to you as you are to me. To be honest, I just want us to be friends. That's all. It's your choice whether you want to be my friend or not. Signed, Julia. P.S. Let's just be friends." So I was appreciated like the subtle hint there that she had.
Did she want to be friends? I couldn't.
Yeah. It's not quite clear what if she wants to be friends or something more.
Just gotta clarify more.
And then this was one that came from my hometown and yours, Ann Arbor. Found downtown after a couple days after the art fair, and I can't explain why I love this one so much. There's just kind of this magical, poetic quality to it. It says, "Dad, come get me at the coffee shop when you're done taking a crap." Something so short and sweet about that one. But of course, beyond these funny ones that people would find and send into us, there was also really moving ones, really beautiful, and sometimes emotional ones, sad ones. This one came from Seattle, Washington, and it's a short one. It says, "Dear Mommy and Daddy, I know it's hard for you to stop. I know you love me, but when you keep bringing that stuff in the house, it feels like you don't. I don't want to be rude, but I really want you to stop. Please, for me, Mommy and Daddy, don't bring it in the house. It makes a greater chance of us getting kicked out of here. I do get scared. Please, Mommy and Daddy, I love you. I just don't like it when you do it. Love, Eliza."
Wow.
And for me, there's just the economy of language. This is a note. It's like 77 words long. I counted it, and yet, it tells you such a story. And this young woman, her parents presumably bring drugs in the house. Hard to know for sure, but what the story is. But just the window that you would get into other people's lives. And I think over the years, we did found magazines and books, and my brother Peter and I would tour the country sharing these found notes. My brother actually wrote songs based on some of these notes. That some are quite moving and beautiful themselves, some are really hilarious, but people would always bring us after our events more and more found notes, and what I was always struck by was just the way that I felt. So many people out there were writing these notes that sometimes were full of sadness, full of loneliness, and you could just sense their isolation and their loneliness even as they wrote these words down. And of course it's useful when you're feeling down, when you're feeling sad, when you're feeling alone. It's useful to write these things down. But what I always took notice of was just how much their words resonated with me, because I had been that person. I had felt that same way. I shared those feelings, and I think to me the magic of Found Magazine is just that as we read these, sometimes these pretty profoundly sad and isolated notes, is just the you can instantly recognize like these are universal feelings. These are feelings that all of us have been through and experienced. And I think it's easy when you're in that place, when you're in that dark place, when you're feeling really low, it's easy to just feel alone, so alone. And so to discover that the world is full of people who have been there, who have felt these same things is really, I think it's really meaningful. And it just it makes it makes me feel less alone when I read these kinds of notes.
Well, Davey, it's clear that you have a knack for finding things. And so on the topic of found, you found Garrett Space.
Yeah.
How did you find us? How did you find this event? My understanding, you saw the event last year. So tell us a
Yeah.
little bit about your connection here.
You know, it may have been Jeff Cass, who, you know, is just an amazing writer and an educator. I love the guy so much. And I know he was connected with Garrett. Somehow I learned about it and just tuned in and last year and was just loved every piece of the, you know, it's like, it's great. You have a great lineup of thinkers and artists and other people, but Garrett Space, it spoke to me personally because, you know, I moved to Chicago after college. And I, like Abby was just speaking about, like, I had gone through a really, really tough heartbreak. This woman that I thought was like, you know, it was like my college girlfriend basically, but you know, we broke up after college and I was just, you know, in a new city, feeling pretty alone and completely heartbroken. And for the first time, I you know, I thought about suicide, you know, and I to me, that was something that I guess, you know, I thought of as like a teen affliction, you know, and I didn't really understand that it could affect people. You know, that kind of ideation can happen to people when they're, you know, once you kind of escape, get out of the danger zone of being a teenager. But, you know, of course it can affect people any age in life, but also, you know, when big changes happens. And for me, it was moving away from my hometown, leaving college, being kind of thrust out into the world on my own for the first time. And also combined with this like this just horrible heartache that
Heartbreak, yeah.
I didn't know what to do with it, you know. And, you know, there were a few months where it was probably, looking back at it now, it was a pretty dangerous time, you know, where I didn't hurt myself and I never followed through on anything, but I was so sad. I was crying for hours alone in my apartment in Chicago. And, you know, I had a couple of good friends out there who really took care of me. And I did fortunately get some counseling that made a big difference for me to get through those darkest days. But, you know, when I learned about Garrett Space, I just thought to myself, like, wow, like that is the kind of place that if it had existed at the time, if I had known about it, like that's the kind of place that could have helped me, you know, in the time when I most needed it. So knowing that there's people out there that are hurting, feeling alone, feeling heartbroken, like I was, you know, at that time, and you know, knowing that there's a resource for people, it's just I want to do everything and anything I can do to help spread word about the amazing work that all of you are doing, and you know, awareness so that people can support it. A lot of viewers right now can make donations online. They can chip in, and again, anything helps, whether it's $5, $50, 500, 1,000, but really literally $25 donation will help, you know. And
oh yeah.
And so, you know, we ask people that are watching right now and this amazing slate of upcoming guests, you know, to dig deep, give what they can. It will make a huge difference. But also, you know, for people to know, you know, I want to trumpet the, you know, Garrett Space to people so that they know that this is a resource they can turn to. And that's not just, you know, one of the amazing things you guys have done during the pandemic is to pivot a bit. So it's not, you know, yes, it's a physical space in Ann Arbor for people locally, but it's also a space for people who are suffering and hurting anywhere. You know, a place that people can come, can congregate, can get help, can just talk to someone.
Yeah.
And that's just it's so critical. And I'm just so grateful for what you're doing, and I'm grateful to everyone that's been supporting already and is continuing to support.
Oh my gosh. Well, we're grateful for you and that those, and we appreciate those kind words and sharing your story. You know, you should. Oh,
sorry. Just I mean, one more thing I was thinking about today, before I knew we were going to talk, and you know, it's just this sense that, like, you know, I look back at my early 20s and you know, if I could have told myself like that the pain I felt, it was, you know, it was the sharpest pain, emotional and spiritual, I guess, pain that I'd felt, you know, going through such a horrible heartbreak. But it was ultimately temporary, you know, and it wasn't like, didn't last for a day or a week or a month. It lasted really like a couple of years, you know, but I got through it, and like I'm in a place where, you know, I'm in a good place in my life now, and I have a wife, a family, like, and I just, when I was reading some of these found notes and I saw how turbulent people's lives are, I also just wanted to reach out to each one of them and remind them, you know, that these things, you know, these pains, this loss, this, you know, some of the things people are feeling, you know, it's rooted in something real that is going to stick with them forever, but the sharpness of it won't always be quite that sharp, you know, and that's the part of it that's temporary. So anyways,
oh my
yes,
gosh.
yeah, you guys are doing amazing work, and I'm just happy to play some small part in trying to spread word about all the really dedicated time and energy that's being poured into a really special organization like Garrett Space.
Wow. Well, thank you. And, you know, coming from someone who's spent their life sharing stories of countless others, the privilege is ours to be able to hear yours firsthand in this capacity. And, you know, the connection also starting here in Ann Arbor, being a townie. I see a shaman drum. You got a shaman drum shirt on.
Yeah, I pretty much rep
it's
the Ann Arbor and just in my every T-shirt that I wear.
Yes, I got it.
Wasn't even planned.
Yeah, I almost got the Crazy Jim's Blimpie burger on for this one. So
yeah.
But we have just a few minutes left. I guess tell us a little bit about you know, what are you working on now? You live in Los Angeles currently, is that correct?
Yeah, I live out here in LA. Pandemic notwithstanding, I'm usually home in Ann Arbor every few months, or every couple months, really. Come home pretty often, but been out here in LA working mostly as a documentary filmmaker. My new film is 17 Blocks. It just came out earlier this spring. It's about a family in Southeast Washington, DC, the Sanfords, who I met in 1999. And we've been filming together for the last 20 years. And the Sanfords live in a really rough part of DC, where gun violence is common, and it's touched their life. And so together we've been filming this story, this sort of epic family 20-year journey that they've been through. And so, you know, they live 17 blocks behind the U.S. Capitol, but it's this neighborhood that's known as one of the you know, most dangerous in DC and really in the country. And so the movie is just about the families specifically, but it's also about, you know, these larger questions, these institutional challenges that are faced by families like the Sanfords living in neighborhoods like theirs in DC. So that's called 17 Blocks, and it's available on Amazon, everywhere else online. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, 17 Blocks.
Yeah, and we're doing some new Found magazine stuff. Issue 10, we're going to finally send to the printers. Should be out later this year or early next. But you know, my friend Sarah does the Found magazine Instagram page. It's just found_zine, and we post new finds there almost daily because we're continuing to get great finds from around the country and all over the world. And it's just, you know, each one, I think it really is, you know, it's sort of an act of empathy, you know, to read. And some of them are just hilarious, but it, you know, the more we realize that other people are sharing our struggles, you know, I think the more we all feel connected to each other. And that's just like my friend Frank Warren, who started the Post Secret, you know, his project does a lot. I think the same thing so well, which is just to kind of reflect the world back to us individually and give us a taste of what, you know, just a peek into other people's lives, and we recognize that we're not so alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And really, it warms my heart to know that you are now coming from a place of abundance, that you have worked through things, your own challenges of your own, and you're able to, you know, let people know, and that, you know, there is help, and that, you know, you can, you know, work through these things and talk to people. And so that message is really powerful. And we really appreciate you doing that. Thank you so much, Davey.
Thanks so much for having me.
Oh my gosh.
Have a great night. I'll be watching.
Okay. Yes, we'll be. I'm up all day. You'll see me. I'll be up all night.
Looking forward to it.
Davey, I hope I can see you out in LA sometime.
Yeah.
And we'll connect Yes.
Come
I'm just
visit.
down the block. I'm just down the block in Silver Lake. So
Look forward to seeing you out here, Mario. And
All right,
thanks
man.
again to your whole team for everything they're doing to keep this rally going.
Beautiful. Thank you, Davey.
Later.
All right.
Hi again.
Hello.
That was
Desi.
awesome. I just started following found_zine on Instagram. I'm very excited about that.
Ooh. Very nice.
Okay, speaking of very excited, I've got some stuff I need
Yes.
to talk about.
Yes, you
Friends.
do. And I'm gonna let you have this. This is all
Okay.
you here, Desi.
Yes. Friends, I don't know if you're just joining us. Welcome. I don't know if you've heard it said, but there is a match challenge happening right now. An extremely generous supporter of Garrett Space has offered to match every dollar received tonight up to $25,000. Are you kidding me? Ashley and John Oberheide, absolutely incredible, generous donation, agreeing to match every dollar for every gift up to $25,000 tonight. We have a goal to do it now. If you're feeling convicted, let's go. Now's the time, okay? We want to achieve another 25,000 by midnight tonight. Let's go. That's soon. We have some work to do. Listen, Ashley's family, like so many others, has been impacted by suicide. Ashley wants to let everyone know that it's important to normalize conversations around significant mental health challenges and suicide, because acknowledging and normalizing these conversations that people are struggling is the first step. And that is what the folks at Garrett Space are doing. That is what's happening here. So Ashley is 100% behind the efforts at Garrett Space to provide critical resources that help young adults find connections and see that they're not alone. This generosity is amazing. So we have to take advantage. Let's do it. So if you can give, please do. The challenge is happening now. All right. I want to lead us into sort of our next section, which I'm super excited about. We're going to hear from a lot of different folks, but particularly something you might not know is that we are hosting this fundraiser just a couple of weeks before the widely anticipated film of Dear Evan Hansen. Okay, that's a Broadway musical that's been running, changing people's lives. And it's coming to a film. It's going to be a film, all right? And this is another sort of fun connection that's happening. There's a lot of folks we're going to hear from that are involved in this film, which is just so cool and such a big deal. So we are so grateful for the many ways that those in the productions are supporting this fundraiser. So we are grateful to have, first of all, we'll be hearing from several of these folks that I just want to sort of shout out. Benj Pasek, okay, first of all, University of Michigan graduate like myself. Grammy, Tony, Golden Globe award-winning songwriter and co-writer of Dear Evan Hansen, here for the second year in a row. We appreciate Benj's support so much. Hi, Benj. Josh Strobel, who also joined us last year and appeared in the Broadway show Dear Evan Hansen. Colton Ryan, we're going to be hearing from. He's one of the 3 cast members joining us from the upcoming film. He plays the pivotal role of Connor Murphy, an incredibly wonderful role in the Broadway production and the film. He is starring in the movie. So also Danny Pino, another member of the Dear Evan Hansen film. He plays Larry Murphy. This is a big deal. I'm going to tell you a sweet little secret after about my connection to Dear Evan Hansen, the upcoming film, in just a second. But in the meantime, we're going to hear from a slew of people, mostly a lot of folks from the Dear Evan Hansen film and some other fun surprises along the way. So stay tuned, enjoy. If you are enjoying yourself, please find it in your heart to donate. Every single dollar counts. We're so grateful you're here. All right, take it away.
Hey, my name is Colton Ryan, and I play Connor Murphy in the movie Dear Evan Hansen. And I think I'm not the only person here from that crew, but I think the reason why there's a couple of us is because the movie just has so much connective tissue with Garrett Space and its mission. Thematically, the movie deals with isolation and grief, loneliness, and my character actually is a portrayal of someone who goes to the darkest places of one's mind. And it's been one of the greatest privileges of my life to learn so much more about what that place looks like and what we can and cannot do to prevent it. And I've been working with JED Foundation, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and I'm so happy to now be working with and hearing from Garrett Space because it has really opened my mind a lot. I personally have had this come up in my life, and I've had a lot of feelings about it, not understanding what it was possible to do, what I could have done more, the whole thing, the things that you go through your mind. And I think a lot of us feel this way, because I know I have, but we have this understanding of mental health that is sort of solution-based. It's all right, how can I fix it? If I could do this, then I would be better. Or even if you know exactly what you think you should do. Well, I know that if I do this and do this, I will be better. But that's just not so true. It really is about meeting people where they are and seeing them and understanding and hearing them out. And really, I mean, a lot of us know this feeling that you can feel like you're just deep in the hole. But whereas before, I maybe have thought of a person having to climb their way out, it really is about meeting them there and sitting with them in the hole. And that's really what we can do to help prevent, is give people space. And I know that is the mission of Garrett Space, and why am I getting emotional? And that is their holistic approach, is just a literal, tangible place where people can see people that are feeling the same way and be seen by them. And I think that is a really remarkable, admirable goal, and I think you all should open your wallets right now if you have not, and give it a go. And I also would encourage you to go see the movie. Open your wallets for that. We'd love to have you, because it is quite a healing experience, as I imagine the experience of going to this beautiful new space that Garrett Space will be. Thank you so much. Like I said, it's been one of the greatest privileges of my life, and thank you so much for hearing me out tonight. Have a good one.
Hi there. My name is Dr. Abdul El Sayed. I'm a physician, epidemiologist, and champion for health equity across our country. I want to talk today about why I support Garrett Space. Scott and Julie Halpert, they lost their son, Garrett, a young man in the prime of his life, to death by suicide. They recognized that their son, like too many young people in our country, often struggle without two things that too many people don't have: access to mental health services and a community of people who love you, care about you, aren't judgmental of you, but who understand your struggle with mental health and mental illness. In their pain and their grief, they decided to do something about that. And that's why they decided to build Garrett Space. Garrett Space is a unique program offering residential group-based services to people who may have contemplated suicide in the last month. It's an opportunity to invest in ending suicide in our communities. Right now, we are living in a unique moment. I don't have to tell you that. Pandemic has taken 615,000 lives across our country. But lives aren't the only thing it's taken from us. It's also taken our livelihoods and our lifelines, separating us from people that we love, that we care about us and love us. And in the challenges of going through this moment, this pandemic, this anxiety-provoking moment in our country's history, we're doing it often alone, bereft and separated from the people we love most. And that has created a circumstance where, unfortunately, we've seen death by suicide rise, building on a steady climb in our society over the past several years. We can and we must do something about it. What Scott and Julie are doing here is doing something about it. We have an opportunity to take on the twin pandemics of lack of mental illness, mental health resources, and loneliness, and solve them together through Garrett Space. What Scott and Julie are envisioning is an opportunity for people to come together, not despite of, but because of the challenges that they face, and help to heal one another together. That's something all of us should get behind. So I'm asking you today, please do your part. Support Garrett Space. And if you or someone you love is struggling, please get help. Make sure that they have access to it too. We have an opportunity together to take this on. We have an opportunity to heal the mental illness that so many people struggle with. And we have an opportunity to take on suicide. And I believe we have an opportunity to win. I'm grateful for Scott and Julie in their leadership and what they've done out of their grief. And I hope that you'll join them. This is an opportunity for us to take on a challenge that too many suffer from, and too many suffer from alone. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Benj Pasic, and I just wanted to share my enthusiasm and support for the incredible work that Garrett Space is doing. It is so vital that folks who feel depressed and anxious and alone and feel like they have nowhere to turn have community and have a space and are affirmed that they are surrounded by people who love them, and that they are worthy of that love, and to create a space that allows more people, especially young people, to feel and be affirmed that they are not alone, and that they have community, and that they have love, and they are deserving of that love, is such an incredible mission. And I am really proud to be one of the many people I'm sure you will hear from that are asking you to support Garrett Space and what they're working on and doing and trying to create in Michigan, and even in a more broad way. So thank you so much, and thanks for supporting Garrett Space.
End of May or early June, this picture perfect afternoon we shared. Drive the winding country road, grab a scoop at a la mode, and then we're there. An open field that's framed with trees, we pick a spot and shoot the breeze like buddies do. Quoting songs by our favorite bands, telling jokes no one understands except us two, and we talk and take in the view. All we see is sky for forever. We let the world pass by for forever. Feels like we could go on for forever this way. Two friends on a perfect day. We walk a while and talk about the things we'll do when we get out of school. Bike the Appalachian Trail, or write a book, or learn to sail. Wouldn't that be cool? There's nothing that we can't discuss, like girls we wish would notice us, but never do. He looks around and says to me, there's nowhere else I'd rather be, and I say, me too. And we talk and take in the view. We just talk and take in the view. All we see is sky for forever. We let the world pass by for forever. Feels like we could go on for forever this way, this way. All we see is light for forever. 'Cause the sun shines bright for forever. Like we'll be alright for forever this way. me, two friends on a perfect day. And there he goes, racing toward the tallest tree. From far across a yellow field, I hear him calling, follow me. There we go, wondering how the world might look from up so high. One foot after the other, one branch then to another. I climb higher and higher, I climb till the entire sun shines on my face. And I suddenly feel the branch give way. I'm on the ground, my arm goes numb. I look around and I see him come to get me. He's come to get me. And everything's okay. All we see is sky for forever. We let the world pass by for forever. Buddy, you and I for forever this way, this way. All we see is light, 'cause the sun burns bright. We could be alright for forever this way. Two friends, true friends, on a perfect day.
Mental health can be difficult to talk about. Hi, I'm Danny Pino, and as a father of two teenage sons, I'm acutely sensitive to the challenges, pressures, and struggles young adults endure navigating adolescence today, especially throughout this pandemic. Now, also playing Larry Mora in the film Dear Evan Hansen, a part of my job was to understand and feel as acutely as possible the battle for a son's mental health leading to his suicide. Now, that experience, while thankfully fictional, is tragically far too real for many families, for many parents, and many communities, and far too many young people. Finding a way to help with mental health concerns can sometimes seem elusive or ephemeral. If only there was some way I could help, I would ask myself. And maybe you do too. So, in a tangible attempt to fill the sizable gaps in our mental health care system, especially for our youth, our kids, I support and I encourage you to support Garrett Space. Help give our young people the ability to find light in the darkness, to connect with others who face similar challenges, communicate with trained professionals, and grant them the necessary space to recover. If you can, please give to Garrett's Space. Thank you.
Hey guys, it's Isabella Gomez here, and I just wanted to pop in to show some love to my friends over at Garrett Space. They're this incredible nonprofit that focuses on mental health for the young adult age group. And as somebody who has been pretty outspoken about their own mental health journey, I've been in therapy for years, I'm in therapy currently. I think this is such a cool nonprofit. They have current programming. They, of course, have gone virtual through COVID, and they are now fundraising for this idea they have for a residential center that would be out in nature and have more like holistic approaches, as well as talk therapy and all of that good stuff, which I think is amazing. I think sometimes the hardest part is one, finding resources, and also a lot of people I think feel a little intimidated by the medical aspect of mental health. And so something like this center would be so beneficial and such a good way in for people to learn coping mechanisms and get some help and really get in there and take care of their mental health. So I am all about them. I am so excited to see what else they do and how many people they help, and I hope that you will join me in supporting them as well.
Hi, I'm Robert Ariza, and I am so glad to be a part of another 24-hour live stream fundraising event for Garrett's Space. It's an organization that is really, really important to me for several reasons, one of which is that I actually knew Garrett. I used to be his teacher for piano and voice when I was actually a student at the University of Michigan. I really enjoyed working with Garrett. He was such a special kid and would always be so excited by the end of every lesson. And it was really inspiring to me as an artist myself. Mental health is really important to me. When I was in high school, I actually suffered from depression and suicidal thoughts. And it took a lot to overcome them and get to the place that I am today. But I know that if I had had some place like Garrett's Space when I was a teenager, it probably would have been a lot easier. And I'm sure that if there were something like this around when Garrett was going through his time, that it probably would have helped him too. So I'm really, really glad to be a part of this event again and to be helping to raise money for them. So please, be generous with your donations if you can, and enjoy the music. End of May or early June, this picture perfect afternoon we share. Drive the winding country road, grab a scoop at a la mode, and then we're there. An open field that's framed with trees, we pick a spot, shoot the breeze like buddies do. Quoting songs by our favorite bands, telling jokes no one understands except us two. And we talk and take in the view. All we see is sky for forever. We let the world pass by for forever. It feels like we could go on for forever this way. Two friends on a perfect day. We walk a while and talk about the things we'll do when we get out of school. Bike the Appalachian Trail, or write a book, or learn to sail. Wouldn't that be cool? There's nothing that we can't discuss, like girls we wish would notice us, but never do. He looks around and says to me, there's nowhere else I'd rather be, and I say, me too. And we talk and take in the view. We just talk and take in the view. All we see is sky for forever. We let the world pass by for forever. Feels like we could go on for forever this way, this way. All we see is light for forever, 'cause the sun shines bright for forever. Like we'll be alright for forever this way. Two friends on a perfect day. And there he goes, racing toward the tallest tree. From far across the yellow field, I hear him calling, follow me. There we go, wondering how the world might look from up so high. One foot after the other, one branch then to another. I climb higher and higher. I climb till the entire sun shines on my face. And I suddenly feel the branch give way. I'm on the ground. My arm goes numb. I look around. and I see him come to get me. He's come to get me. And everything's okay. All we see is sky for forever. We let the world pass by for forever. Buddy, you and I, for forever, this way, this way. All we see is light, 'cause the sun burns bright. We could be alright for forever this way. Two friends, true friends, on a perfect day. Words get trapped in my mind. Sorry I don't take the time to feel the way I do. 'Cause the first day you came into my life, my time ticks around you. But then I need your voice as a key to unlock all the love that's trapped in me. So tell me when it's time to say I love you. All I want is you to understand that when I take your hands, 'cause I want to. We are all born in a world of doubt, but there's no doubt I figured out I love you. I feel lonely for all the losers that were meant to take the time to say what's really on their mind. Instead, they just hide away. Yet they'll never have someone like you to guide them and help along the way, or tell them when it's time to say I love you. So tell me when it's time to say I love you.
Hi, everyone. Andy Lassner from the Ellen DeGeneres Show. I can't tell you how honored I am to have been asked by Scott and Julie to talk about my experience with mental health, but more importantly, my feelings on the importance of the work that's being done with Garrett's Space. I have suffered with depression my entire life. Real deal depression. Not, hey, I'm sad, I'm feeling down. I'm talking about the depression that so many young people have. Serious mental health depression where we are in bed. We are looking at life through dark glasses, where everything feels sad, even if evidence to the contrary in our lives tells us everything should be good. How can you be sad? we're not sad, we're depressed, or we're dealing with other mental health issues. And I can't tell you how much I wish Garrett Space existed when I was younger. The amount of pain and heartache that I went through, not to mention all the heartache and pain you put those who you love through. The people in my life who I've lost due to mental health would so have benefited from a place like Garrett Space. We need to take the stigma out of mental health problems. I love openly talking about it. I am proud to be part of a comedy show and to be known as a really funny person, and yet be very, very open to the fact that there have been many times that I don't want to live. There have been many times that I think the world would be better without me. That I went to the bottom and furnished the bottom of drug addiction as a heroin and cocaine addict. All because I didn't know how to talk about what was happening. I didn't have other people to talk to about it, especially when I was younger. You feel so alone. You feel like there's something wrong with you, and so you medicate however you need to, with food, with drugs, with whatever, and you don't just say, hey, friend, you and I have something very in common. We see the world through darkness, and let's work together to see it in a more lighter way. And that is the work that's being done by Garrett Space. There is nothing more heartbreaking than what happened to Garrett. Losing someone to suicide, especially a child, is a pain that I can't even imagine. But to take that pain the way Scott and Julie have and turned it around and created something that is so important for people. It's all about community. The key to depression and getting better from it is not being alone. My depression wants me alone. My depression wants me isolated. My depression wants me feeling bad for myself. But when I'm here talking to you guys and talking to other people about mental health and the fact that we can overcome and work on it together, depression and mental illness doesn't like that. They don't want us to congregate. They don't want us to all be working together. And that's why what we're doing here today with Garrett Space is so important. I beg you, $5, $100, anything, volunteer time, anything you can give to this incredible work that's being done with Garrett Space. I implore you to. Whatever you can, anything helps. And please be open about mental health struggles. If you're someone who has the influence of anyone, anybody looks up to you in your life, and that's anybody, a child, anything, be open that you're struggling with mental health. You cannot believe how many lives you're saving by just saying, you know what? My brain is telling me something that isn't true. Does that ever happen to you? You will be amazed how many people will not only relate with that, but just by you talking about your own struggles and other people who are struggling with mental health, talking out loud and taking the stigma away, it will help save lives. I promise you that. Anyway, I'm tired of my own voice. I've gone on long enough. Love you guys, and please support Garrett Space any way you can. Thank you.
I lost my father to suicide when I was just 19 years old, and it was absolutely devastating. I still think of him every day. I miss him every day. But I also think about all the young people whose lives are ahead of them, who are battling mental illness, who are battling depression, who are battling the same demons that claim my father's life. That's why I so appreciate programs like Garrett's Space, which provide the kind of support that young people need to find their way out of that long, dark tunnel. And Garrett's Space will only be more impactful, will only be able to touch more lives and provide more services when the center that is contemplated is constructed. So I really salute Garrett's Space and all those who have stepped forward to support it. Together, we can save young lives.
Hello, Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist here. I am so honored to be part of tonight's celebration of Garrett Space, a program whose goal is to help those struggling with their mental health and welcome them to a healing environment. Mental health challenges are real, they are prevalent, and they do not discriminate. Governor Whitmer and I are proud to support groups like Garrett Space, who continuously provide an array of services to those struggling, and we are grateful for their efforts to ensure that all who need assistance have the opportunity to receive it. Having an environment of unconditional support, engagement, and healing is crucial to those who are suffering from mental health challenges, and I am excited to know this program offers all of those things and more. Please continue to stand tall for all of those affected and know we have your back.
Hi, everyone. It's Congressman Jamie Raskin. I wanted to send my warmest greetings to Julie and Scott and the whole family and all of the supporters of Garrett Space. This is just a wonderful and beautiful idea. As a family that's been touched by the horrors of mental illness, I would like to commend you on having the strength and the energy and the vision to build this project. Obviously, we're living in a very tough and hard time for young people. COVID-19 has increased everybody's sense of isolation and despondency. And so we've got to reach out. And I know that Garrett Space will be a lifeline for so many young people who will use it as an opportunity to express themselves and to help one another. So thanks for what you're doing, and I'm delighted to be able to be one of your supporters.
Hi there, I'm Joellen Pellman, and I'm a proud graduate of the University of Michigan, which is where I first heard about Garrett Space, actually, through my professor, Mark Madama, who works closely with Garrett Space, and he introduced me to Julie, and that is why I'm here today. And I was really drawn to Garrett Space because as a member of the LGBTQ community, I know that spaces like this that focus on treatment holistically are in dire need, and a space that welcomes everyone regardless of their background is exactly what we need. I'm here because I wholeheartedly believe in the mission of Garrett Space. I believe in holistic treatment of the mind and body, and I'm so honored to be here today. And now I'm gonna share a little song with you all that is very close to my heart, and it reminds me to always keep going because you never know what's gonna be over the rainbow. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I've heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me. If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh, why can't I?
Yay! Oh my goodness. What a special slew of videos. My friends, I have someone so special to introduce to you. We are going to hear from an actor, musician, and a star of High School Musical, the musical, the series. Everyone, put your hands together for our very special guest, Joe Serafini.
Yay!
So happy you're here, Joe.
Hi, am I here? Am I on?
You're here.
I'm on. Amazing.
Oh
Hello.
my- We're so happy you're here. I will let you take it away.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so hello. So as Desi said, I am Joe Serafini. And you may know me as Seb from High School Musical on Disney Plus. And I am so proud to be here supporting Garrett Space for the second year in a row for this 24-hour fundraiser. How wild is this, you guys? This is crazy. So yeah, as a young adult living in this wacky world, I definitely have seen how the shortcomings of mental health care have affected my peers and the people around me. So that's why I think that Garrett Space is such an important and powerful cause that can provide support to those who need it. So for those of you who may be just tuning in, Garrett Space, it is the place where young adults could go when they need that extra help navigating their way through this troublesome world. The center will be able to support young adults in a way that currently does not exist, promoting wellness, healing, self-worth, and resilience. It's a place where one can go to feel safe and supported and establish those critical connections. So if you want to learn more, head to garrettspace.org. And please consider donating tonight as a part of this fundraiser to this important cause. Okay, so the song that I'm going to sing tonight to support Garrett Space is one of my favorites by Ben Platt. It came out last year in the midst of the pandemic, and it brought me comfort when I myself was feeling a little bit hopeless. So I hope that tonight it can bring you comfort wherever you are tuning in from. And once again, I hope you'll consider donating to the cause. And I'm going to make my donation right after this. Have a fabulous night, and I hope you enjoy. All right. You say, what if I go crazy? I say that ain't gonna happen. You say, what if I get lost? I say, you'll just find your way back. And you say, what if someone breaks my heart? I'll put it back together like I do. You say, what if I don't catch the dreams that I've been out there chasing? What if when my fears show up, I'm too afraid to face them? Well, I can't fight your battles, but I sure can hold your hand and promise you that the sky will still be up there and the sun will always shine. The stars will keep on falling for the ones who wish at night. The mountains won't start moving and the rivers won't run dry. The world will always be there, and so will I. You say, what if things start changing? I say we'll be changing with them. We'll just sing a different melody, dance a different rhythm. You say, what if
if I give up, I say that's one thing that I'll never let you do. You say, what if someone leaves me and they leave me empty-handed? I say losing only teaches you to not take things for granted. No, I can't just bring them back, but darling, I can hold your hand and promise you that the sky will still be up there and the sun will always shine. The stars will keep on falling for the ones who wish at night. The mountains won't start moving and the rivers won't run dry. The Lord will always be there, and so will I. So will I. Oh, and so will and so will even if the sky is falling and the sun don't wanna shine, if the stars we used to wish on disappear into the night, well, I can move a mountain, but only by your side. Just say you'll always be there. I know you'll always be there. So will I.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
So beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, what a treat, friends. In that gorgeous slew of videos that you saw, I just want to quickly thank all of them, all of those incredible souls who showed up, who gave their time, their energy, their artistry, and their voices to this incredible cause. Abdul El Sayed, Benj Pasek, Andy Lassner, Joe Ellen Pellman, Robert Arisia, Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist, David Axelrod, Danny Pino, Josh Strobel, Jamie Raskin, Isabella Gomez, and Colton Ryan. Thank you all so much for your contribution tonight, and thank you all who are here tuning in. I'm your host, Desi Oakley. We are in the middle of an incredible challenge right now. A very generous donor has given us a match of $25,000. Ashley and John Oberheid, friends, since announcing this challenge, we have raised $3,500, okay, since it was announced. Incredible. I know we can get more. I know it. We have only $21,500 to go. Welcome. Let's do this. There are ways to give besides just clicking donate, but every dollar counts. Live auction. There are so many incredible things. Over 100 organizations donated incredible experiences and lessons and gifts that you can have in the silent auction. So let's go. It's happening now. And I want to also introduce our next guest. We are going to be hearing from, it looks like, okay, we are going to go into someone who I'm very excited about. This is Shannon with White Bee. This is an indie soul singer based out of Detroit. Welcome, Shannon. Hi.
Hello, sorry, I was on mute for a second. How's it going?
Perfect. I'm so happy that you're here. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Oh, I love it. I can hear the crickets or the cicadas. I don't know which.
Something like that. There's some kind of critter out here.
Wonderful to have you. So I will let you take it away from here.
Awesome. All right. Just wanted to say hello to Mario. Mario asked me to play this event, so shout out to Mario. Amazing keyboard player, and thank you so much for having me on this event. This event definitely means a lot to me for the sake of what it's all about. So it's quite an honor to play it. So I'm in the dark. I thought it was gonna be brighter out at this time, but I guess it's getting to be like fall or something now. So and there's trees and crickets and stuff. And yeah, hopefully you guys can hear me play all right. But this song is an old song. It's called DSL. Static vision, brighter color, change perception is what I told my mother. Oh, thanks, Mario. Mario in the chat just said I was rocking, so thank you. And he also said, can you turn the gain down on your mic? Why, certainly. Audio settings. But mostly you're rocking. You know, I heard you need gain to rock. So you gotta turn it up. No, I'm kidding. All right, this next song is called Antihistamine, and it is about taking NyQuil and going to sleep. It's about a bunch of other things too, but yeah, that's what it's mostly about. Antihistamine, so true that you once my memories, fulfilling what was missing with a song that I can't even see. There's less tears each day, fees on shy away, lose their dreams are so far from me. Wait for this truck to go by. Brave virus overcoming me. I cannot even sleep, 'cause I wanna hear the sound of your heartbeat. Yeah, I wanna hear the sound of your heartbeat. There's less tears each day. Fees don't shy away, lose their dreams are so far from me. I can't sleep, I can't sleep, drowning in anti-histamine. There's less tears easy, fees don't shy away, lose their dreams are so far from me. All right. So I got one more song for you guys. This next song is called Borough of Churches, and it's about like a record spinning around and round, and I say the words round and round a lot in the song. So I've got something, it keeps spinning. It's the only memory I have, only memory I have of you, only memory I have of you. And I don't got much time for playing games. It's not my heart you're playing games on.
and it's not your evil way. It's been 11 years since I stomped on your ground, and it took 11 years just to hear that sound and watch it spin round and round and round and round and round and round. It's worth much more than what I can afford. Your noise feels like the touch. Your noise feels like the touch and warmth. Your noise feels like the touch and warmth. And I don't got much time I'm for playing games. It's not my heart you're playing games on, and it's not your evil way. It's been 11 years since I stomped on your ground, and it took 11 years just to hear that sound and watch it spin round and round and round and round and round and round. Oh, it's spinning. Oh, it's spinning. And I don't got much time for playing games. It's not my heart you're playing games on, and it's not your evil ways. It's been 11 years since I stomped on your ground, and it took 11 years just to hear that sound and watch it spin round and 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 round. All right. Hello. Thank you.
Well done, Shannon of White Bee. So
Yeah,
good.
that's my band name. Yeah. Thank
So
you.
good. So
Thank you
fantastic.
so much.
Thank you for being
Thank you.
here so much.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Very honored to play the event. It means a lot. So thank you so much for having me. Nice to meet you, Desi.
Nice to meet you. Fantastic. And we'll see you we see you again, don't we?
Yeah, I think at 1 o'clock I'll play some different songs and
Great.
hopefully maybe better sound too. So
For the Night Owls. No, come
yeah,
on.
yeah.
Good. Well, we will see you again then. Thank you again. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yay. Okay, everyone. Fantastic. So we will be hearing from Detroit-based singer-songwriter Michael Toko soon, later in the hour, within the hour. But I wanted to just say really quickly that going back to our friends involved in the Dear Evan Hansen film upcoming, I myself played a very small role in the Dear Evan Hansen film. You will hear my voice. I am one of the voices of the ensemble, so you'll be seeing folks singing, but listen carefully because it's actually my voice that you'll be hearing. And there's great news. One of our auction items is 2 tickets to the red carpet premiere of the Dear Evan Hansen film in LA, which is going to be kind of a big deal. So you can be there. You can be there and watch the big stars like Ben Platt and Julianne Moore and Amy Adams walk the red carpet. All right. So if that is of interest to you, go to the silent auction. And then in Ann Arbor, you can also see a special screening for Garrett Space of the Dear Evan Hansen film at the Michigan Theater on October 5th. I personally can't wait to see the movie. It's going to be fantastic. Okay, next, I would really love to introduce to you director and filmmaker of Draw With Me, which tells about the coming out journey of Brendan Scholl, a college student who identifies as trans, and how art became an outlet for self-expression. Brendan's aunt, Jennifer Lopez, also appears in the film. So we're going to be hearing from the director and filmmaker of this film, Konstantin Venetopoulos. And first we will even see a little trailer before hearing from him with Mario. So here's the trailer.
Draw With Me is a short film about a transgender youth and their journey of coming out to their family and also engaging in their art to help them cope with the feelings they were having during this time. The film is important and timely in its story and message and can have a huge impact on those of us who watch and experience what Brendan and their family is going through in this time of acceptance and admission. It's a story that's very close to my heart because it was a family affair. It's about accepting change and challenges with love and knowing that when we do, everything is possible. Also because Brendan is my nibbling. Enjoy.
My name's Brendan. I use they, them, their pronouns. I was the first one in our friend group to come out as trans. I definitely was not the last one. It was in 8th grade when I finally felt comfortable with saying that I'm trans.
You're talking about your identity as a person. Sexual preference has to do with who you go to bed with, and your identity is who you go to bed as.
The hardest part is always telling people. That is always the hardest.
It's tough enough trying to fit in as a kid, but trying to fit in and being misgendered makes it just a whole nother degree of difficult.
The darkest point was definitely when I wasn't out to any of my teachers or my parents. I was worried that when I came out, that would be like the last straw, so to speak.
They had heard all these horrible stories about kids being kicked out of their house and the parents disowning them.
I remember Leslie was going through the laundry and found Brendan's binder.
And at that point, I was just tired of lying to them, so I just told them the truth. Like, I told them it's a binder, it makes your chest look flat.
I said, well, don't you want to be a girl? And they kind of looked at me and said, I'm not a girl, Mom.
That was probably one of the hardest things that I've done.
So when my child told me when I look in the mirror, I don't feel comfortable in the body that I'm in, I mean, a lot of people can't understand that.
I spent a lot of nights crying because I was so terrified of like what my life would be like. Art gave me an outlet for the things that I couldn't say out loud, but things that I needed to get out of my system.
It does cause a strain between the parents, cause a strain between me and Brendan. I mean, we had some knockdown dragouts.
I was at the lowest points in my mental health, where I start self-medicating.
I think the real turning point for us was when Brendan attempted suicide. That night, I remember being in my room and hearing something happening upstairs because their room was right above mine. I went upstairs and they said, oh, I feel sick. They were trying to throw up. And I didn't know what was going on until the next day when we get a call from the counselor at school and they said, is Brendan okay?
I had like posted something online about how I didn't want to wake up in the morning.
They had taken all these painkillers like aspirin, Aleve, Advil. When it finally hit me, like, oh my God, my kid just tried to kill himself. It was extremely like.
It hurt me that they were having to go through this without us knowing about it and with us being there to support them with what they were going through.
When you finally get to the acceptance part, then you realize it's not about you. You know, this is about my child.
We do know that we have love for each other. Whatever happens is not going to change how we feel about them.
I'm just hit with how lucky I am in terms of like the family and friends. Titi Jen made that post where she used the right pronouns. It felt really nice to have a family member like in a very public way show their support. Makes me appreciate things that other people will do for me and for anyone else who's struggling.
What is the easiest thing you could tell somebody who's never had someone trans in their life or experienced someone?
The best thing I could say is just believe them. I shouldn't have to be scared to to like tell people who I am. If they don't like me because I'm trans, then it's their loss. I'm not gonna change myself just because this one person doesn't like it.
If you knock me down, I'll get up again. I'll get up again. Unstoppable. I'll get up again. Now I'm stronger. If you knock me down, I'll get up again. I'll get up again. Unstoppable. I'll get up again. Now I'm stronger than I've ever been.
All right, that was the trailer for Draw With Me, and we have everybody involved here, Constantine Venetopoulos and Brendan Scholl. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having us.
Yes. Now, everybody's in a different spot here. Constantine, where are you right now, geographically?
I'm in Greece right now, in Athens, back in Greece.
In Athens. Okay, wonderful. So this is a truly international event. And Brendan, where are you at this moment?
I'm out in Long Island. I'm in a Hempstead area.
Okay, wonderful. So shout out to all the East Coast friends and family out there watching. I guess, Constantine, tell me about this film. How did you meet, and what was sort of the process behind making this thing become a film?
I was working on a different film, actually, a feature film, a fiction project. And through that, one of my actors on that project is Leslie Ann Lopez, who is Brendan's mother. And we were working on all of that together. And I was brought closer to the family. My friend and producer Marco introduced me to the family, and we started spending time, the usual, talking about the role and kind of like getting in our creative groove. And I was invited to Leslie Ann's home, where when I visited that home, my eye caught a room which was Brendan's room, and I looked at the room, and it was really impressive with all the art and everything. And then I walked in that direction, and I met Brendan for the first time, and Brendan started talking to me about their art and the room and what it all meant to them, and we just started chatting, and later on, through getting to know Brendan and the family and all of this, one of my things was I've been a volunteer for the Trevor Project for over 10 years now, which is the leading suicide prevention line for LGBTQ youth. And somehow, I don't remember the details, I was approached, and there was interest in Brendan speaking in one of the events, and we said, what about we do a little film to precede it? And that little film that was theoretically one of those little 3-minute things that you show that just introduce someone evolved more and more, and it became Draw With Me, basically.
It's amazing. And Brendan, from going to expecting to maybe speak on a small event or something to being featured in a film, what was that like for you?
That was really crazy to me, because it still hasn't really sunk in, just the enormity of how much and where the film has gone at this point, where it just started with me talking with a friend of my mom's and just talking about my art, and now it's grown into this, and now Constantine and I are friends, and the film has gone on this huge journey, and it's reached all these people, and it's just kind of it's become such a greater thing than it even occurred to me that it might. Because it's in my mind, it's just my story, that a million other people have stories just like mine. And to kind of have my story reach all these people is incredible to me.
It is. And as a viewer watching it, it's incredible because I know a lot of people personally who struggle to talk about their mental health and their own stories and sharing it even amongst their closest friends. And so for you to be able to share that with the world in such a way, and it was so poetic and beautiful. And if you're just tuning in now, we just watched the trailer for this, and this film will actually be up to view throughout the event. We will have a code posted here, and you can actually check out the film anytime throughout this stream. So this, I guess, tell us a little bit about your story. I mean, if somebody didn't see the trailer or they're about to and they're just tuning in, who are you, Brendan?
I guess the story pretty much starts with like when I came out, I was around like, I came out as trans with like 13, 14, and I would kind of been struggling with my mental health for a while, and I didn't, like a lot of people who struggle with depression, is you don't really feel like you can reach out to anybody, and you feel like there's no one who you can talk to or no one who wants to hear what you have to say. So I turned to my art, because I'd been drawing for years, ever since I was like, since I could hold a crayon, I'd pretty much been drawing. So it was kind of a way for me to get my feelings out in a constructive way rather than a destructive way. And it really helped me through like some of the hardest times in my life. And it's still something that I rely on as a way of like processing things and getting feelings out when I don't really know how else to. I'm not the best at like putting words to my feelings. I'm not the best at that. So it kind of gave me like a visual way of just like showing, like, this is how I'm feeling. This is what's going on with me right now. And it just helped me to like process things and help me to just keep going forward. Because sometimes when you're struggling with depression, that's all you can do. You can just keep going forward. Yeah. And art was what helped me with that.
Wow. And it's so beautiful that art became something that propelled you to move forward, like you're saying. And but how wonderful also that Constantine, also an artist in his own regard, was able to share your story in that way. Constantine, as a filmmaker, and having the subject matter be very heavy at times, what was that like for you to capture that? What was that for you like personally as well? How was that process for you directing and producing this film?
For me personally, there was a lot of emotion because, you know, I had my own coming out journey back in Greece, and, you know, and I could share some of the struggles and sentiments of Brendan, though, you know, the trans journey and the gay journey can be different, you know, in many ways. But in essence, you know, it's parents and telling them who you really are, and, you know, just being yourself, and school, and worrying about what people will think. I think Brendan had less of that than me, the worrying about what people would think even. You know, I had a lot of that growing up. But I also felt a lot of admiration for Brendan. I was like, whoa, like I came out when I was 27, you know, and Brendan was a young person knowing who they are and ready to be who they are, kind of unapologetically. So there was a lot of, you know, admiration and inspiration and all of that. But at the end, I felt a lot of responsibility too, you know, because it's telling a person's private story, and not just Brendan's, but their families, you know, like there's a lot of family members. And I felt the responsibility, but in essence, the two things that kind of guided me, to be honest, was the first, to do it as beautifully and poetically as I can through Brendan's art, keeping Brendan's art as my driving force. And the second was through my experience with the Trevor Project. It was how to tell this as authentically and honestly as I can, while keeping in mind the various trigger, what do you call that trigger? I forget, Brendan, you know, trigger points or
trigger
whatever
warnings,
that's called. trigger warnings, exactly, sorry, in order for it to have an educational audience. Because, you know, I wasn't trying to just do a drama or a thriller or a comedy. It was like a real life story, but I wanted to navigate through it in a way that it has an educational message so that it could benefit all these youth out there.
And I think that just from the little bits we've seen in the trailer, there's not a doubt in my mind that this film and the story will absolutely reach all these people all over the world, because I don't think there's many stories that are shared like this, and it's unfortunate. And to be a pioneer in doing this in a way, I mean, you know, Brendan, I know you said it sort of hasn't sunken in for you that like this is you, this is an impact. And you're talking about moving forward. I feel like, you know, how are you moving forward now? Where are you right now in your life? And how can you use sort of that experience being part of this film to sort of just guide you to the next thing that you want to be a part of?
It kind of serves, because with mental health and with depression in particular, it's not really something that like you're just cured of, where like, oh, you know, I no longer have depression, I'm fine now. It's something where you kind of carry it with you, and like it can go into remission, and you can and you kind of you'll feel like better again, but it's kind of something that you always have to deal with. And when you're continually dealing with it, it can feel like it's hard to see your progress sometimes. It's hard to see that like with like help or like resources, like going to therapy and just like talking, like in my case, like taking medication. It can be kind of hard to see that you're doing any better. And the film for me is kind of like serves as a reminder to be like, no, look at how far you've come. Like look at what a dark place that you were in, and it may feel, sometimes it may feel like you're still in a dark place, but look at how far you've come so much farther than you ever thought you would.
Sure.
And the film kind of like reminds me of that, of being like, yeah, it was horrible, it was like a horrible place, but and it sometimes feels like I'm still in a bad place, but I've kept going, and I've come farther than I have. I've gotten better since then, and the film kind of just reminds me of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Are there, for either of you, Brendan or Constantine, are there people in the LGBT community that you've been inspired by, whether it's through art or music, writing, activism? Are there people that throughout this time in your own journeys have inspired you?
I'll let Brendan get that one, who's more up to date with the reality.
One person I've been following recently who I really look up to in terms of like activism is India Moore. She was in Pose, and she's someone who I really like. I just admire so much in the way that she's like using her platform just so unapologetically, where she's like talking about like this, like she's like, this is the stance, this is what I believe is right, and people will try and like argue. She's like, no, I'm telling you that this is what is right, and this is what is good for people, and I'm not going to back down from that. And I really admire that in the face of people being like, oh, you shouldn't talk about that, like you're an actress, like why are you talking about this, you don't make it political. She's like, no, I will make it political because it's the right thing to do. And I really admire that.
Yeah, it's amazing. And remind me their name again?
India Moore.
India Moore. And India Moore is an actress?
Yeah.
Yes, is an actress. Constantine, do you feel like you have any general inspirations for yourself as a filmmaker, or who, you know, what, I guess, tell me about your creative process a little bit.
I definitely have like favorite directors and things like that, but for me it's I like to focus on stories, you know, like, and and I kind of like wake up one day and I'm like crazy passionate about one story, and it'll like pull me until it's completed. And yeah, so pretty much I'm driven more by stories, and depending where I'm at in my life, that will kind of like be a guidance.
Sure.
But yeah, with Brandon, for example, that was definitely a different thing because, you know, it was first of all a documentary. Usually I work with fiction, so I come up with crazy fake stories and just make them pretty, you know. But this was something very different, very personal. And, you know, and with Brandon, we've even, you know, talking about the impact of this film, so much time has passed and we're still catching up and talking about these things, and, you know, and so it's a journey that continues in a way. And even like after we had shot it, we met again and shot more of it, and kind of like the impact that it had. Because, for example, like, you know, one thing I wanted to mention which relates to this is I read somewhere that if LGBTQ youth that are struggling with suicidal ideation had one place or one person that made them feel safe and understood, that doubles the chances of them not committing suicide. So for me, you know, realizing that our little film hopefully has had that impact, even if it just did it to one person, that they found that space. And the same with Garrett Space, all this that you're creating, even if one person gets to say, oh, like there is one foundation or one space that I'm safe with. So that helps them. That I'm really proud to be a part of that.
Wow. It's and it's very true, and it's very shocking that, you know, that statistic that you mentioned, the fact that just one, you know, just one space could make the difference, one person feeling that comfort. And you know, Brendan, you felt like you had support generally throughout this process, but obviously there were times where you had felt alone. So you would agree that if the space, something like Garrett Space, did exist, do you feel like that? I guess. Let me know. You know, what does that mean to you?
To have, like, if I had had a space where I felt safe and I felt comfortable just going to and being like upfront about my problems and not having to worry about how other people might judge me for it, I feel like that would make a world of difference.
Yeah.
Just having some place where you don't feel judged and where you feel completely accepted as you are is something that can really just change your life, really.
Yeah. Well, I hope you know that you are absolutely accepted who you are here in this space. And I truly admire your courage and your story, and the way you've been able to share these things with the world, especially at the age you did. It's something that I personally find very inspiring and very touching. And I'm sure the many others who are viewing this also feel the same way. And so I do have to wrap it up here now, but Constantine, thank you so much for creating this film to share Brendan's story. And Brendan, thank you for sharing the story. Is there any last things either of you would like to say before we wrap up here?
From my side, no, I'm just grateful that these spaces exist, and, you know, and for brave people like Brandon sharing their stories and kind of like creating a more open space for all of us to just be who we are, and when we have to speak up about it.
Yeah, I'd say, like, for anyone who's like struggling out there, something that I wish more people told me is like, there's no such thing as like a small reason to like stay alive and to stay here. If the thing that's keeping you going is that you need to water your plant and no one else is going to water your plant, that is an amazing reason to stay alive. If it's that you really love bees and you can't and you saw a bee the other day and you can't wait to see another one, that is an amazing reason. Any reason, no matter how small or how like quote unquote insignificant it may seem, is a perfectly significant and amazing reason for you to stay here.
Wow, that's beautiful. Thank you, Brendan. I couldn't have said it better myself. And so to all those listening, and to anybody that is going through any type of mental health difficulty at this moment, know that any reason exists, and you have people to call. You have a place where you are safe. And thank you all for tuning in. And Brendan, Constantine, it's been my pleasure. And everybody, check out the film that we have the link to. We have it in the description, and also the trailer. So
thank you, and good luck for your event. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
That was beautiful. Folks, you can view that film until the fundraiser is over, and the password is on the Give Butter site. Next up, I would love to introduce to you writer and radio personality and the host of the podcast, Depresh Mode with John Moe. Ladies and gentlemen, John Moe.
Thank you, Desi, and thank you, everybody at Garrett Space. I'm honored to be here and eager to help in whatever way I can. I'm especially delighted that that this is connected to the city of Ann Arbor, Michigan, because I was in public radio for a long time. And when you do national shows in public radio, it turns out some cities just like you more than others. It was a very strange thing. I would make shows, some markets would pick up the show, some wouldn't. And the city that always loved me best was Ann Arbor, Michigan. So I feel a very strong attachment. It was the strangest thing. Like they liked me, Ann Arbor liked me, Milwaukee didn't care for me so much. Las Vegas adored me. Honolulu, not so interested. Seattle and Portland, I was huge. Dallas and Houston just sort of looked the other way when I came into a room. So it's a strange thing to be friends with or feel a fondness for an entire city, but that's how I am with Ann Arbor. I was asked going into this the question or the idea to talk about how have mental health issues affected me personally. And it was an interesting thing to consider. It was a really provocative prompt because of the word issues in the middle of it, because I could take it in a couple different ways. And so for the first part here, I'm just going to talk about how I was affected by issues of mental health as those things were occurring to me personally, and in ways that I think don't get talked about nearly enough in the society that we all share. To me, the issue of mental health, the existence of the notion of mental health as it being a thing that exists in the world, was the difference between thinking that my problems were my fault and that my problems were not my fault. It was the difference between thinking that I was something and realizing that I had an illness, that I had a condition. It's basically the difference between thinking that you are this horrible thing and realizing that some misfortune has come to you that you never would have chosen. I thought all this stuff that I'm going through must be my fault, as if I chose it, as if depression, as if anxiety were things that I chose, as if traumatic stress was something I signed up for on a clipboard, as if people around the world are signing up for eating disorders or OCD, things that none of us would have ever chosen. Those aren't choices we've made. Those aren't things that we have elected. Those are things that came to us and then were left to us to deal with. And in some cases, left to us to deal with before we had a vocabulary for doing so, or even knowing that those things were things. A little bit of my story. I'm from the Pacific Northwest. There's a history of trauma in my family. My parents, I'm first generation American. My parents grew up in Norway during World War II, during the Nazi occupation. Their formative years, their late single digit years, were under the rifle of Nazi soldiers. And I don't think people recover from that especially well, especially when they don't know that's what's going on. My father uh, did not have access to therapy, did not have access to treatment, did not have access to the wonderful things that the folks at Garrett Space are providing. Back then in Europe, in during the war and after the war, therapy came in a bottle of vodka or gin, and that's how he dealt with all the pain that had been visited upon him. He numbed it up. So I had alcohol going on in my family. My parents came to America. I was born. There was alcohol in my family. There was addiction in the form of drugs with my brother. There was a lot of problems, and there was a lot of depression, and there was a lot of pain that didn't really get dealt with. And then for me, puberty hit like a piano thrown from a top of a cliff by a missile launcher. That is how puberty hit me. A sense that I was weird, a sense that I was broken, that I was weak, that I couldn't do the same things that other people were doing. I couldn't understand things the way they understood them, whether that was math or how to navigate a lunchroom social situation. And things started happening to me, and it really felt like I was collapsing. I would cry and about nothing in particular and not be able to stop. I found myself previously an excellent student. I couldn't concentrate on anything that was going on. I would get so angry that I couldn't stop being angry. And then I would be terrified within the anger that I was unable to stop. I didn't know what was going on. And I thought it was just me. And the worst thing I could imagine of all of this is that there might be a problem with mental health. Because to me, didn't even exist in those terms of mental health. It was just called being crazy. And all I knew about being crazy was that I would be put in a straitjacket and left in a padded room by myself, separated from my family and friends. All my knowledge about mental health care at the time, I should stipulate, came from Bugs Bunny cartoons. Not a reliable source, it turns out. Who knew? But I thought that it was just me. And so I didn't want to go in that room, and I didn't, the last thing anybody wants when they're that age is to be exposed as different, exposed as unusual, to stand out from the crowd. And I developed a sort of intelligence around it, in that I wanted nobody to ever know about it. I wanted to cover all that up, and I got really good at it, you guys. To cover everything up, run from it, hide from this thing that was happening within me. I could hide in places that couldn't find me for a while. I became really skilled at posing as a confident extrovert. It was this game of hide and seek. But the thing about playing hide and seek with mental illness is that it will wait you out and you will get caught because mental illness doesn't stop playing the game. Another analogy I sometimes use is that you can stuff the mental illness, you can stuff, in my case, depression, in the back seat of the car and strap it in. Eventually, it's going to get bored and start kicking your seat, and it's going to want to drive the car. And eventually, it'll be strong enough that it can wrest the steering wheel away from you. So this went on. I hid from this I put up a veneer, and finally the stress got to be too much. And by this point, I was in my 30s. I had been suppressing this thing for decades. The permanent stress of being not just a guy living somewhere, but a homeowner. I was not just a guy and a boyfriend. I was a husband. I was a father. I didn't just have a job anymore. I had an intense career. The stress mounted. And it turns out that I have a type of depression that connects to stress really strongly. I finally got diagnosed in my mid 30s. I was told, yeah, you have a condition. It's called major depressive disorder. You're a really boring case. You're a really textbook, clear cut case of depression. And I said, well, how long have I had this? And they said, well, how long have you felt this way? I said, since about age 12. And he said, yeah, so since about age 12. But we can do something about it. We can treat this. We can try a bunch of things: therapy, medication, meditation, diet, exercise, all these things, prayer, mindfulness, things that people have found a benefit from. I can't guarantee you any one of them in particular will work, but I can guarantee you that something will work. But we just have to keep trying. And I left that appointment elated. I was walking on air because finally this thing had a name and I started to get better. Shortly after I started to get better, my older brother, who was recovering from drug addiction, was in recovery, but the depression was too strong and he died by suicide. And it occurred to me in that moment that if we talk about, not in that moment, but at his memorial a while later, that if we talk about these issues, they can get better. If he had had people to talk to, he could have gotten better. Not would have gotten better, but he would have had a chance. It's not a guarantee, but there's a chance he'll get better if he could have talked to more therapists, a better match of a therapist for him, if he had access to different treatments, if he had been open about it, if he had connected with people, there'd be a chance, more of a chance he and others like him could still be around for us to love them. And if we don't talk about it, if we're quiet about it, if we shame it, if we act like it's something people chose, then there's every chance it'll get worse. And that's the easiest decision in the world, is to, talk about it. It could get better. Don't, it probably won't. And so that's why when I started writing about it, I started talking about it. I wrote a book called The Hilarious World of Depression. I have a podcast called Depression Mode with John Moe that covers all sorts of mental health topics. I talk about it all day, and it's wonderful, because when people open up about these things, when we try to make it as routine as going to the dentist or knee surgery or anything else that we sometimes need professional help with, a plumber, an electrician, we make it less scary. The fear, because, and I'll tell you, mental illness is frightening. This thing is going to happen in my head, it's going to change my world. That's scary. Of course it is. But it doesn't have to be as scary as we make it when we leave it alone and let that terror grow. We can talk about it. And I've been really heartened that every day there are new organizations popping up, that there are more people talking about it. Friend of mine, Kevin Love of the Cleveland Cavaliers, is joined me in talking about this. Professional athletes, entertainers, politicians are opening up about this stuff, and they're saying, look, we want to make mental health awareness. We want to do the same thing as we did with litter in the 70s, as we did with drunk driving in the 80s, as we did with smoking. This stuff is gross and it's dangerous, and it's, in some cases, it's killing people, and it doesn't have to. We're going to stop it. So as I worked on these shows and worked on these books, I come back to how have mental health issues affected me personally. And it's shifted into the issues around mental health, and it's shifted to the stories that are being told. When my book came out, a lot of it was about my time as a kid, and I started getting emails from people I hadn't seen since junior high. These people I thought were cool and confident were writing to me saying, what you're describing is exactly how I felt back then. John, I thought you were the cool and confident one. Well, they said confident. Nobody ever thought I was especially cool, but I thought you were the one doing fine. I'm like, no, I was putting on an act. And everybody else started saying I was putting on an act. and so this wall is ready to be broken. To me, the issue is that we don't have to live this way anymore. We don't have to live the way we've been doing, and we don't want to. And I think that's what's blossoming now. That's what gets me out of bed in the morning. That's what makes me take the long commute from my bedroom downstairs to my office, because that's the way we work now. So how have mental health issues affected me personally? They gave me a job, they gave me an occupation, and they gave me a cause. They gave me a rallying cry. They gave me an army of supporters, a huge club that we all belong to. Um, and they let me face these mental health issues that affect me personally, the issue that people aren't talking about it. As a society, it's getting better, but a lot of people are still seventh grade me, afraid of everything, thinking everything's my fault, thinking the problem is that I'm weak, the same sort of thinking that killed my brother. And that's an issue that I'm trying to work on with the world, because right now we're in a tough place. We've been through and are still going through traumatic stress from the first pandemic any of us have ever been through. That lingers. We haven't been able to live a normal life. We haven't been able to be unafraid. We haven't been able to grieve other than over an iPad in some cases. And where I find the hope for the future, and I think where I find some connection with the work that people are doing with Garrett's Place and with other organizations, is that our hearts are coming out just when we need them. People are standing up saying they want a new world where we can talk about this more openly and more directly, and that we are going to be together in the recovery from this pandemic long after you won't hear anybody talking about having the actual virus. We're going to be living with trauma of what happened. Different people dealing with it in different ways, but everything we know about old pandemics, about major disasters, wars, crises, is that this stuff lasts a long time. The only way we can do it, the only way we can get through it and be as strong as we can be, is through this kindness to each other, helping each other. That's what Garrett Space really exemplifies in a beautiful way. We're going to go forward, and with kindness and bravery and without shame, we're going to be okay. And I want to thank the folks at Garrett Space, and thank you, Desi, and everybody else for welcoming me in, and good fortune going forward.
Thank you so much, John, for your beautiful words. Truly, truly incredible. Thank you. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Hey, everybody.
Be well. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, so incredible. Friends, before I introduce our next guest, I have an announcement for you. We are only $10,000 away from our goal, our match challenge. Okay, this is huge. If you're just tuning in, we had a goal because our incredibly generous supporters of Garrett Space, the Oberheids, have given us a dollar for dollar match of $25,000, and we are only $10,000 away from reaching that goal. I know we can do it. I'm so confident. I know we can do it. So that is the update. Give in any way that you can. Every single dollar helps. Every single dollar helps. We have our silent auction of unbelievable opportunities and experiences where your money could go, and it's all going to this unbelievable cause, and again, every dollar counts. So we're so close. I'm getting really excited. So I will keep you posted on all of the funding, but if you feel like you are ready to give, do it. We are so happy that you're here and that you're joining us. Okay, next up, I would like to introduce a Detroit-based singer-songwriter, Michael Toko. Hit it.
Hi everybody, my name is Michael Toko. Just want to say thank you to Garrett Space for having me, And yeah, hope you guys enjoy. This one's one of mine. Isn't it funny? Isn't it strange? Started out sunny, then there was rain. Didn't get half of what you expected. Didn't come close to what you intended. The lessons I've learned coming in the form of scars, and I'm running pretty fast even with a heavy heart. You don't hear the quiet till you hear the loud. You don't know you're lost until you know you're found. You got nothing but you have it all. You know, you can fix it only if it's all your fault. What would you tell you if it was yesterday? Anything you might say, you can tell yourself today. Yeah. It's a little life hack for your mental health. Knowing you're the younger version of your future self. Lessons I've learned come in the form of scars. Running pretty fast even with a heavy heart. You don't hear the quiet till you hear the loud. You don't know you're lost until you know you're found. You got nothing but you have it all. You know you can fix it only if it's all your fault. Write a letter to future me saying, don't you dare think you're giving up. You don't hear the quiet till you hear the loud. You don't know you're lost until you know you're fine. You got nothing but you have it all. You know you can fix it only if it's all your fault. Write a letter to future me saying, don't you dare think you'll give it up, yeah. Thank you very much. That was called All Your Fault. Again, that's one of mine. So this one I wrote pretty recently. It's not out yet, but we're working on it. So this is another one of mine. Hope you guys like it. Saw you from across the room, I thought, yeah, I should make a fool of myself. Reciting all my lines in the bathroom, the mirror shows what I tell. I never said to you the lines I wrote, so if you wanted me, you'll never know. Was too afraid to get to you, 'cause now it's just a number on a napkin, a number on a napkin. Just a number on a napkin. Oh no, thought of all the places we go, and now I know that none of it will ever unfold. Yeah, I bumped out and that's too bad. Now I'm thinking about what we could have had. Never even left my hand. Now it's just a number on a napkin, a number on a napkin. Just a number on a napkin. Ooh, you via 7-digit dial phone and two. I wonder what could have been, 'cause now it's just a number on a napkin, a number on a napkin, just a number on a napkin. Thank you very much. So this will be my last song. This is one of my favorites, and hopefully you recognize it. Wanna call you up, tell you how I feel, but I might scare you away if I get too real. So I won't text back for a couple hours. All I really wanna do is bring you flowers. I'm not gonna hold your hand, ask if you wanna dance. Not gonna take you home, even though I just wanna give you everything, show you I'm a silent gentleman. All I wanna do is let you in, but good guys, I never win. I just wanna be the one you call, anything you need, anything at all. All I wanna do is let you in, but good guys, I never win. When you stay out late and I don't hear back, always wonder where you've been, but I don't ask. You're the one I want, I wanna share. When you talk about someone else, I act like I don't care. I'm not gonna hold your hand, ask if you wanna dance. Not gonna take you home, even though I just wanna give you everything, show you I'm a silent gentleman. All I wanna do is let you in. Good guys, I never win. I just wanna be the one you call, anything you need, anything at all. All I wanna do is let you in. Good guys, I never win. So I'm gonna play it cool till I know you want me to. So I'm gonna play it cool till I know you want me to. very much. Again, my name is Michael Toko. Thank you, Garrett Space. I appreciate you. And thank you to all. Appreciate you. Good night.
Thank you so much, Michael. That was absolutely phenomenal. We appreciate you giving your time and your talents this evening. Friends, friends, I have some amazing news to announce. We, based on recent donations and one anonymous donation of $10,000, we only need $8,000 to reach our goal. Our goal is only 8,000 away. I know that we can do it. We're getting so close to reaching this goal that will be so pivotal in making so much change here at Garrett Space. It's so important. So if you are joining us right now, we are celebrating this incredible organization that is doing just incredible things, giving young adults who are facing significant mental health challenges, giving them options, supportive, critical care options. I wanted to mention really quickly that we can help struggling young adults right now, and that the program is currently open. And so I really wanted to say, if you know somebody who could benefit from Garrett Space, please go to the website garrettspace.org/programs, or you can contact Scott Halpert at scott@garrettspace.org. We can help struggling young adults right now. So every single dollar that you are donating is going to incredible work to give struggling young adults a safe place. Garrett Space is doing fantastic work, and all of us are gathered here over this 24-hour period to raise money for them. So that being said, thank you for being here. Thank you for donating. We are getting so close. Again, just $8,000 before our goal. Our goal, this matching goal, is only good until midnight. So that generous matching donation that Ashley and John Oberheide completely generously gave us, that match, it's only good until midnight. So we have work to do. $8,000. I know we can do it. We've come so far. We're raising money for this amazing organization. I feel grateful to be here. So next up, I want to introduce a singer-songwriter artist based in LA. This is Kate the Dreamer.
Hi, my name is Katie and my artist name is Kate the Dreamer. I'm here to play a couple songs for you guys today. I just wanted to say I am very grateful that I was asked to play today for such an amazing event. It feels really special to be even a small part of such a special and wonderful mission such as Garrett Space. I've had many friends and family that have been affected by mental health issues, and they haven't had a place to turn to have a space for them to feel supported when they really need it is super important, and I feel like it's missing in today's world. So thank you to Julie and Scott. I've never met you personally, but your hard work in making this type of space happen for people is so important, and it's really important for them to feel safe, and thank you so much for all the work that you've been putting in. I only found out about Garrett Space about a month ago from my friend Mario, and I could not be more thankful that he asked me to play for you guys today. So got a couple of songs, and hopefully you guys like them, and if you do, they're on Spotify, and it's under Kate the Dreamer. This first song is called Call You When I Land, and I put it out about a month ago. Yeah, I got tired, said little fires to what you said. Yeah, little pieces in my hands, text never sent. I put you first, it really hurt, it had to end. So here I am. Words out loud, I never wanna say it, but don't ask me to fake it. And all I want is you to be proud, 'cause this is who you raised in. I'm not afraid to chase it. I remember the day when you first heard me sing, and the look on your face when I moved to LA. And I know what you think, but this is your dream. Yeah, I understand. Call you when I land. Wait, I'm 26. I've tried to fix the things you said. Like little ghosts, they haunt my brain and all my plans. I wanna cry, I wanna laugh, they feel the same. So who's to blame? Words out loud, I never wanna say it, but don't ask me to fake it. And all I want is you to be proud, 'cause this is who you raised in. I'm not afraid to chase it. I remember the day when you first heard me sing, and the look on your face when I moved to LA. And I know what you think, but this isn't your dream. Yeah, I understand. Call you when I land. Only child, every moment shines a light on where you're going. Or am I disappointment now? What my parents talk about, feel guilty, I'm not closer. Send me photos, makes me miss you. And I remember the day when you first heard me sing. Look on your face when I moved to LA. I know what you think, this isn't your dream. Yeah, I understand. Call you when I land. Yeah, I understand. Call you when I land. As you can see, it is getting darker because I have a really cheap ring light and it doesn't work very well. So hopefully that's okay. But this next one is called I Don't Want to Know You Anymore. I have to transpose my, oops, let's see here. Okay. This one is also out on Spotify. I put this one out in July. And it is about a breakup and what it means to go through that and find yourself on the other side. I found the sun, he was golden, he was golden, so I fell in love with the moments, every moment I could waste all my time counting words, trusting lies, but I'm not changing my mind, changing my mind. No, I'm not not changing this time. Yeah, and I'm sorry that I don't need you in the finally fixing all the minor issues with my heart and with my soul, yeah, no. 'Cause I don't wanna know you anymore, and I don't care if you decide to never change at all, 'cause it's not my problem anymore. And I'm sorry that I'm not sorry, no. 'Cause I don't wanna know you anymore. I wanna know where I'm going, so dance to these lights. Am I home yet? Am I growing? I could waste all my time counting words, trusting lies, but I'm not changing my mind, changing my mind. No, I'm not changing this time. Yeah, and I'm sorry that I don't need you, and I'm finally fixing all the minor issues, with my heart and with my soul, yeah, no. 'Cause I don't wanna know you anymore, and I don't care if you decide to never change at all, 'cause it's not my problem anymore. And I'm sorry that I'm not sorry, no. 'Cause I don't wanna know if you made up a story to tell her about the long drives at midnight, the way that you felt. And I close my eyes, I remember your face when you told me you loved me and walked away. Lie to me. All these dreams. Lie to me. All these dreams. Okay. So, that one is called I Don't Want to Know You Anymore. I also have an acoustic video of that one up on YouTube that I put out. I think that was about 2 or 3 weeks ago as well. So if you want to check that out, it's up on there. This next one is the first song I ever put out as my own artist, and it feels really special. It's I had given up on music for a little while and didn't really know what was next for me, and I had been in other bands and artist projects, and I was like, I don't want to put any more music out anymore. And this one was written in the late night hours a couple months after I had kind of made that decision for myself, and I was like, nope, this song has to come out. This song needs to just be out in the world. So it is called Love Again, and contrary to the name, it did start out as a breakup song, but it wound up turning into something so much more than that, and it really was more like a love letter to myself. So hopefully you guys like this one. I haven't played it in a while, so not that anybody knows the song, but hopefully I played okay. Waking up where the sun is gone. Dream of days where it almost was. Hold my breath to feel my heart move now. It's the same goodbye
are that you've always said. It's a winter song in my summer head. Simplify the words so you won't forget. They all sound the same, ringing in my head. And if I never get the chance to tell you this, I hope you love again. Oh, forever, forever. Oh, I hope you love again. Oh, forever, forever. You could face yourself, but you never do. And I've been wasting time swimming in your truth. Don't have time to wait for an almost you. Sing the words so you feel them too. Oh, forever, forever. Oh, I hope you love again. Oh, forever, forever. He moves slowly. I forget the pace we're supposed to go. I don't wanna wait for you to call me. This could be the end if you let go. So if I never get the chance to tell you this, I hope you love again. Oh, forever, forever. Oh, I hope you love again. Oh, forever, forever. Oh, hope you love again, wanna love again, need to love again. Hope you love again, wanna love again, need to love again. Hope you love again, wanna love again, need to love again. Hope you love again, wanna love again, need to love again.
Okay, so that is Love Again, and still a very special song to me. I haven't played it in a really long time, so I hope that that was okay for everyone. And you can find that one also on Spotify under Kate the Dreamer. And this is going to be my last song tonight. This one I wrote 3 days ago, and I figured I'd just add it in here, and kind of like a little bit of a lullaby. So I thought it was a nice way to maybe end this off, but I don't even have a name for it yet. So you guys are the first people to hear it. Maybe you can tell me what you guys think. It is on the ukulele. You say go there, I say think thoughts out loud while our minds sink in clouds of white smoke, dancing feet. Hold me closer, I can feel your heartbeat. Your heartbeat. Will your mind go? How do you sleep
we go. Maybe I don't need to know you. Maybe I just feel your soul. Maybe your ghost too. And the faster we go, maybe I don't need to know you. Maybe I just feel your soul. Maybe your ghost too. Where the day go, fall asleep. Wake up in my little dreams. So play pretend to make believe in the world I'd rather be. Yeah, the faster we go, maybe I don't need to know you. Maybe I just feel your soul. Maybe your ghost too. And the faster we go, maybe I don't need to know you. Maybe I just feel your soul. Maybe your ghost too.
It's a short one because I haven't finished it yet, but hopefully you guys liked it. And I just want to say thank you again for having me and allowing me to play some of my songs for you guys. I'm really looking forward to watching the rest of the event and watching the rest of the speakers and performers. Thank you again for having me. Thank you, Mario, for asking me. And thank you guys for putting on such an amazing event for such a wonderful cause. Kate the Dreamer Music on Instagram if you guys want to follow along. And thanks again. Bye.
Kate the Dreamer, you are amazing. Thank you so much for sharing your beautiful artistry with us. Those songs were absolutely stunning. You are fantastic. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. Friends, we are just shy away from reaching our goal, which is only good until midnight. For a couple more hours, we need your donations to reach our amazing goal of the match, generous donation match from the Oberheids. We would really love for you to donate. We are getting so close and so excited. Every single dollar counts. Join us all in celebrating the amazing things that are going on at Garrett Space. I'm so grateful to be here. If you're just joining, I'm Desi Oakley. I've had the pleasure of being your host the last couple of hours in this 24-hour virtual fundraiser event. So we're getting close on that donation match goal. So if you can find it in your heart, every single dollar counts. We've updated the Give Butter account. Our schedule changed just slightly, and so if you are following along in the schedule, go ahead and pop over there. And also just a reminder too that the dollar amount that you see there doesn't necessarily reflect how much we've raised, since there's all sorts of different channels for us to receive the donations. When you see that number going up, though, that is a very, very good thing. So we just wanted to make sure you knew that that number is not reflective of how much we've actually raised. So we are doing some really wonderful things tonight. I want to introduce our next guest. Composer and songwriter based in Chicago. This is Gabe Novak.
your skin so bright. How I'll sleep with you in the desert night, with a million stars all around. I get a peaceful feeling. I know you won't let me down, 'cause I'm already standing on the ground. And I found out a long time ago what a person can do to your soul. They can take you anywhere. You don't know how to go. So I get a peaceful feeling. I know you won't let me down, 'cause I'm already standing on the ground. I get this feeling I may know you as a lover, as a friend. But this voice keeps whispering in my other ear. It tells me I may never see you again. But I get a peaceful, easy feeling. I know you won't let me down, 'cause I'm already standing. Yeah, I'm already standing. I'm already standing on the ground. These walls around me can't contain me. I'm looking for a new way out. Rules I'm given, I'm not taking. I'm making out my own way now. I've never been one to second guess, but now it's left my heart a mess. So I've been thinking slow. Speak low, don't go falling to your knees though. Don't start begging, darling, please. I know. I've been in malevolent love, so take me in slowly, and I'll break down these walls. I've been a bit hesitant, love, to give myself wholly, fearing I may fall. If you see her, say hello. She might be into you. She left here last early spring. She's living there, I hear. Say for me that I'm alright. New things come and go. She may think that I've forgotten her. Don't tell her it isn't so. No. We have fallen out like lovers often will. But to think of how she left that night, it still gives me a chill. And though our separation only pierced me to the heart, she still lives on inside of me. We've never been apart. If you're making love to her, kiss her for the king, who always has respected her for doing what she did. For I know it had to be that way. It was written in the cards, but the bitter taste still lingers on. It all came down so hard. I meet a lot of people as I make the rounds, and I hear her name here and there as I go from town to town. And I've never gotten used to it. I just learned to turn it off. But either I'm too sensitive, or else I'm just getting soft. You say that you hate your last name, so darling, just take mine. We'll throw yesterday far, far behind. Wine that stained the sheets red in the hotel bed. Conceal the love I it flows, so don't let go. My lonely tears I'll shed. It's a moment in and feel our heartbeat syncopated. And kiss me till the beat as one. Take away my breath and then resuscitate me. And love me till the day is done. If I told you that I've fallen now, would you help me to my knees and hear me as I plead? If I told you you're the only one I need, would you run away with me? Dancing to old songs with no shoes on, your feet on top of mine. I hold you so close, our lips start to align. Champagne at sunrise, eyes open up, craving still your touch. Speak low when you speak love, and whisper all too much. Pull me in, feel our heartbeat syncopating. Kiss me till they beat as one. Take away my breath and then resuscitate me. And love me till the day is done. But if I told you that I've fallen now, would you help me to my knees? Hear me as I plead. If I told you you're the only one I need, would you run away with me? Pull me in, feel our heartbeat syncopating. Kiss me till they beat as one. Take away my breath and then resuscitate me. Love me till the day is done.
Babe, thank you so much for being here and for contributing to this beautiful evening, day, 24 hours. We really appreciate you and sharing your gifts. We appreciate it so much. Friends, we are doing great. Listen, did you know that there's a silent auction? I'm sure if you have just tuned in, you haven't heard, but if you've been here for a while, you've heard that there's a silent auction, which is a fantastic way to donate. But I wanted to mention a couple of items that have not been bid on yet. So if you kind of slide in there, it might be looking pretty good for you. Let me talk to you about what these items are. And in advance, a huge thank you to the organizations that donated these gifts and experiences to be bid upon in the auction. We are so grateful. First is a gift card to Decode Detroit, which is an escape room. Fun. A structure of a cake filled with lottery tickets and money-themed candy. I'm just saying, that is an amazing gift. I want that. A recording session. Are you kidding? Come on. And then tennis lessons with one of the premier private instructors in the area and a membership to Chippewa Tennis Club. Come on. All right, folks. There are some items to be bid upon in the silent auction. We still have a little bit to go to reach our goal. We are so close and we are so excited and so hopeful that we will reach that matched donation goal of $25,000 before midnight. Okay, we need you, and we are so excited that you're here and grateful that you're here and contributing. Friends, I want to welcome back a dear friend of the Halpert family, singer-songwriter, originally from Cleveland, but currently in LA, Brett Fromson and his sister, Hallie. Take it away.
All right. Hello, everybody.
Hey, everyone.
My name is Brett Fromson, and this is my second set, and I am so glad that I can welcome my sister, Hallie.
Hi.
For this set. We're going to do some covers, and we're going to pull up the lyrics because we don't know all the lyrics. This first one is a cover of a Lucinda Williams song that we really like called I Just Wanted to See You So Bad. Oh, there's the bright. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just wanna see you so bad. I didn't know you very well. I just wanna see you so bad. We'd always talked on the telephone, but I'd never been with you all alone. I just wanna see you so bad. I just wanna see you so bad. There we go. That's a.
So that was that.
That was that Lucinda Williams song. I love that song.
This next song is called Anyhow I Love You.
That's right. It's a guy. This song is by Guy Clark. Let's turn on a little vibrato. Actually, it's called tremolo.
Music terms.
Guitar nerds will know exactly what I'm talking about. So before we start this next song, we are so happy to be here. And we, if you didn't catch in my set, we have known the Halperts for many, many years, our entire lives. And we absolutely love them and the mission behind Garrett Space, and we love and miss Garrett very much. So that's that. We did vacations together and so many great memories together. Okay, so here we go. This is Anyhow I Love You.
Wish I had a dime for every bad time. Oh, but the bad times always seem to keep the change. And you've been all alone, so you know what I'm saying. So it all can recall is the pain. Just you wait until tomorrow when you wake up with me at your side and find a headline about nothing. And I wouldn't trade a tree for the way I feel about you in the morning. Anyhow, I love you. Seems like every day it's just a little bit better, and half the getting there's no than before. I'm sure you understand, 'cause I ain't your first man. So when you feel like running for the back door, don't. And just you wait until tomorrow when you wake up with me at your side and find a headline about nothing. And I wouldn't trade a tree for the way I feel about you in the morning. Anyhow, I love you. Yeah, just wait until tomorrow when you wake up with me at your side, find a headline about nothing. Yeah, I wouldn't trade a tree for the way I feel about you in the morning. Anyhow, I love you.
Cool. All right, let's pull up the next one we're gonna do. We love Ben Folds. We love Ben Folds. I was really into Ben Folds. Sorry, I'm having a shirt button issue here. I'm taken care of real quick. Okay, there we go. I remember, I don't know if I would listen. I'm sure when I was into Ben Folds, I was also into Jamie Cullum. Do you remember Jamie Cullum?
I know that one song.
There are a couple songs, and Allison Halpert, who I guess the world knows as Allie, but I always grew up calling her Allison. Used to love. Everyone. We always used to listen to Jamie Cullum together. Maybe next year we'll do a Jamie Cullum song. Write that down. We're gonna do that. Okay.
But this year we're doing a Ben Folds song.
Yes.
It's called Landed.
Yes, it is. In tune. Good. 2, 3, 4.
We'd hit the bottom. I thought it was my fault.
happened. I mean, I messed up a bunch of chords, but what are you gonna do?
I had fun.
I had fun too. Did you? You had fun. I had
love
fun.
that
We all had
song.
fun. Good.
I think about that every time I'm on an airplane.
Oh, because you've landed. I understand.
Yeah.
Well, I guess this has been a very short set, but that's okay because it's what we prepared.
Short and sweet.
And as much as I like to go unprepared for things, well, we'll see what happens after this
This
song.
last song is by a band called the Bell Brigade, and it's actually a brother and sister. So
Brother-sister duo.
Brother-sister duo. So it's fitting.
Yeah, they're incredible. This is from their debut album. All right, it's called Sweet Louise. Did you hear about me? Me and what I've done. I wrote a letter to Sweet Louise. I confessed my love, and I thought that everyone would know by now. I've been alive long enough to know how things just get around, and everybody probably thinks I'm crazy, but I just tell you now that I fell in love, and I couldn't help myself. I just fell in love, and I couldn't help myself. It was like a movie, watching her eyes read. What I wrote made Sweet Louise feel weak in her knees. And I thought that everyone would know by now. Been alive long enough to know how things just get around, and everybody probably thinks I'm crazy. Well, I just tell you now that I fell in love, and I couldn't help myself. I just fell in love, and I couldn't help myself. Though my words were not in vain, 'cause I can always say till the day I die that I told her anyway. Well, I'll just tell you now that I fell in love, and I couldn't help myself. I just fell in love, and I couldn't help myself. I just fell in love, and I couldn't help myself. I just fell in love, and I couldn't help myself. I just fell in love. Yeah, that'll do it.
That was our set.
That was our set. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everybody. Again, we're really thankful to be here and that we can have this fundraiser. It's such an important cause. And yeah, donate and
Donate, and if you need anything, you can always reach out. Garrett Space is the space. It's the safe space, and it's going to help a lot of people. So thank you so much.
thank you.
Thank you, Brett and Hallie. You all are the best. We are so grateful to have you back again. And hello to you, Mario.
Hello. Hello. How's it going?
Oh, it's so wonderful. I feel so grateful to have been a part of this evening. I mentioned it briefly. If you have been sticking around for as long as when I started to join, suicide had an effect on my life and continues to have an effect on my life. And so when I heard about this remarkable space for young adults to find connection and a safe space to grow and heal and learn, I was all about it. And so I feel really, really honored to have been a part of it, and to even have been during these last couple of hours to hear all the folks that have shared their artistry and their voices and lending their, their thoughts and their initiatives to Garrett Space is so inspiring. I am so amped. So I feel really, really grateful to have been a part of it, to the Halpert family. And so this is me. I'm going to be sort of passing, I was going to say the ball, and I kind of was going to do it on purpose because the only Rivers Up Church is coming back. And I'm just going to say, I don't want to give any spoiler alerts, but like there's going to be some sports talk.
There sure is, Desi. I thought that was a home run of a sports analogy.
All
right.
Slam dunk. Okay.
Oh my God, she's on fire.
Oh, this is so good. Listen, I wanted to update you, Rivers. So since you were gone, a lot of donations have come in. So I wanted to remind you that when I started, we were in the goal of Ashley and John Oberheid's donation match of $25,000, and we are so close to finishing it. It only goes until midnight, and we have $7,000 left to get it. So
wow, you've been doing work on here.
Listen, we're showing up. It's so good and so exciting. And I wanted to announce that we have raised a total of, and a reminder that on the Give Butter site, it is not entirely reflective of all of the funnels that we are getting donations from. We have raised a total of so far $74,000 for Garrett Space.
That is truly incredible. That is
Isn't it amazing.
That is amazing. That is so great.
So
and
yes.
Thank you and way to go.
Thank you, and you way to go. And also, I was going to say to the folks that are tuning in, no donation is too small. Like $1 is $1 toward amazing work. So if you have literally $1, $5, $10 to give, it will add up and it will go to something incredible. So I just want to really articulate that before I head out. But I just also want to say, Mario, you're amazing. Thank you for everything.
Oh my gosh. Desi, thank you. This was such a treat. You were amazing. I had so much fun working with you and seeing you interview and be a part of this event. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you. And also a quick reminder, friends, that on the website, if you are donating, that button decided to take a small hiatus for the day, so it will not work. So if you find yourself on the Garrett Space website ready to donate, don't worry. Clicking on that won't work, and you're not alone. You will want to go to the Give Butter page.
Yes.
Okay, that's where we want the donations all funneling in. All right. Well, I am sending everyone out with love and light, and thank you so much to the Halpert family. And I'm rooting so much for Garrett Space and for all of you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Desi.
Okay, Rivers, take it away.
Thank you so much, Desi. It's been great to work with you, and thank you for all that you've done for Garrett Space. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care.
So as I take back